firm. They're not built to represent you if things escalate. And now you're scrambling to figure out what to do next. And that's why I tell people about Guardian Litigation Group. Guardian Litigation is not a call center. They're actual attorneys at a law firm. And from day one, you're assigned a real attorney who can represent you if a creditor takes you to court. No scrambling when things go sideways, just real legal protection built in from the start. And look, the best way out of debt is still the budget, the plan, the baby steps. But if you're already in default and legal threats are coming your way, Guardian has your back. Their attorneys have helped over 55,000 people settle more than $600 million in debt. So get real legal help at guardianlit.com/Ramsey. That's guardianlit.com/Ramsey.
Attorney advertising. Results may vary and no specific outcome is guaranteed.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix, Arizona's news station. KTAR News, 92.3 FM. KTAR News, now.
It's 2 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
Another education initiative will no longer appear on the November ballot.
A ruling from the Arizona Supreme Court today effectively killed Proposition 212, an ESA accountability initiative. Among other things, the prop wanted to add an income eligibility cap to the universal voucher system. The court pushed the ruling back to a lower court to verify that the committee turned in more than 421,000 signatures in July. The methodology used by the trial court would likely make the initiative fall under the number of signatures needed to appear on the ballot. The group Arizona Free Enterprise Club had challenged the legality of the signatures, citing error rates and specific cases involving double signatures or incorrect addresses. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
You can read more education solution stories at KTAR.com/education. And now the group behind Prop 212 is reacting to news that it won't be on the November ballot. The Protect Education Act committee says anti-public education lawmakers and pro-voucher activists fought to make sure voters never got their say. The committee adds opponents stopped at nothing to keep this issue off the ballot. Be glad you're not voting today in Alaska, where the GOP Senate primary is both confusing and controversial. To explain, here's ABC News political director Avery Harper.
You have the incumbent, Dan S. Sullivan, the Republican incumbent in that seat. And then you have the challenger, Dan J. Sullivan, who's a retired teacher. And he's been accused by Republicans of intentionally getting into this race to try and confuse voters. Republicans are urging voters in that state to check the middle initial before they cast their ballot. But I do think that the bigger challenge in all of this is going to be how the incumbent, Dan S. Sullivan, performs against Mary Peltola. She's the prominent Democrat who's going to be on the ballot today.
KTAR Eyes on the Economy. Tomorrow could be a turning point in the economic relationship between Canada and the U.S., and it could end up really hurting Arizona's financial situation.
The U.S. is set to impose an additional 50% tariff on its northern neighbors starting at midnight. Glenn Williamson, founder and CEO of the Canada-Arizona Business Council, tells Arizona's Morning News this is very worrisome for some major business sectors.
Some of the other stuff like aluminum and steel have already had these large tariffs put on them. But these other ones like construction and agriculture and areas like that are going to have an absolute effect on the state of Arizona.
If a deal isn't reached before the tariffs go into effect, Williamson says it would likely mean even higher home prices since much of the lumber we use to build houses come from Canada. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
An Arizona food bank has received more than 180,000 eggs as part of a price-fixing settlement with major egg producers, according to officials. 17 pallets of eggs from Cal-Maine Foods were delivered to the Yuma Community Food Bank and will be distributed to food banks, food pantries, and other partners throughout Yuma and La Paz counties. This delivery comes after a joint investigation found that Cal-Maine Foods, Versova, Centrum, and Hickman's Egg Ranch illegally worked together to drive up egg prices. Longtime ZZ Top drummer Frank Beard has died. Beard was a founding member of the band, part of the band when they released Tush and the 1983 hit This One, Gimme All Your Lovin'. An announcement from his representative said Beard died under hospice care at his ranch in Richmond, Texas, surrounded by his family. The band announced it's canceling this week's concerts in Salt Lake City and Colorado Springs. Beard was 77 years old. Let's check on traffic now. Enrique Garcia joins us in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Scottsdale debris blocking the right-hand lane. Loop 101, Pima Freeway southbound near Pima Road. A look into our surface streets. Phoenix with a crash on Cave Creek Road and Grovers Avenue. And Phoenix again with a crash on 35th Avenue and Northern Avenue. This report is brought to you by Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Still yanking on a cord to open your shades? Smarten up, Arizona. Connect your window shades to your phone or smart device with motorized shades from Southwest Blinds. Go to southwestblinds.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Extreme heat warning through 8 p.m. Friday night. 112 is what we're expecting today. 91 the overnight low and 111 tomorrow. We do have a little chance of rain creeping into the forecast by Friday. Right now in Phoenix, it's 109 degrees. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. It's Give-a-thon week. Join us in helping Phoenix Children's provide life-saving medical care to kids who need it most. You can text GIVE to 620-620 and become a champion of hope. Text GIVE to 620-620. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You are getting on my last nerve.
Speaking up for Arizona.
You've been on my last nerve for the last 3 hours.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. First hour of the show.
Oh, so many people call the first hour of the show the best of the hour.
Well, it's good to see you here today. You didn't pull a Cattell Marte.
I did not.
You actually care.
Yeah, I showed up.
You actually show up for work, like
That's
most of it. There's Becky Lynn. She
Showed up.
I'm here.
And we're not paid millions and millions and tens of millions of dollars.
Although I did pull a hammy in the hallway.
That's okay, but you still
came in.
Playing
Gamer.
injured. That's the way to
gamer.
go.
You didn't bail on everybody like Cattell Marte yesterday. We're going to talk about that. I'm calling it the most bizarre story I've ever seen in sports history in the state of Arizona.
Goodness.
It is crazy. But we also have another big story out there.
Yeah. So the Arizona Supreme Court ruled just hours ago that Prop 212, this would have been, it was scheduled to be on the ballot in November.
Yeah.
And this proposition you were going to be able to vote on would have added guardrails, restrictions, call it what you want, to the state's ESA program, the school voucher program. The state Supreme Court ruled that they did not have enough signatures, a minimum number of signatures to qualify for the ballot. And so as of right now, it's kind of unclear if it's going to be completely off the ballot, is there an appeal, et cetera.
Pretty big ruling.
Yeah, to help us understand a little bit more right now, our Education Solutions reporter, Shira Tanzer, joins us right now. Shira, boy, it's a breaking news day for you. Look at this.
Yeah, no kidding.
Shira, how many signatures were needed?
Oh.
Yeah, so around 255,000 signatures were needed. The Protect Education Act Committee actually turned in over 421,000 signatures in July.
Okay, so
which
let's
is so
stop
much
there.
more than what was needed.
Right, so let's stop there. How many signatures needed? 255, you said?
Yes.
Okay, and they turned in 421. How does the Supreme Court rule that there weren't enough signatures? I'm not good at math, but it looks like they had enough. What am I missing?
Right. So after those signatures are turned in or were turned in July, the Arizona Secretary of State, Adrian Fontes, his office took a look at those signatures to determine their validity, right? So he's looking at things like, were the addresses correct? Were these real people? And his office found that 380,000 of those signatures were valid, which is still more than enough than was actually needed. Mm-hmm. Well, after that decision was made, both the Protect Education Act and the Arizona Federation for Children, which is a conservative nonprofit, filed an appeal about that decision. The committee was looking for more signatures to be considered valid, and the AFC were really saying that those signatures should not have been validated, and they claimed that with the validity review rate, which is the percentage of Arizona signatures that are considered valid, that they wouldn't have enough signatures on the ballot. And how that rate works is there is a random sample taken of the signatures that were turned in, because you can't look at all of them individually. And based on that sample, the percentage of signatures that were found valid from that random sample is then put kind of against the rest of the signatures. That is the rate that is considered. So that's the percentage of the turned-in signatures that are considered to be valid. So this appeal really had to do with the validity rate and how signatures were counted. It really focused on double signatures. There were quite a lot of cases of double signaters.
Okay, let me stop you there.
And whether
if there were double signatures, did Fontez's office throw out, one of the two?
Yes.
Okay, so if there were, I don't get it. If there's 380 valid signatures and people signed it 5 times, but Fontez said, "Okay, I found it 5 times." Bruce signed it 5 times. All right, let's throw out 4. Let's throw 4 out, and then we'll keep the 1. Still don't understand. If it's 380, that's the total good signatures, and you only needed 255, and they still said no. I don't understand.
So first of all, 389,000 were the number that was then subjected to the validity rate. So it would be whatever that validity rate is of that 389. The rest were completely invalid and were thrown out. So those didn't count regardless. So the validity rate was really only going against the 389. What this really came down to when I talk about double signatures and the validity rate is that the Protect Education Act Committee was arguing that double signatures that were thrown out, that were taken down to an individual signature, should not be subjected to the validity rate because that was like throwing the signature out twice. Right? That was their argument. That was their appeal. The judge disagreed with that and ruled against that. And he basically said that double signatures were then just considered regular signatures once he threw out one part of that and were also subject to the validity rule, which means that the amount of signatures that they actually had turned in that were valid was, according to the AFC, approximately 10,000 signatures below what was actually needed to get them on the ballot.
Wow. So they out of 421 total signatures, 380 were valid, but they dropped the number to 245.
Basically, yes.
I don't understand.
It's quite complicated when it comes to the math and the numbers. Basically, what you have to know is that this basically ruled in the case of the double signatures and the validity rate in a way that would take away the amount of signatures that they really needed to get it on the ballot 100%. That's really what you need to know. Yeah. The rest is a lot of legal terms and math and how the data kind of comes in there.
But I don't think they know how to do math.
Very complicated.
I'm not sure that they know how to do math. Maybe I'm coming from a very simple kind of way.
I don't mean to be even crazier right now, but the state Supreme Court also ruled 6 minutes ago.
Okay.
That the other ballot referral for ESA, referred to as the poison pill, the military families, protecting military families, is also off the ballot. So as of right now,
quite a lot of them have been removed.
Yeah,
ESA. We're seeing a lot of legal issues around.
Yeah, as of right now, ESA will not be on the 2026 ballot, either for or against.
Okay.
Yeah.
Shira Tanzer is joining us, Education Solutions reporter. So, yeah, the reason we're talking about this is I think that, normal people would like a little bit of guardrails. I don't think it's crazy to say that people should not be buying extra large black lingerie because that's what, one person bought with ESA money. Others bought,
but obviously the people that have money invested in this wanted to make sure that didn't happen.
Right.
They are profiting off of this in some way, shape, or form. Obviously,
let's use a Trump term against him. Was this thing rigged?
I think how you have to look at it is there are so many people in this state that want to see ESA change in one way or another, whether that is restricting it to put more accountability into the program or whether it's expanding it and allowing for more freedom within school choice in the state. But most people who are speaking up in favor or against this proposition and really any ESA ballot measure feel very, very strongly about this issue. So a lot of these seem to be pretty rushed. I mean, we saw that what you referred to as a poison bill, we saw that kind of, pass really fast and thrown onto the ballot super fast at the end of the session. And I think a lot of these ballot measures were kind of rushed because they saw the ESA accountability measure and they weren't sure if, the AFC was going to be able to remove it. So they wanted to just throw a lot at it. I think that's kind of what happened with the poison bill and kind of things like that. Yeah. When it comes to this specific one, I think a lot of people, when I spoke to voters, what I was seeing online was that people either were very, very in support of this bill, which would have had an $150,000 income cap that restricted ESA users in the first place. It would also have required money to be returned to the state at the end of the school year, which would have prevented that money from being saved for, your kids' college, anything post-secondary, which a lot of people weren't happy about. And then we saw the people who were voting against it because that would invalidate them if maybe they made over $150,000, but their kids were in private school. We're seeing so many people kind of have interesting feelings about this, and I really think that pushed it to such a legal standpoint where we're seeing so many appeals and we're seeing so many court rulings about ESAs. And yeah, it's kind of crazy. It's surprising that they're all getting thrown out, but at the same time, it's so controversial and there's so much talk surrounding it. Maybe it makes sense.
Tell you what, Shira, appreciate your time today, and thank you for helping us understand it better.
Absolutely.
That's KTAR Education Solutions reporter Shira Tanzer as the Arizona Supreme Court throwing ESA ballot initiatives off the ballot left and right.
I mean, if you need 250,000 signatures and 380 of them are good.
Yeah, it still doesn't.
I don't know why you're throwing out a ballot. I don't get it.
Well, and we're going to let's talk to Barry Markson a little later, KTAR legal analyst, maybe help us understand the legal rationale behind this. And
yeah, what's the point of signing this thing if you have enough signatures? And it could be for something that, out there you oppose.
It could be any ballot initiative
or whatever it is. But, I mean, like if the numbers work out and Secretary of State Fontes' office says, yeah, they're about 130,000 over what they needed, and these are good signatures. And then they say, but we're gonna not put it on the ballot. I don't get it.
Yeah. Tell you what, quick check of the headlines on the way, and let's see. Coming up next, are people just running out of money?
Yes.
Like literally running out of money?
Well, it depends who you talk to. And
how about this?
Big people are saying the answer is yes.
CEOs are ringing the bell. It's up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Progressive knows you've got plenty of things to worry about.
What time does the kids' practice end? How long has that check engine light been on? Are takeout containers microwave safe?
So the last thing you should have to worry about is what to do if something unexpected happens on the road. That's why if you're ever in a major accident, Progressive's accident response can detect it and send help. It's just one less thing to worry about.
How long does chicken last in the fridge?
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. Limited availability in California. Driver is responsible for emergency and towing charges not covered by the policy.
This is the story of the one who keeps multiple buildings running smoothly day after day. Plumbing that flows, HVAC that hums, cleaning supplies that keep surfaces sparkling. That's why she counts on Grainger. With easy reordering online and 24/7 support, Grainger helps her keep the products she needs on hand. So shelves stay stocked and buildings stay ready. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:17. I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. President Trump says the U.S. has no planned talks with Iran, but says the Strait of Hormuz is open and operating. In a social media post, the president also says the U.S. blockade there remains in full force in effect and that he could make the strait a U.S. territory. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers with more.
Every time the president has brought this up, Iran has pushed back very strongly. This has been the sticking point going back to June when they tried to reach that deal to reopen the strait, and they continue to haggle over this. We heard a very forceful response from the Iranians just about the state of negotiations. They say the Strait of Hormuz will not open until the U.S. blockade is lifted, until the frozen assets are released, until they're able to sell oil again, and also they say until the threats and military options are off the table.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Our extreme heat warning rolls on through Friday. 112 expected today, and we're at 111 already in Goodyear. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. It's Give-a-thon week for Phoenix Children's. Learn more about this phenomenal organization from the people it helps. Tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. Be sure to catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Pretty excited for Phoenix Children's Week and Give-a-thon week. We will be live at Phoenix Children's on Friday. The entire radio station, starting in the morning all the way through our show.
The #1 Give-a-thon in the country by far when it comes to a children's hospital.
Yeah.
And, yes, we're the ones that, organize it and put it on, and that we should be doing that. But it's all of you who have donated millions over the years. So you guys are the ones that make it roll. So text GIVE to 620-620. Hey, if you didn't get your donation in yesterday, the week goes fast. Get it in right now. Text GIVE to 620-620.
So there's plenty of conversation out there when you talk about the economy. How's it doing? Who's doing well? Who's not doing well, right?
Yeah.
And you could take a lot of anecdotal evidence, or most people, I think, look at themselves and go, I'm fine or I'm not fine. And they extrapolate that, well, everybody must be like me. Well, we have a group of CEOs as they are coming out, and they are all singing from the same hymn book. And what's important about this is none of them are competitors. They're not even in the same industries, okay? Let me give you an example.
These are 3 big companies.
They're and they all are
so
consumer-facing companies, right? Mm-hmm. McDonald's. Kraft, Heinz, they combined years ago.
That's cheese and ketchup.
Cheese and ketchup together. And Whirlpool, washers, dryers, stuff like that, right?
Yeah.
Are all saying the same thing. They're all saying that consumers are running out of money. Kraft Heinz says they've been cutting prices on products, adding a lot more promotions, and offering smaller package sizes because people cannot afford what they've been putting out. McDonald's CEO described what he called heightened anxiety amongst customers and pointed out that near the end of the month, they see a drop-off in sales.
We've heard that before.
As people run out of money.
Yep.
Whirlpool CEO said there was a sharp pullback in big-ticket appliance demand. Saying that
let's hold off on the big purchase.
They
That's
said,
what people are saying.
Their business dropped about 15% in the last quarter because of, again, like you said, people saying maybe this dryer can make it a little bit longer, right?
Yeah,
we're not buying a new one.
It's not good out there, and the president doesn't care. Sorry to make this political, but that's just where we're at. He doesn't care. He absolutely does not care. There's an affordability crisis. He does not care. We're in a war, and it's gone poorly. And I can't say that he does. Well, I don't think he cares about sailors because they're throwing themselves off of the ship because they've been out at sea for 250 days. It's not a hate Trump thing. It's just he's a bad president thing. That's what it is. I mean, if you look at the end of George Bush, his term, the last few months, it was a mess. It was a mess.
Listen, far be it for me to be fair, but I mean, we've been having issues with prices since about 2020. You know what I'm saying? Right. I mean, COVID had an impact on all
this.
You look
at Biden's term, there was 14% inflation in Phoenix. That was a mess.
Without a doubt. But there's no getting away from the fact that food prices, since the beginning of the year, are up like 30%.
Yeah, no, 33%.
Yeah, energy prices up 40%. Like,
it's horrible.
This is happening. It's real.
This is Jimmy Carter-esque. This is Jimmy Carter-esque. And I know a lot of you think Trump's doing a great job. You'll never say he did anything wrong. Again, it's just numbers. I mean, you just look at the numbers. Do you really feel like your finances are better off now? No. I mean, Biden had a few bad years, but the economy was okay for a few years.
Yeah.
This economy this year it's not okay. And there are a lot of people that are struggling. We have 3 major CEOs of massive businesses saying
in completely different categories.
Americans aren't spending.
Yeah.
If consumer spending goes down, we're screwed.
You also take a look at, and you add to this, and this is something those CEOs are acutely aware of, U.S. credit card balances, $1.25 trillion. Auto loan balances, $1.69 trillion. Both record highs. Americans are carrying more debt than they have ever, and they are saving less than they have been previously.
Yeah, I didn't live necessarily through the Jimmy Carter years. If I did, it was maybe 1 or 2 years. But I know what it's like now. Iran, high gas prices, interest rates are awful. You try and go buy a house, good luck. I mean, it's not as easy as you can still do it, but it's not as easy as it should be. Trump has turned into Jimmy Carter. That's just what we're looking at right now. This is as bad a presidency as Jimmy Carter, and Jimmy Carter is one of the worst presidents that we've ever seen. And so is Donald Trump.
I think you can make an argument that, there's always going to be ups and downs in any presidency, in any 4-year term.
Well, like take 2008 when we went into the recession.
Right.
Was that all George Bush's fault? No. It was other presidents' fault behind him.
But how does that president react to it?
Correct.
Is what they can control.
And he had to make some really he had to make some really difficult decisions about saving the banks and, should we prop them back up?
Too big to fail.
But what this president has done is just shoot himself in the foot over and over and over and over again.
Well, he's making it worse.
He's making it worse by just doing things that shouldn't be done.
Yeah.
If you left some things alone, you'd probably be okay.
Oh, God, yeah. We just need him to fly around with Natalie. He'll be fine.
I don't know what that means.
That's okay. Check of the headlines are on the way. We are going to make sure Becky Lynn.
Facts of Life reference?
No, not that Natalie. He wouldn't like that Natalie.
Okay, I'm just asking.
No, she's too old for him. Okay. Becky Lynn, check of the headlines. She's got that for us. And then up next, Gato says, the most bizarre sports story in Arizona history is playing out in front of us. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Give-a-thon week is happening.
Donate $20 a month, and a patient like me will get a cuddly teddy bear. I want a teddy bear. Call now and donate, please.
Call the phone bank at 602-933-4567.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Fi.
Pants getting a little tight. You know, that favorite shirt not fitting you like it used to? We've all been there. And maybe some of you are there right now, and you're figuring, okay, I know I've got to do something. I know I got to go on like a diet. So, maybe I'll eat lettuce and, that's a bad idea. Don't do that. Or maybe you'll go to the gym. You'll get a gym membership that you'll never use. Or, what are those Stairmaster things that you'll end up hanging clothes on? No, don't do that. Here's what you do. You go to Red Mountain Weight Loss, and you say, I need to lose some weight. Can you help me? And they're going to say, absolutely. In Red Mountain, you're going to get more for your money. And when I say more for your money, we're talking low-price medications. Remember, Red Mountain is the leader in medical weight loss. And so we're talking GLP-1s, the nectar of the gods. A lot of your friends are on GLP-1s, and how do they look? How do they feel? Awesome, right? Yeah. Red Mountain. This is where you need to go. Forget all those other fad diets out there or whatever you did in the past. This is something that works. It is proven. 30 years experience, over 1 million people served. Go to redmountainweightloss.com and tell them Gato sent you.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Let's be honest, the Arizona summers are brutal, but local crime numbers can be even scarier, especially when it comes to protecting your home. If you think that doorbell camera or expensive alarm system is going to keep burglars out, think again. Professional thieves use Wi-Fi jammers, glass cutters to get in and out long before the police are notified. But you know what Wi-Fi jammers and glass cutters can't do? They can't get through Bulldog security screens. Just ask me. I went to Bulldog Security Screens factory in Tucson, where I attacked those screens with everything from a bowling ball to a sledgehammer, and the only thing I broke was a sweat and a baseball bat. Oh, and there's another added benefit. These screens block the scorching UV rays out of your house, and they look terrific because they look and act just like shade screens. You want real protection for your home? Get Bulldog Security Screens for your windows, patio doors, and entry doors. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Bulldog Security Screens. They're tough.
Forget packing suitcases and fighting airport lines. Your family's favorite vacation is your own backyard.
Dolphin Pools has been building Arizona's best backyard getaways for over 43 years. With the highest Google and Yelp ratings in the Valley. This summer, cool off at home and make memories that actually last. Go to dolphinpools.us and start planning today. That's dolphinpools.us. Dolphin Pools. No passport needed.
Hi, guys. This is the Rocket Roger Clemens. You don't pitch in the majors for 24 years without feeling it later. Shoulders, elbows, knees. Trust me, pain doesn't retire when you do.
That's baseball legend Roger Clemens.
I tried the ice. I tried rest, PT, nothing really worked. When I heard about QC Kinetics, the concept sounded promising. Non-surgical regenerative treatments that help your body heal itself without surgery. Sign me up, just what I needed, real lasting relief.
Whether you're a former pro, a weekend golfer, or just want to walk around pain-free again, QC Kinetics uses cutting-edge technology and natural biologics to help restore and repair damaged tissue.
I trusted them with my joints. Now I'm back doing what I love.
Call QC Kinetics today and schedule your free consultation.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-7246. In Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. That's 837-7246. 837-7246.
Pick up the exclusive Serpientes Haboob Globe on Saturday, August 22nd, before the D-backs Reds matchup, courtesy of Estrella Jalisco. Get your tickets at dbacks.com.
From the people who brought you It's the Dog Park comes.
Is that a new bump on your dog's neck? Or is that bump just a part of his neck? Could be a bug bite. Or something way worse.
Protect your dog from injury and illness with Progressive Pet Insurance.
Wait, there's another bump. Right by the first bump.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Not available in all states or situations. Coverage subject to policy terms.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
KTAR News now.
2:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
An Arizona court ruling has resulted in the removal of Proposition 212, the ESA accountability measure, from this November's ballot.
The judge's ruling looked at the validity of the more than 421,000 signatures turned in by the Protect Education Act Committee in July, studying cases of double signatures and incorrect addresses. The ruling determined that the number of valid signatures collected by the group is lower than the 255,000 signatures needed for the measure to appear on the ballot. The proposition would have changed the ESA program, including an $150,000 income cap for users and returning leftover funds to the state each year. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
You can read more Education Solution stories at ktar.com/education. Now, opponents of Prop 212 are reacting to news that the initiative won't appear on the November ballot. The CEO for the American Federation for Children is celebrating the ruling, saying Arizona ESA families can breathe a sigh of relief. He adds now's the time to shore up Arizona's ESA program with practical solutions to bring it in line with similar programs across the country.
Arizona votes 2026.
GOP candidate for Arizona Attorney General Warren Peterson is among those who are critical of incumbent Chris Mays' 49 lawsuits against the Trump administration, saying the AG's office should be focused on fighting crime. Mays joins the AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp and says she's continued to sue the federal government because they are trying to harm Arizonans.
Whenever the federal government, whoever is leading the federal government at the time, harms Arizona or violates the Constitution, I have to file that lawsuit as the Attorney General. Why wouldn't I?
She calls tariffs the Trump administration has been adamant to apply an illegal $1,500 tax on Arizonans. You can watch the full episode of the AZ Political Podcast at KTAR.com. Maricopa County Sheriff's Office reporting today a 13-year-old boy riding an e-bike has died after being hit by a car near 185th Avenue and Bethany Home Road. In a statement sent to KTAR. The sheriff's office saying the victim was transported to the hospital with life-threatening injuries and unfortunately died there at the hospital. MCSO detectives are continuing the investigation. No additional details have been made public. Time to check on those roads right now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Price Freeway southbound near Southern Avenue. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. I-10, Maricopa Freeway eastbound near 24th Street. Phoenix again with a disabled vehicle also on the right-hand shoulder. I-10, Papago Freeway eastbound near 43rd Avenue. This report is brought to you by Primavera Online. Primavera Online is celebrating 25 years of helping Arizona students succeed with flexible, tuition-free education for grades K through 12. Visit chooseprimavera.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
High temperatures every day this week, 111 to 112, and overnight lows are 90, 91, 92 degrees. We are under an extreme heat warning through Friday night. It's 107 right now in Carefree. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. It's Give-a-thon week for Phoenix Children's. Become a champion of hope today by texting GIVE to 620-620. Your donation can make a big difference because kids can't wait. Text GIVE to 620-620. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
LaDonna here, and we are raising money during Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's. You can learn more about Phoenix Children's and the way it reaches all of Arizona tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. Be sure to catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
So, we're going to talk about the Arizona Diamondbacks, and we're not going to talk about runs or hits or pitches.
Let's do the soap opera.
We're going to talk about the soap opera going on right now involving what some people would say their star player, Ketel Marte.
I've seen sports in Arizona for 30 years.
Okay.
This is the absolute most bizarre story I've ever seen when it comes to Arizona sports. So it is at the top at number one.
We go back to yesterday.
Yeah.
The Diamondbacks are in Boston.
Can't stand Boston.
Right? They're playing the Sox.
Yes.
And you know when you go, I think for baseball fans, managers go and they hand you got to present the lineup, right?
Now you get there early, you get dressed, you stretch out, take some BP, shag some fly balls, and you get put in the lineup.
So there was a delay in the presenting of the lineups.
Right.
Nobody knew why. And then we find out that the delay was because the Diamondbacks couldn't find Ketel Marte, and he hadn't shown up at the ballpark for the game.
Yeah.
So
he's a no-show. He went AWOL.
He literally didn't show up for work, and his work is play baseball.
He's done it before. He's left the team without telling anybody. He did this in 2025.
He didn't even call in and say, I've got the sniffles.
He didn't say anything either time.
Nothing.
It's incredible.
And they didn't know where he was.
Right.
So the story, now it gets into the kind of, So now, and they put him on what's called the restricted list.
I'd ask what that was.
Yeah, I wasn't sure about that.
Yeah, you're put on a list that you don't get paid.
Yeah, restricted list.
Right. You're not injured. I don't know if anyone's ever used the restricted list, by the way, because no one doesn't show up for work. Like, I've never heard of any sports figure not showing up for a game in the history, like in NFL or NBA or anything. I've never heard of this happening once, but twice.
So now the story is,
yes,
the latest version is that Ketel Marte is coming back to Arizona for an MRI on his knee, which isn't the story they were telling yesterday. No. Also, our friend next door at Arizona Sports, Gambo, said that he had information that Marte was seen at the hotel bar at roughly 11 p.m. the night before the game he didn't show up at.
That's all I need to know. And I've said this before, and this proves it. He is a diva. He is a prima donna. He is soft. He is fragile. And if you're an Arizona Diamondbacks fan, I don't care how good he is. This should make you sick.
Okay, so I am not the world's biggest baseball fan. I'm not going to lie. I don't follow the Diamondbacks. I don't follow baseball. Yeah. Can I tell you what? I'm looking at this from the outside.
Yeah.
Two things pop to mind. Number one, is there a problem with him outside of baseball? Does he have an addiction issue? Is he because he's acting erratic? Do you see what I'm saying?
And from my sources, he's a diva.
Okay.
He's a prima donna. He is soft. He is fragile.
Second thing,
like you've been around real quick. You've been around. Like, you know, in the 90s when you were running radio stations and you met everybody from the 90s, hip hop and all that. Like, he thinks that he is as big a star as a Hollywood A-list actor.
He's not.
Or he's not. But you know that type of person.
Right. He believes he is.
Who can say, yep, I'll show up for that at 10 o'clock and then doesn't show. Because at the last second, I'm like, you know what? I really don't care.
I got something better to do.
That's this man. That is this man.
So, okay, second question.
Okay.
And this is for D-backs fans. How do you build a team around a guy like that?
You absolutely cannot.
Okay.
Yeah. All right, couple things.
Ready.
They said yesterday, the skipper, he's, quote, physically fine.
That was the story yesterday.
That was the story.
Yeah.
Okay. If he's got, like, you know, I guess somebody said that his knee was a little bit banged up.
Okay.
But he had to come back to Arizona for an MRI.
Why do you have to come to Arizona for an MRI? Do they do MRIs in Boston?
Yes, they do.
I would think they would.
Of course they do. And a Diamondback named Nolan Arenado got an MRI in Boston.
We already have the room reserved.
It's already there. You can go get it. You can go get it done. I mean,
but if it was an injury, wouldn't he go on the IL?
It wasn't an injury,
and not on this restricted list.
He just didn't feel like going. He didn't feel like playing because he's a quitter. And if this guy, I'll tell you, honest to God, if I'm on the Diamondbacks and I'm a player, by the way, they got shellacked yesterday.
Like when we were getting ready to leave, it was like they were down by 7 runs already.
They got murdered yesterday because of this. It was a distraction. If I'm a Diamondback player and I see Ketel Marte walk into the locker room and I'm a leader, I go right up to him in front of everybody. We're going to talk this out right now, right in front of everybody. Because guess what? You can't do this.
So I'm gonna keep. I'm not purposely playing dumb. Okay, I'm not. I just honestly don't follow baseball as closely as I should.
I don't think you have to follow baseball to understand this story.
I'm gonna say this falls on the Diamondbacks.
You may very well be right.
This falls on general manager. This falls on team president. This is a personnel problem. And they need to deal with it. They know who he is, right?
They gave him more money than anybody. Sure.
I think he's making 16. They gave him 16 mil or whatever. So
to not show up.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like
but
you can't do that.
But go past that. Okay. Because skill wise, and you know, he's as good a second baseman as there is.
Okay.
Okay. But now we got to go past that. Last year when he did this,
when he went
bailed and went back to the Dominican Republic, and no one knew where he was. And they pinged his phone. They're like, he's in the Dominican Republic.
You know how it comes up where you get like a text message, go, you're in the Dominican Republic?
Okay. They didn't do anything about it then.
Yeah.
And so now you look at the Diamondbacks, who are about, 1 or 2 games out of a wild card spot, out of making the playoffs. And they've done a really very nice job this year. And now your best player is AWOL. And you've got to decide, well, if we bench him for the rest of the year, does that help our on the field product? No. If we suspend him for 2 weeks, does that help our on the field product? No. But you're going to put
if you don't do anything.
Like, I think what's going to happen, I'll tell you my conspiracy theory.
Oh, there's a conspiracy.
He's going to go on the injured list. They're going to say, okay, you go and take this is going to be a cover-up.
Kyler Murray.
You go, absolutely.
You're going to pull a Kyler Murray.
You go, can we trade this guy to Minnesota? Can we do that? But he's going to be injured, so-called. Okay. The MRI is today. If I'm a Diamondbacks fan, I can't say this enough. I would despise this man. I don't feel sorry for him. I don't feel like he's misunderstood. He is immature, and he's been coddled by this organization year after year. And you know what I don't like? Here's what I don't like. If I'm on a team, whether that's Team KTAR or it's Team Gatos at the house, right? Or it's my softball
team,
whatever team I'm on, if you just bail on me, and if you let me down in that way, and you don't have an excuse for it, we're going to have words.
Yeah.
because I can't stand people like that.
I'm going to use an analogy.
I cut people out of my life who are like that.
I heard a guy who I was watching interview, guy who played for the Patriots, and they were asking what kind of a coach Belichick was, and he said the thing I liked about him was he treated everybody the same.
It's a good thing to do.
And he said Tom Brady was not immune to criticism.
Good.
And he said Belichick would go after Tom Brady in front of the entire team if he made mistakes.
I watched it.
And he said there was no second set of rules for anybody. He goes, we were all on the same level.
The Diamondbacks have it's kind of a tough spot because you're close to the playoffs. I'll just say, if it were me and playoffs didn't matter, you're not playing for the rest of the year.
I get it.
I'm going to make you show up every day. I'm going to make you take infield. I'm going to make you go to the meetings. I'm going to make you, take batting practice, and I'm benching you for the rest of the year.
And then you get to watch.
You get to watch.
We'll give the latest on that. Coming up next, by the way, forget ending the war in Iran. Iran says they have a plan to escalate it?
So Iran wants to continue the war, but they just want to make it a little bigger.
Yeah.
We'll talk about it. Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
It's never too early. And quite honestly, it's never too late to get your financial life in order. Get it coordinated. I mean, you can understand this. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth are there to help you build a plan around your current investments, a plan around your taxes and your tax liability, and a plan around your estate and estate planning. Wherever you are right now, you can start that conversation at TrajanWealth.com. Trajan Wealth's family office puts all of this under one roof so that all of your finances are working in the same direction, pulling from the same end of the rope, all right? Exactly. You can get your investments, your taxes, and your estate planning all working together. And you can do it with Trajan Wealth. Again, online, TrajanWealth.com, or you can give them a call, 855-TRAJAN-1. That's 855-TRAJAN-1. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, additional services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax, actual client paid advertisement, additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
KTAR News pays tribute to Valley teachers.
Let's give $2,500 to Mr. AC.
Nominate an outstanding teacher for a $2,500 check. Text the word teacher to 620-620 and pay tribute to a teacher. Message and data rates may apply.
With an Arizona Cardinals debit card from Desert Financial, you don't just show up on game day. You show out. Choose from 3 exclusive Cardinals card designs to unlock member perks, like exclusive ticket pricing, an express stadium entrance, and savings on food, drinks, and team shop merch. It's your card, your team, and now, your game day experience upgraded. Visit desertfinancial.com/Cardinals to score yours.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the Sweet James billboards, but here's what you need to know about them. If you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a team you want on your side. With just over 25 years experience, 500-plus trials, and a win rate of 98% of the time, you need Sweet James in your corner. They've even been named the best attorneys in America. SweetJames.com or 800-9-million, 800-900-0000.
Hey Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Start your engines. It's time to rev up the summer savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, and these truck deals are racing out the door. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. And for drivers who want serious muscle, the 2026 GMC Sierra 2500 offers 4.9% APR, an extra $2,000, and 0 payments for 90 days, or save up to $11,000 off MSRP. Plus, the 2026 GMC Canyon delivers 3.9% APR, $3,000 more for eligible trade-ins, and you guessed it, 90 days payment-free. Discover the truck of your dreams at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa today, and don't get left in the dust, or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 2:48. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. It is Give-a-thon week, benefiting Phoenix Children's. You can help support the best hospital system for kids in the Southwest. Text the word GIVE to 620-620. That's donate by texting the word GIVE to 620-620. Tim Harrison with the Phoenix Children's Foundation tells Arizona's Morning News, your donation makes a huge impact because no child is turned away.
It doesn't matter where you show up from. It doesn't matter what your socioeconomic status is, or it's really taking care of that child. So we're making sure that every child is taken care of no matter what.
Phoenix Children's has 40 sites across the state, from clinics to hospitals, and their iconic main campus off the 51 freeway at Thomas Road. Become a champion of hope. Donate $20 a month or a one-time $240 gift. A teddy bear in your name goes to a child in a hospital room right now. Text GIVE to 620-620 and donate right now. All of our top stories are coming up in just 15 minutes. For more news, you can go to KTAR.com or to the KTAR News app. Our extreme heat warning continues through Friday night. 112 today for the high, and we're there in Scottsdale. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
It's time for A Little Laugh, brought to you by Sonic.
What did one volcano say to the other? What? I love you.
Keep listening for more little laughs during the Give-a-thon, brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Living in Arizona means we get sunshine almost every day of the year. That's the good news. The bad news, your old windows feel it too. So if you turn off your AC and your home heats up faster than a microwave, call my friends at Window World. You see, Window World installs windows and patio doors with solar zone glass. That's just window nerd talk, for it helps keep the warm air outside where it belongs. These windows will even reduce the outside noise, so you don't have to listen to your neighbor's dog barking all night long. And unlike some companies, Window World makes it affordable. Never any confusing sales offers, just a guaranteed low price up front without any of the hassle. But what I love most is they back up all of their work with a true lifetime warranty. They hire military vets and they give back to the community. WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World. Simply the best for definitely less.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end September 8th. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
It's Give-a-thon week. Become a champion of hope. Listen to our stories of hope starting tomorrow morning on the Mike Broomhead Show. It starts at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Sadly, and I think frustrating for a lot of people, the war with Iran does not appear to have an end date, and it doesn't even appear to be moving towards any sort of a conclusion. As a matter of fact, you could make the argument, Gato said, with some of the recent comments back and forth, that things are about to ramp up, not back down.
Not on our part, on their part.
Yeah. Well, yeah. Well, Trump's threatening them, and they're threatening back.
Iran wants to escalate the war. Well, Trump can say whatever he wants. He's done the tough talk. I'm going to wipe out an entire civilization. Well, he didn't do that. Well, thank God he didn't do that. But Trump wants out. He knows that the war has gone poorly, and it's his fault. It's not our military's fault. It's the plan. And the reason was there was a lack of planning. And so this thing has not gone well. He may say the strait is open. He's lying. It's closed. He may say we're winning this war. He's lying. I don't think we're winning this war. Iran wants to keep it going. We don't. That I know. And so, and I said this yesterday. Iran has no problems with continuing this war because, well, how are they hurting? Well, the people of Iran are hurting because of the economy. We've definitely hurt their economy.
Without a doubt.
Iran's leaders don't care. Okay, so take that
out.
But
they don't have elections.
They don't. No.
Yeah,
they don't care if Iranians starve. They don't care if they throw them off the top of a building. They don't care. And so harming Iran's economy isn't going to move the Ayatollah to ending the war. The Ayatollah is basically saying, we're going to keep this up. We're going to escalate it absolutely into the midterms to punish the party that the president is in.
Well, I just want to give you some data points, again, when we talk about it, because, again, we're being lied to that the Strait of Hormuz is open.
It's just not true.
The normal flow of ships through the Strait of Hormuz.
150?
Yeah, between 130 and 150 a day. Yeah.
We haven't had 150 in months.
Well,
overall.
We're averaging right now between 5 and 10 a day.
Awful.
So we are nowhere near even half of what it used to be. And there is a backlog, and we've talked about that a lot. So the idea that there is positive movement when both sides are saying, now, we're not negotiating. Mm-hmm. Iran says we're gearing up for more attacks. You have our neighbors, Iran's neighbors in the region getting more and more concerned that they're going to be targeted, whether it's UAE or Qatar or Saudi Arabia, that they're going to be on the receiving end of strikes. What is it? How does this end?
It ends when the Iranians want it to end. And it's the ball's not in our court anymore unless we just pick up and leave. We've got the USS Abraham Lincoln. Somebody tried to kill themselves. They threw themselves overboard because they've been out at sea for 250 days straight. There was a power failure aboard another U.S. Navy destroyer. No water, no hot food, no working toilets, no air conditioning.
Yeah.
It doesn't feel like the United States of America.
Yeah. Hard to declare victory with all that going on. Check if the headlines are on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us. And coming up next, a tough economy forcing Gen Z to rewrite the American Dream Playbook. We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Hey, I'm sending you to Aquazona, Connecticut, the world's most efficient softener. Connecticut water. Very refreshing. They've got the best deal that I think they've ever had. Now, I've had my Connecticut K5 drinking water station for 20 years. It's awesome. You can have it. Not my system. You get a brand new one. You can have the K5 for $26 a month. That's incredible. You're probably spending $26 a month on bottled water. Okay? So I want you to think about calling Aquazona, Connecticut, mentioning Gatos, getting that $26 a month deal for the best drinking water station the world has ever seen. It is top of the line. People all over the country, all over the world want a Connecticut system, and you can get one for $26 a month. Offer only good in August, so I want you to call 602-910-6570. 910-6570, 910-6570, or you can visit aquazona.com.
Hey, Arizona, are you thinking about selling your home? Count with me. 1, 2, 3. 3 days, one massively marketed 72-hour launch weekend, setting the stage for buyers to bid up your sale price. Now listen to this. Sellers using our program have averaged 6.3% higher prices than their neighbors who sold the traditional way. Sell your home in just days for thousands more at 72sold.com.
Orthopedic care. At Abrazo Health, we believe these two words are better together. When joint pain postpones a walk with friends or halts a weekend hike, recruit our orthopedic physicians, surgeons, and physical therapists to join your team. From our minimally invasive advanced technology designed to improve patient outcome to our comprehensive rehabilitation program, start your journey to a pain-free life. Find your partner in care at abrazohealth.com/orthopedics.
Hey, it's Contact Mike Broomhead for Life Changer Loan, and another reason why you should check out and see if you qualify. Imagine having 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week access to your equity. If you need to make a purchase, if an emergency happens, your equity is there and available. It's just one more advantage to being a Life Changer Loan client. Find out if you qualify. Get to their website. This is going to change your life. It's not magic. It's just math. LifeChangerLoan.com. Right now, do it. LifeChangerLoan.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Hi, I'm Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Will your investments last throughout retirement? Do you have a retirement strategy to minimize your long-term taxes? If not, tune into Arizona's own Asset Preservation Hour right here on KTAR Sundays at 2 p.m. What should you do about the current economic conditions? Stay informed and stay tuned into the Asset Preservation Hour Sundays at 2 p.m. on KTAR.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior adventure, how about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Bodie with NewACUnit.com. A lot of people think buying a new AC unit is complicated. It's not. Just answer a few quick questions online, see your price up front, and we'll connect you with a certified install team. No pressure, no upsells, no surprises. Just a better way to buy a new AC unit. And many customers save 50% or more. If you need a new AC unit, don't overthink it, and definitely don't pay more than you need to. Go to NewACUnit.com today.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 3 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
Another education initiative is no longer going to appear on the November ballot.
A ruling from the Arizona Supreme Court today effectively killed Proposition 212, an ESA accountability initiative. Among other things, the prop wanted to add an income eligibility cap to the universal voucher system. The court pushed the ruling back to a lower court to verify that the committee turned in more than 421,000 signatures in July. The methodology used by the trial court would likely make the initiative fall under the number of signatures needed to appear on the ballot. The group Arizona Free Enterprise Club had challenged the legality of the signatures, citing error rates and specific cases involving double signatures or incorrect addresses. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
You can read more education solution stories at ktar.com/education. KTAR, Eyes on the Economy. The U.S. is set to impose new 50% tariffs on $20 billion worth of Canadian imports, including while Glenn Williamson, founder and CEO of the Canada-Arizona Business Council, worries what this would mean for Arizona's agriculture and construction sectors. He's also worried about potential retaliation. And he tells Arizona's Morning News,
I am very, very concerned about what Canada may do once this, if hypothetically it goes past tomorrow. I am extraordinarily hopeful that the Prime Minister and the President and both their negotiating teams will do something today.
Williamson says the future home buyers would be especially impacted, considering much of the lumber we use for home construction comes from Canada. It's Giveathon week, and we're once again supporting Phoenix Children's. Your generosity can help support the Hope Fund that allows the hospital system to expand all parts of the state, bring the top doctors to treat our kids, and give families the support they need. Text GIVE to 620-620 and become a champion of hope. You can also call 602-933-4567 and donate today.
Eyes on Education.
Phoenix Children's is teaching future healthcare workers how to treat patients using fake models that simulate breathing and movement. Simulation Program Manager Amber Sanasa says pre-licensed nurses and current staff can learn new techniques and skills.
We want it to be a place where you can learn and grow and develop your skills. That might be something that you didn't know yet, or sometimes it can be something that is considered high risk but low volume.
The Simulation Center also works with ASU nursing students to give them hands-on experience with the models. Time for the KTAR Timeline with Patricia Valencia. It's brought to you by Beatitudes Campus.
It's August 18th, and back on this day in 1987, American rock band Bon Jovi releases their third album, Slippery When Wet. This album is significant in Bon Jovi's career because it became Billboard's top-selling album of 1987. Produced by Bruce Fairbairn and recorded in Vancouver, Canada, the album became a massive commercial triumph, spending 8 weeks at number 1 on the U.S. Billboard 200. The album carried the hits You Give Love a Bad Name, which reached number 1 on the Billboard Hot 100 as the lead single. Living on a Prayer became the band's signature anthem and chart-topping radio smash. And Wanted, Dead or Alive reached number 7 on the Billboard Hot 100, cementing the album's iconic status. And it was released back on this day in 1987.
All right, let's roll on down the road with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway westbound near Avondale Boulevard, and Tempe with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Price Freeway southbound near Southern Avenue. This report is brought to you by Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Keep your AC running all summer long with a tune-up from Day and Night Air Conditioning, Heating, and Plumbing. Schedule now at dayandnightair.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
112 today, tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday. It's not changing all week as we're under an extreme heat warning. Tonight's low, 91. Right now, we're at 112 in Glendale. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. And once again, it's Giveathon week. Join us in helping Phoenix Children's provide life-saving medical care to kids who need it most. Text GIVE to 620-620 and become a champion of hope. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Don't even try that with me.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Oh, you don't like what I'm saying? Yeah, that means I'm doing my job right.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show, 2 till 6. Hey, welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 2.
Woo, a lot of people call hour number 2 the best of the hours.
I'd like to take attendance on the program.
Taking roll?
Yeah, I'm going to take roll. Becky Lynn.
Here.
Becky Lynn is here. First Lady of Outspoken, Miss Julia.
Here.
Here. Bruce St. James, co-host of Outspoken.
Present.
Enrique, our traffic guy.
I'm here.
Here.
Okay.
Cattell Marte. Bueller. Cattell Marte. Is he still missing?
I think he's still missing.
Has anyone found out if he came back from Boston?
We don't know if he got off a plane.
This is a scandal, Bruce, of epic proportions. This is the greatest attendance since Ferris Bueller's Day Off.
There you go.
We'll talk about Cattell Marte and how he doesn't show up for games. I just felt it necessary to prove that, unlike him, we're here for you 5 days a week. We need to take Saturday and Sunday off for our mental health. But goodness gracious, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, you can find us here. Unless we go on vacation, and sometimes we don't tell anybody.
Yeah, that's exactly what it is.
Well, I'm glad everyone's in attendance.
We all made it.
We're still looking for our second baseman,
We
apparently.
don't have a second baseman.
From the
rest
Arizona,
of us
I
are
have
here.
no idea whatsoever.
Rest of the team showed up for work.
Good.
Gen Z, you damn kids out there.
Makes you sound old.
I know. Get off my lawn while you're at it.
Okay.
Are having to rewrite the American Dream playbook. And I feel like this has been a story for a little while. The American Dream, as we were always told what it is, seemed like it was getting farther and farther out of reach for people.
Yeah, good job. You can buy a house.
White picket fence.
Save some money. Have a couple of kids.
Right.
Get married, all that kind of stuff.
Right. Yeah, the thing we all kind of thought of. Well,
have a decent retirement.
Yeah, it's maybe if the dream hasn't disappeared, the pathway to it certainly has changed, I think might be a nice way to put it. According to a study from the people that do studies, 35% of Gen Zers say there is no clear best path. How do you get to the American dream? There is no, what do you want to say, agreement on how you do it anymore.
Right.
Like work hard, that type of thing.
I was just going to bring that up. Go to college, work hard, and things will happen for you. If, back in the day, maybe you didn't go to college. Mm-hmm. Okay. Well, plenty of people didn't go to college. They can figure out a job. Mm-hmm. All right, that's fine. But if you didn't work very hard, then kind of what happens? You don't make it. There are a lot of people who are young or working their rear ends off, and they're finding out that the rise of prices of everything and
it's ability to buy a home, pay off a student loan debt, et cetera. Find a job if you did go to college, find a job that relates to the degree that you have.
Yeah, because you can't just look at student loan and say, well, that's why it is. I know people who still have student loans. They've made a good life for themselves. They pay it off, in small amounts, and it seems to work out. Others are just, you can't get out from under it. And so this is part of the reason why we're seeing the rise in socialism.
I think that's part of it.
I think socialism is dangerous, stupid.
100%.
And does not work here.
I also can understand why younger people say, well, then your version of democracy doesn't work for me.
Well, yeah.
Of capitalism
doesn't work for me, right. And then they go and they look at something that is super dangerous. But I don't know how to get out from under this. I don't know how to get Gen Z out from under this. I almost feel like I was born at the right time.
Lucky.
Yeah, I kind of feel like I was lucky.
Mm-hmm.
Because, I went to college, and then I came out here. But it wasn't expensive to live out here. It was really cheap compared to everywhere else in the United States.
I don't ask you to remember that, but college was a heck of a lot more affordable.
It's still expensive at the time, sure. But more affordable than it is now.
Yeah.
I mean, I know that things go up in price, but, I got out here in 96, and my rent was $600.
Yeah. Well, I had friends that worked summer jobs to pay for their college.
Yes. People
and
did
they
that.
could.
Right.
I'm not saying they didn't. I'm like, no, that's what they did to pay
being talked about
for college.
Being born at the right time. Early 2000s, I was like, you know what? I can afford a house.
Mm-hmm.
I can afford that $235,000 house. That's way too big for me because I'm single, don't have any kids, don't have a wife. And I was like, sure, I'll buy it. And then I bought it.
It did the same thing.
But a lot of people our age did.
Yeah.
And it's like no one is doing that in this day and age. And as I've said too, if you're not here's how you buy a house, get married. You have to have two incomes. There's no other real way to do it necessarily.
Mm-hmm.
And so Gen Z is just like, okay, well, how do I make this work? But I also point out that, Gen Z likes to have all, they put their money in certain places where I think they can cut. Do you have to have every app so you can watch every TV show? No. Do you need that $8 cup of coffee? No. Do you need to go out to lunch for $25 a pop? No. Do you need to DoorDash for $25 a pop? No.
I also think that what they've done is they've reprioritized. And you could certainly make the argument they've reprioritized out of necessity. And they've prioritized things like their mental health. They've prioritized things like work-life balance or whatever we call that.
I don't think that's a bad idea.
Right. Well,
I think that they kind of have that right.
Yeah,
I think they looked at their parents and said, oh my gosh, my dad had worked himself to the bone. He had all this stress. He's got all these problems now. And they're like, you know what? I'm not doing that.
Yeah. And then one day got fired, And then,
got
they're
fired,
like,
right.
we're not going to play that game.
Yeah.
And so I think they are reacting to, in a lot of ways, what they've seen play out in front of them.
Yeah, it's hard for Gen Z right now. I mean, I know some Gen Z, and I won't call them kids because they're young adults
now. Yeah,
they're still living at home. And
it's not a small number.
No, it's not.
It's about half.
And I will tell you
of college grads move back home.
Would have driven me insane if I had to do that.
Yeah,
but I don't blame them. I think it's probably smart. If you're going to want to purchase a house one day, don't throw $2,000 into a rent every month. Save that money. Try and purchase a house.
No, I think a lot of those people that are moving back home aren't saving any money because they're not making enough money.
I think that's partly too, but they're also not spending $2,000 on a rental.
Fair enough. Yeah, fair enough that they're not throwing that money
saving
away.
Money.
They're saving, but
is their salary what they want?
With the price of everything going up, are they actually? When you say saving, are they putting money away in a bank?
Yeah.
And we're not seeing the savings rates go up, so I don't see them saving money.
I think if you're Gen Z and you're listening, you're unhappy, you vote. Go and vote.
Don't hold your breath that politicians are going to solve your problems.
I get that. I totally understand that. You don't want politicians to be solving your problems. But when it comes to affordability,
I don't know. How do you make houses more affordable?
Well, I'm just saying groceries and
that type of stuff.
Gasoline and all that kind of stuff.
Get rid of tariffs and stupid wars, and you can bring that back to normalcy. If you were to get rid
of all that stuff, you'd be doing a lot better.
But I don't know how you make houses more affordable. Because for let me put it this way.
Yeah.
For people out there who want to buy a house, for it to become more affordable to them, I'm going to look at you, Gatos. Mm-hmm. Your house has to become worth a lot less. You have to lose equity in your home for them to be able to buy
say
it.
There's going to be a reset.
Well, and nobody wants to go through that.
I don't think there will be a reset.
Right. Checking the headlines on the way. We've got Becky Lynn doing that for us. And coming up next, how one college campus has turned itself into an episode of Breaking Bad. Oh, this is fantastic. We're talking about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Lots of places can expose you to identity theft.
Oh, no.
That's why LifeLock monitors hundreds of millions of data points a second for threats to your identity, which is way more than anyone can do on their own. If we find anything suspicious, like new loans or changes to your financial accounts, we alert you right away, all through text, phone, email, or the LifeLock app. Get the alerts that could make all the difference. Save up to 30% with promo code NEWS at LifeLock.com. Terms apply.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
KTAR News Flash.
3:16, I'm Becky Lynn, and here's what you need to know right now. Flock, the company behind more than 120,000 automatic license plate readers all across the country, instituted some new rules after reports of misuse.
The Washington Post reports at least 50 officers around the country have been accused of misusing plate readers to allegedly spy on their wives, their girlfriends, and their exes. Flock said it will now automatically lock out officers whose activity looks abnormal, delete data after 7 days instead of 30, let cities choose which type of offenses other agencies can access, and require a criminal case number for every database search. Michelle Franzen, ABC News, New York.
Many cities here in Arizona have already done away with using the flock cameras, and some other cities now calling for audits and additional safeguards. Meanwhile, a flock spokesperson tells ABC News law enforcement has been, quote, overwhelmingly supportive of the license plate readers, and more than 40% of their law enforcement customers have voluntarily adopted audit assistance. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Turn into traffic now. Let's check out those roads with Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with debris blocking the right-hand lane. State Route 51 southbound near Northern Avenue. Buckeye with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near Verrado Way. And Phoenix with a crash blocking the center lane. I-17 southbound near Bell Road. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. GLP start for free this month at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Start any program and they'll waive their startup fee with prices starting at just $149. Go to redmountainweightloss.com or hit pound 250 on your phone, keyword Red Mountain. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Definitely over 110 all week long. 91 our low tonight. It is 113 in Peoria. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. It's Give-a-thon week for Phoenix Children's. Learn more about this phenomenal organization from the people it helps. Tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. Be sure to catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
That's right. We're rallying for the kids. It's Give-a-thon week presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi. Every donation helps kids at Phoenix Children's. And you don't have to wait until Friday for our big party, our celebration down there to give. You can just text the word GIVE to 620-620 right now. That's GIVE to 620-620. Or call the Train Phone Bank at 602-933-4567. Become a champion of hope for the kids down at Phoenix Children's.
It's going to be a great week. We want you to be a part of it. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's.
I saw this story, and I immediately thought, this is going to be an amazing Netflix special. Let me start with this right now. 14 people are now charged with felonies and accused of running a large-scale cocaine trafficking operation out of two fraternities at Penn State University.
What happened to making fake IDs?
They've moved on.
What happened to, like, beer parties that we shouldn't have had and maybe we got in a little bit of trouble? No, let's traffic coke.
But
that sounds great.
But wait, there's more.
Of course there's more.
So, according to the indictments,
parents should be so proud.
Yeah, according to the indictments,
at least they know how to run a business.
Pledges of the fraternities, Sigma Chi and Delta Upsilon, were forced as kind of indoctrination rituals to cut and package cocaine for sale on campus. So the pledges and members of the fraternity.
Yes, it wasn't. We're gonna make you do 18 shots of tequila,
or we're gonna make you run naked down the quad.
Right. No. We need you to package drugs.
Correct.
And these dopes did that to get into the fraternity?
This has been going on apparently for a while. They were bringing it in from New York and selling it primarily on campus. This is a Netflix special.
It's
right.
I mean, goodness.
And maybe my favorite part is the pictures of these cocaine kingpins of Penn State.
Kids, yeah.
Are there fraternity pictures? It's all them wearing a blue jacket and a white shirt and a tie. And they all look 12.
Oh, gosh.
How crazy is that?
It's like, I can't wait to go to college and rush for that fraternity, Lambda.
The Tri-Lambs.
The Tri-Lambs. And I wonder how they're going to haze me. They're going to make me pack drugs.
Yes.
They're going to make me break a law.
Unbelievable. 14 Penn State. Now, not all of them students. Some were alumni. One was one of the kids' dads.
Oh, for Pete's sake.
Who, by the way, is charged. He's a defense attorney.
Well, it's tough to get a job out there.
And he's charged with attempting to conceal evidence. Unbelievably. And he offered to hide the cash for the kids.
A father was in
one of the dads.
What is this, old school?
It is a Netflix special. I'm telling you right now. And it's going to be amazing.
Remember old school where like a bunch of
older guys go
30-year-old men are like, gosh, we need to start a fraternity.
This is just unreal.
It's crazy.
By the way, another example, though, that in the war on drugs, drugs has won.
Drugs winning?
It's not even close. They've skunked them. It's like 100-0 right now.
I love it. The 14th person charged was described as a student's dad.
Yeah.
That's amazing.
One of the dads.
Is that crazy?
Yeah. And making the pledges of your fraternity.
It's awesome.
The people who are packaging and, in some cases, allegedly distributing drugs on campus.
So this started not this year. They've been trafficking drugs.
They
for
said it started
3
about
years?
2-3 years ago. Yes.
Okay, so a whole kind of 4-year college student generation has been involved in this.
Yes.
I just wonder how it started. Whose idea was it to say, you know what?
I got an idea.
Here's what we're going to do. Were they were they forced into it?
We've been doing these fundraisers and we've been selling cookies, to raise money for our fraternity. I got an idea on how we can gold plate this fraternity.
Do you think they could have been forced into it?
Who?
I don't know.
The leaders of it?
Students, yeah.
I think some of the younger... Listen, when you pledge a fraternity, if you want to be part of it...
I'm talking about the founders of this idea. Did they just say, here's a way to make money. We're going to traffic drugs. Or did they do something and someone said, you're going to traffic the drugs
Interesting.
for me?
Okay. Again, this is going to make the Netflix special even better.
There's no
That's
doubt.
not even coming out to like episode 3.
No.
By the way, they are calling the ringleader of it. Are you sitting down for this one?
The ringleader?
The ringleader?
Of the
Penn State drug ring?
Drug ring.
Pablo Plejkabar. So we've got that going for us, which is
awesome.
pretty darn amazing.
That's a great name.
Yes, the El Chapo Chi Sigma there. So they've got all that going. So yeah, one college campus has turned into allegedly, cocaine trafficking ring run out of fraternities.
Amazing.
Yeah. Checking the headlines on the way.
But their parties were awesome.
Like people are dying to get into those. Listen. Will you be able to vote for or against Arizona's school voucher program this November? The Arizona Supreme Court looks like they're saying no. We're going to learn more about it coming up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help.
Thanks for making a difference. We can't do this without your help.
Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
Hey, I want to tell you about a great company that I've used that it was 3-4 months ago. We purchased blinds and shutters from Southwest Blinds and Shutters. So their backstory is awesome. James and Jamie, they started knocking on doors years ago. And they said, we have something that we've built that we think you're going to like. Can you imagine going door to door with shutters and blinds? And, well, it worked. And they built the business from the ground up. And they're right here in the Valley, great local company. And so my wife and I had an in-home consultation with TJ. The designers are employees of the company, never subcontractors. I don't like working with companies that have subcontractors. And Southwest Blinds and Shutters took their time to work with us at our pace and had a couple of meetings, and they brought over some samples and visuals, and we were in. And our house is absolutely, it pops. It's the exclamation point on the house. Southwest Blinds and Shutters. You can even step into one of their 3 showrooms around the Valley. All you have to do is go to southwestblinds.com. Southwestblinds.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Most families get their financial advice in pieces. A financial advisor here, a CPA there, an estate attorney somewhere else. Everyone means well, but nobody's talking to each other, and those gaps can work against you. Trajan Wealth's family office brings wealth management, tax strategy, and estate planning together, not as separate conversations, but as one coordinated system built around your life, your goals, and the people who matter most. Ours is a true family office, not one that refers you out because it's convenient. This kind of dedicated collaboration used to require a 7-figure net worth, but here's the game changer. Trajan kicked that door open. Trajan advisors are fiduciaries, always obligated, always honored to act in your best interest. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor. Other services through Trajan Estate and Trajan Tax.
Nobody wants to think about their toilet until they have to. A weak thing. Ignore it long enough and it becomes a costly repair. Parker & Sons offers a toilet tune-up for just $89. A full inspection that catches small issues before they turn into big ones. And if anything needs fixing while we're there, the $89 fee is waived. Call or text 602-2-REPAIR and get your toilet tune-up scheduled with Parker & Sons today.
Pick up the exclusive Serpientes Hub Boob Globe on Saturday, August 22nd before the D-backs Reds matchup, courtesy of Estrella Jalisco. Get your tickets at dbacks.com.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Logan Fury did something smart. He saved hundreds on auto insurance switching to Progressive. With that money, he bought a mini treadmill. Is walking on it during video conference calls more distracting than he thought? Yes. And is that because he overestimated his foot-eye coordination? Definitely. But it's Logan's savings, and if he wants to burn calories and any chance at a promotion, we say, good for you, Logan. Switch and see if you could save with Progressive and treat yourself. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and Affiliates. KTAR News now.
It's 3:30. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn. Looming Colorado River water cuts will have an impact on Arizona's economy, but the state's been preparing for this shortage for decades. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live now in the news center with the details.
Arizona is still waiting to find out how much less water we'll be getting from the Colorado River. Catherine Sorensen with ASU's Kyle Center for Water Policy explains the cuts will make it harder for municipalities to obtain a 100-year assured water supply designation for future development.
In the face of Colorado River shortages, it will be more difficult and certainly more expensive to prove up our 100-year assured water supplies. But we have to hold to this standard so that investors continue to have confidence in our economy.
Sorensen adds the state has been preparing for the cuts by storing groundwater and investing in water reclamation plants. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
And we have lots more water news for you to read at KTAR.com.
Arizona votes 2026.
49 lawsuits. That's the number filed by Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays against the Trump administration. And some, including her GOP opponent Warren Peterson, are critical of her continued legal pressure against the federal government. Chris Mays joined the AZ Political Podcast with Jim Sharp and says actions the president has taken, including implementing tariffs, are hurting Arizonans.
I think tariffs are illegal, especially the way they've been done by this president. And they're a $1,500 tax on the people of Arizona. I think that's bad.
She says she will always sue whenever any administration takes actions to harm Arizonans. You can watch the full episode of the AZ Political Podcast on KTAR.com. The Yuma Community Food Bank has received more than 180,000 eggs after officials found that Cal-Maine Foods, Versova Centrum, and Hickman's Egg Ranch illegally worked together to drive up egg prices. The investigation discovered that between June 2022 and March 2025, the companies published benchmark price quotes by secretly coordinating their bidding activity. Attorney General Chris Mays saying in a press release that, quote, when companies break the law and drive up costs for Arizonans, we will hold them accountable and get real relief for Arizonans. Let's check on traffic now. Off we go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Goodyear with a disabled vehicle blocking the center lane. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near Litchfield Road. Tempe with a disabled vehicle on the left-hand shoulder. Loop 101 Price Freeway southbound near Elliott Road. And Phoenix debris blocking the right-hand lanes. State Route 51 southbound near Northern Avenue. This report is brought to you by Aquazona Connecticut. Get the Connecticut K5 drinking water station for up to 20% off when you mention Gatos. Visit Aquazona.com. Aquazona, an authorized independent Connecticut dealer. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Overnight, 91 for the low temperature. And then the rest of this week, we're going to be 111 to 112 each day as our extreme heat warning continues through 8 p.m. on Friday. It's 111 degrees in Apache Junction. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. It's Give-a-thon week for Phoenix Children's. Become a champion of hope today by texting GIVE to 620-620. Your donation can make a big difference because kids can't wait. Text GIVE to 620-620. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
LaDonna here, and we are raising money during Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's. You can learn more about Phoenix Children's and the way it reaches all of Arizona tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. Be sure to catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
Pretty interesting ruling, and one that I think we probably could stand to use a little bit of clarity on. Prop 212. This is a voter measure that would have reformed Arizona's ESA school voucher program. Let's call it guardrails or some sort of restrictions. I think it had a cap of you could make more than $150,000 and still get these vouchers, et cetera. Okay? The Arizona Supreme Court struck it down and said that it had fallen short of signatures, even though they had a hell of a lot more signatures than required. It really gets into the technical angle, and maybe KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson can help us understand it. Barry, first off, welcome back.
Thanks, guys. Good to see you.
I much prefer seeing you like this as opposed to on a beach.
Yeah,
just saying.
So, it's thrown in our face.
I'm not a very nice person.
Throwing it in our face a little bit, where he was
rubbing it
week.
in.
Yeah.
I think it was rubbing it in.
I got the numbers here.
So, help us understand this because this is a little crazy.
So 255,000 signatures were needed
to get on the ballot.
They got a total of 421. Then it went to the Secretary of State's office, and they said, well, 421, that's not the real. There's some bad signatures here. But out of that, 380 were real signatures.
Mm-hmm.
And you only needed 255, and it was thrown out. I don't understand.
Well, so it's a very technical issue here. So the county recorder does a scan, first of all, to determine the percentage of valid signatures. So they look at they don't look at every signature, but they do kind of a test of it and a sample, and they determined that the number of valid signatures was 75.2%. And that, if you take that from the total of signatures that were gathered, it puts them kind of right on the line about whether it was going to be enough to survive. And then on top of that, there were some issues with some of the collectors, some of the people that were gathering the signatures, the organizations that were gathering it, and they removed some of the signatures that were gathered by those organizations as well. The group that put this forward, that tried to get Prop 212 on the ballot, says that was in essence double counting, that you were removing signatures twice. You removed some because it was a bad collector, and you removed some based on the overall validity. They think about 24,000 signatures should have survived that analysis, which would have been enough to put them over the top. The Arizona Supreme Court disagreed, and based on the analysis, found that those signatures should also be removed, and that puts them below the number necessary to keep this on the ballot.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think there should be some guidelines. We've had people buy frivolous crap with this money. It's ridiculous. I don't think that the program should be gone, but it's like, when you do your job and you go out and you find all these signatures and you get, almost twice what you really need, and then it's like, well, the judge throws it away, or the Supreme Court throws it away. I think some people out there are like, this, I don't know, it sounds rigged.
Well, and can I ask a follow-up to that, Barry? How common is this?
Well, there are challenges to ballot initiatives and a number of signatures all the time. There's challenges to people just running for office and challenging those petition signatures. So we've had multiple times where somebody runs for office, submits a bunch of signatures, they go through the analysis and they don't have enough, and they're removed before they even get started.
Okay.
And this happens with ballot initiatives all the time. There was another initiative also on the school voucher program, the ESAs, that the Republican legislature wrote, and a lower court rejected that, saying it had two issues in it instead of the single issue, which is required to put something on the ballot. So these challenges occur all the time. This one was backed, you have to remember, ESAs and these school vouchers was backed by Turning Point. It's backed by the Goldwater Institute. It has a lot of money and a lot of power behind it, and they were the ones fighting this initiative. So they were bringing out everything they could bear to try to keep this off the ballot. Most likely because I think they were concerned with what Arizona voters would do.
Is there any recourse, or is this it? Is it now off the ballot, end of discussion, come November, you won't have a chance?
Yeah, it's off the ballot. This was the Arizona Supreme Court ruling. So unless there's some sort of new evidence that were to come forward, or something that somehow you could ask the Supreme Court to reconsider it, and nobody on the folks who are pushing this ballot initiative are coming forward with anything like that, the answer to your question is, yeah, it's over. This is off the ballot. We won't be voting on it this year.
I mean, Barry Markson is joining us. We're talking about the Arizona Supreme Court decision earlier today on the ESAs. Like, could you come up with another ballot initiative and go and find signatures? Or is it, I mean, we're in August. Is it too late?
It's too late for this year. You could do it again for 2028.
Okay.
Put it on that one and start again. You could also, depending on how the legislature ends up this year, and it could theoretically be something that could be voted on and changed by the legislature. It doesn't have to be an initiative here. But you probably need the Democrats to keep the governor's office with Governor Hobbs and take over both legislative branches, which is unlikely. So at least it's been unlikely for many years. Who knows what might happen this year? So, but anyway, yeah, this is dead this year.
And as I understand it, the Arizona Supreme Court also ruled today that I'm going to use the term competing ballot initiative, the one that was talked about military families and puppies or something that was going to prevent any changes in the ESA program, that was also struck down.
Right, and I mentioned that earlier. That's the one the lower court, and today the Arizona Supreme Court affirmed the lower court's decision, saying that ballot initiative written by the Republican legislature had basically two issues on it. You can't do that. Our law requires that if you're going to write a ballot initiative, it can only have one. What's important to see here is that the initiative that was being pushed by the schools folks was basically saying, hey, we're not trying to get rid of these vouchers. We're not trying to get rid of ESAs or money that can go to private schools. We're saying it should go to people, is how it was sold to us, that this should go to people who are families making less than $150,000 a year. We should have some auditing in there to make sure the money is going where it's supposed to go and not being used for lingerie and jewelry. It was limited things like that. And we've seen now with the results of the CSA program that the vast majority of the money is going to the richest zip codes in Arizona. It's going in many, many cases, the majority of cases, to provide rebates in essence to wealthy families who are already sending their kids to private schools. So that's not everybody. There's definitely some poor families that are using it, and it can be a real panacea for them. But that's what this was trying to protect, to make sure it was being used by poor families in need, and that's what people who are opposing this initiative kick that off the ballot as a result.
Well, some parents are banking it for college, and this is how they're paying for college. And I don't think that's what this was meant to do.
Never intended for that.
And listen, I don't know why Republicans don't want some guardrails. I don't know why that's such a bad
Follow
thing.
the money.
I don't really understand that either, Gatos. It was, I mean, let's face it, that's what brought Tom Horn a primary challenge this year in the primary is that he was saying, hey, we should have some guardrails out here. We should at least look at it and find the fraud. And there are many folks who support ESAs who don't want any guardrails at all.
And I'm assuming it's because they are benefiting from it in some way, shape, or form. And that's why you would be opposed to anybody looking under the hood. We can't have that. No. Barry, appreciate your time today. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys. Good to see you.
Thanks,
That's KTAR legal analyst Barry Markson on the fact that the ballot initiative that would have established some sort of guardrails on Arizona school voucher program has been thrown out by the Arizona Supreme Court and will not be on the ballot come November. Up next, another U.S. warship has broken down in the Middle East. Is there still nothing to see here? We'll give you the latest up next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right. Over the weekend, I did what I have never done in August until this August. I was barbecuing. That's right. In the heat. It's like 110 degrees outside. I don't care. Here's why. Mist America, M-I-S-T. I've got the Mist 360 on my back patio. I turn the fan on, then I turn the mist on. And 25 degrees, it drops. It's incredible. So, it's funny. Like my wife said, let's barbecue. Like if this was last year, there's no way I'm going out in August and barbecuing. There is no way I'm going to pass out. Not with the Mist America fan. You stand under that? It is unbelievable. I knew it was good. I knew it was going to be great. It's so awesome. I can't even tell you. You need one of these. Guys, you like to barbecue and you don't barbecue in the summer because it's too hot? Dude, you need this thing. Local company, Mist America, over 3 decades of expertise. They have the best built fan that there is. Disneyland uses these fans. Text MIST, M-I-S-T, to 620-620. Let me get you a deal. It runs out soon. Text the word MIST, M-I-S-T, to 620-620. MistAmerica.com.
Rosie on the house. Every Arizona homeowner's best friend for over 30 years. Saturday mornings 8 till 11 on KTAR News 92.3 FM and the KTAR News app.
I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at FisherInvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hey guys, Dave Ramsey here. Have you opened your electric bill yet this summer? In Phoenix, electric bills can hit hard. And if your home has old windows and doors, it probably seems like you're paying enough to cool the entire neighborhood. That's why I recommend my friends at Window World. You see, replacing old windows is one of those smart upgrades that can actually help lower your power bill while making your home more comfortable during these brutal Arizona summers. And here's what I like about Window World. They keep it simple. No high-pressure sales tactics or confusing special discount. Just beautiful, energy-efficient windows, patio doors, and entry doors at a guaranteed low upfront price. And they come with a true lifetime warranty. Get started today at WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World, simply the best for definitely less.
KTAR News Flash.
At 3:46, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. There's been international condemnation of the Israeli settlers' recent actions in the occupied West Bank. The latest involves a group accused of surrounding Palestinian-owned homes, cutting off water and electricity, and even preventing food from coming into the region. Now, critics are saying the IDF is looking the other way. Here's ABC's foreign correspondent Tom Sufi-Burridge.
The Israeli government has backed the expansion of Jewish settlement building in the occupied West Bank, which many countries around the world deem to be illegal. And having reported there on a number of occasions over the past 3 years, I've seen how Israel has made life harder for Palestinians in the West Bank in recent years. And I've been to the scene of previous settler attacks on Palestinian homes in which sometimes Palestinians have been killed. Now, on each occasion, there are legitimate questions about whether the security forces could have prevented or done more.
All of our top stories just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's get another look at the roads this afternoon. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Goodyear with a disabled vehicle blocking the center lane, I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near Litchfield Road. A look into our surface streets, Avondale with a crash on Dysart Road and Van Buren Street. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. What if your favorite vacation spot was just outside your back door? Dolphin Pools, highest rated on Google and Yelp in the Valley. Your backyard, your vacation, dolphinpools.us. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
It's time for A Little Laugh. Brought to you by Sonic.
What did the strawberry say when it got into an accident? Oh man, I'm in a jam.
Keep listening for more little laughs during the Give-a-thon. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, it can feel like there's only one option. But remember, once a joint is replaced, there's no going back. Before you schedule surgery, get a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Whether it's bone-on-bone arthritis, a torn meniscus, or years of wear and tear, surgery isn't the only conversation you should have. Talk to QC Kinetics about how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients like you here in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. They concentrate tiny healing tools within your body right in the spot that's actually causing the pain. The whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery, or in some cases, avoiding it altogether. Don't just accept surgery is your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a second opinion. The consultation is totally free. Clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
Hey, this is Jim Sharp along with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, where I'm a client. Stuart, I got a friend going through a divorce. What do they need to know about how this can affect their retirement?
Jim, the biggest thing is this. Divorce doesn't just divide assets. It can completely rewrite your retirement plan. So before you sign a divorce settlement, understand what it means for your retirement. A person may have thought they were 5 years away from retirement, but after dividing retirement accounts, pensions, and home equity, that timeline may change.
So how do you help someone get clarity?
Jim, we cash flow the new retirement picture. At Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax, we use planning software like eMoney to model out different scenarios. We don't replace the divorce attorney, but we can help people understand whether the settlement supports their long-term retirement goals.
Get a free portfolio review at AssetPreservationWealth.com. AssetPreservationWealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
The Gatos Big Q poll question, brought to you by your Valley Toyota dealers.
All right, here we go. At 8:50, I go on the Broomhead program. We talk about the Q that I update every single day. And then here at 3:50, Bruce likes to guess if he's got his finger on the pulse.
Finger on the pulse of America.
KTAR.com, D-backs, Cattell Marte,
yep.
AWOL, no show last night at Fenway Park in Boston. I am A, worried, B, angry, C, fed up.
Ooh, see, angry and fed up could be close. I'm going angry is going to win 63%.
Last answer.
Really?
6% are angry.
Okay.
33% are worried, and 61% are fed up.
I think fed up and angry are close, but anyway, yes. Okay, I see where people go.
I think people are fed up because it's happened now more than one time. And people just don't do that in sports. Yeah. We'll talk about it at 4 o'clock because I got a big problem with this guy.
Fair enough.
I got a big problem with this guy.
So what is going on with the United States Navy? I'm starting to become a little more concerned.
You should be.
We had something that I'm sure it happens, but I've never heard of it. The USS Benfold. Okay. It's a destroyer. It's a big boat. It had a issue where it lost all power. And for 4 days, just a few weeks ago, this we were learning about now, for 4 days, it floated in the South China Sea, unable to propel itself. Sailors did not have drinkable water, food, air conditioning, or working toilets for 4 days when the power went out on the entire ship. For 4 days, a United States Navy destroyer. The ship was later towed to port in the Philippines.
All right. So, I mean, this is horrific. You know, we talked to Meghan McCain about this. She comes from a family of, military members, obviously. Her father
was
brothers,
Navy. Yeah.
This is unacceptable. And, this is what happens. Let me give you a name. We can blame Donald Trump for this, too, because he thought the war was 2 days. And it's been these folks have been out at sea for 250. Defense Secretary Pete Hegseth, you know what he did yesterday?
What?
Did you hear about this?
No.
He was in Iowa.
What is he doing in Iowa?
Why do you go to Iowa? Because you want to become the president one day.
He thinks he can be president.
We've seen, I'm just saying, we've seen Gallego go to Iowa.
Yeah.
We saw Kerry Lake one of these days, over the past days, go to Iowa.
Yeah, he's got about as good a chance as Kerry Lake.
Only one reason to go to Iowa.
No, there's no other reason.
There's only one reason you go to Iowa.
I've been to Iowa, and I can tell you there's no other reason.
Only one reason. So we're at war, and the defense secretary
is campaigning
out to kind of start putting his name out there for, listen, he worked at Fox News. Okay, well, he got a big job as defense secretary.
Well, that's how he got the job.
Of course that's how he got the job.
Right.
You don't think he's looking for something bigger? Of course he's looking for something bigger. So we've got somebody who's more interested in campaigning in Iowa than running a war. That's the problem.
Well, and
he's fired a ton of generals.
All the competent people, it seems like, or certainly a lot of them.
This is what happens when you put a madman into the Oval Office and the madman decides to hire a bunch of total losers. RFK Jr., Pete Hegseth. If Donald Trump was smart, he would have went the route he did in his first term. He hired very competent people.
He hated them because they asked him, what they said? You can't do that. He doesn't want that. He wants people to say, yes, you can do that. I have the stupidest idea ever. That's a great one, Mr. President. Let's do it next.
No, then welcome to becoming Jimmy Carter.
Yeah, sycophants. We've got to check the headlines. Becky Lynn's on top of that. Up next, the most bizarre sports story in Arizona history just keeps getting weirder. We'll dig into it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
There's a difference between buying a luxury car and being treated like you did. That difference is Genesis of Chandler. Right now, we're offering special 0% APR financing for 48 months on the ultra-luxurious 2026 Genesis GV80 3.5T and the striking GV80 Coupe. Handcrafted interiors, intuitive technology, effortless power. Own another luxury vehicle? Bring it in. You could qualify for up to $1,500 in additional bonus incentives. Our showroom on South Gilbert Road was built for one thing, taking your time. Sit in it, drive it, ask us anything. No pressure, no rush. Genesis of Chandler, a higher standard of driving and a higher standard of dealership. Visit genesisofchandler.com or stop by 1500 South Gilbert Road.
0% APR up to 48 months on select 2026 GV80 and GV80 Coupe models for well-qualified buyers through Genesis Motor Finance on approved credit. Monthly payment of $20.83 per thousand financed. Competitive owner bonus up to $1,500. Varies by model. Cannot combine with loyalty offers. Excludes tax, title license, $699 document fee, $998 protection package, and dealer options. Ends September 8th, 2026. See dealer for full details.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Accidents happen unexpectedly. If it ever happens to you, call the attorneys at Sweet James. Sweet James has an office right here in Phoenix, run by world-class attorneys that are part of your community, and they are proud partners of your Phoenix Suns. Sweet James is all about winning, and they win 98% of the time, because when you're hurt, you are counting on someone to deliver for you. Winning big is everything. That's why you call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION. That's 800-9-MILLION or sweetjames.com. Awarded best attorneys in America. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
Hey, Arizona, are you thinking about selling your home? Count with me. 1, 2, 3. 3 days. One massively marketed 72-hour launch weekend, setting the stage for buyers to bid up your sale price. Now listen to this. Sellers using our program have averaged 6.3% higher prices than their neighbors who sold the traditional way. Sell your home in just days for thousands more at 72sold.com.
Hi folks, Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
America First Credit Union has everything you need to get your money working. And for a limited time, new members get a $150 cash bonus for opening a checking account and $200 more for enrolling in and using direct deposit. If you're ready to do more with your money and get up to $350 cash, head to AmericaFirst.com and become a member today. Subject to membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions. Additional requirements may apply. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Here to pick up your little camper, too?
Yeah.
Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
Wow, that's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh. That was our little secret.
What's that?
Okay, see that brand new Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
It feels like I got away with something. I only paid...
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the Hyundai you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Come on, Katie. We're taking the scenic route to the dealership.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, going on now. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end September 8th. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Most homeowners don't think much about their roof. And honestly, that's because it quietly does its job every single day. But here in Arizona, your roof takes a beating. From extreme heat, monsoon rain, high winds, and hail. It protects your home, your belongings, your memories, and the people living underneath it. The problem is, a roof can keep doing its job for years without showing obvious signs that something is wrong. You shouldn't have to wait until water is coming through the ceiling to discover a problem. That's where Trevec Remodeling and Roofing comes in. We recommend having your roof inspected at least once a year, so you know whether it's ready for the next Arizona storm. We'd rather help you catch a small issue now than discover a major one during the next monsoon. Visit Trevec.com. That's TRAVEK.com. Trevec Remodeling and Roofing. Together, building dreams for 25 years.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News, now.
It's 4 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
An Arizona court ruling has resulted in the removal of Prop 212, the ESA accountability measure, from the November ballot.
The judge's ruling looked at the validity of the more than 421,000 signatures turned in by the Protect Education Act Committee in July, studying cases of double signatures and incorrect addresses. The ruling determined that the number of valid signatures collected by the group is lower than the 255,000 signatures needed for the measure to appear on the ballot. The proposition would have changed the ESA program, including an $150,000 income cap for users and returning leftover funds to the state each year. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
You can read more Education Solutions stories at KTAR.com/education. Now, the group behind Prop 212 is reacting to the news that it won't be on the November ballot. The Protect Education Act Committee says anti-public education lawmakers and pro-voucher activists fought to be sure voters never got their say. The committee adds opponents stopped at nothing to keep the issue off the ballot. KTAR, Eyes on the Economy. Tomorrow could be a turning point in the economic relationship between Canada and the U.S., and it could end up really hurting Arizona's financial situation.
The U.S. is set to impose an additional 50% tariff on its northern neighbors starting at midnight. Glenn Williamson, founder and CEO of the Canada-Arizona Business Council, tells Arizona's Morning News this is very worrisome for some major business sectors.
Some of the other stuff like aluminum and steel have already had these large tariffs put on them. But
these other ones like construction and agriculture and areas like that are going to have an absolute effect on the state of Arizona.
If a deal isn't reached before the tariffs go into effect, Williamson says it would likely mean even higher home prices since much of the lumber we use to build houses come from Canada. Colton Krolak, KTAR News.
Medical care is expensive, but it should never be a reason why a child doesn't get the help they need. That's why this week, we at KTAR News and our sister station, Arizona Sports, bring you a special opportunity to support Phoenix Children's and the work they do throughout their hospital system that reaches 40 sites across the state. Tim Harrison with Phoenix Children's Foundation explains how your donations help.
It helps where families are maybe just struggling a little bit and don't have fully coverage by insurance, or they're only partially covered, or when you're into something that's really expensive, it will bridge the gap.
You can donate by texting GIVE to 620-620 right now. That's GIVE, the word GIVE, to 620-620. Giveathon Week is presented by your Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi. Fans and possibly the Diamondbacks themselves are trying to figure out what's going on with Ketel Marte. Marte did not report to Fenway Park for the first in a series against the Red Sox. Right now, the D-backs have him on the restricted list. Police in Philadelphia are searching for a suspect seen on video wearing a Chucky-style Halloween mask and chasing men and women around City Hall in the early morning hours. One of those people that this suspect chased is a woman named Jamaica. She said she saw the man approach a woman who was walking nearby, and then a man who was trying to get into a building before he turned on her. But Jamaica says she sized up the suspect and instead of running, decided to turn and confront him.
I don't think that he was expecting someone especially smaller than him. I know he's not. From the descriptions that I've heard of him, he doesn't seem very tall, but someone of a smaller build combating him and especially like hitting him straight in the chest, I don't think that he was expecting to have that, which again shows me that I feel like he's an inexperienced person.
Jamaica says the Chucky guy stumbled back and ran off. Let's check on traffic in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle on the right-hand shoulder. Loop 101, Pima Freeway, eastbound near Cave Creek Road. Phoenix with a crash blocking the right-hand lanes. Loop 202, South Mountain Freeway, northbound near Buckeye Road. And Chandler with a disabled vehicle in the Gore Point. Loop 202, Santan Freeway, eastbound near 56th Street. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Under an extreme heat warning through the end of the week. Tonight's low 91, tomorrow 111, 112 on Thursday. Right now, it's 116 in Surprise. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. It is Giveathon Week. Join us in helping Phoenix Children's provide life-saving medical care to kids who need it most. Text GIVE to 620-620 and become a champion of hope. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
Nobody wants this, and nobody supports this.
Speaking up for Arizona.
That's a dangerous comment. You better be able to back it up.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos, hour number 3.
Woo! A lot of people call hour number 3 the best of the hour.
Did you say that's 116?
But 16.
In Surprise.
Surprise! It's 116.
It's only been in Phoenix, the high's been 112. So it could be like it's gotten up there and it'll blip up there and drop back. But still,
that's
there it is.
Yeah, it's 116, 116.
Hot week.
Copy that. So it feels like we're in the middle of a slow motion car wreck. And that is the Ketel Marte story, which might be one of the more bizarre, if not the most bizarre sports story in Arizona history.
That's what I called it.
Okay.
And I don't think I'm wrong. So you tell me when a player hasn't shown up for a game.
In any sport.
In 2 different occasions.
Yeah, I mean.
On 2 different occasions.
Like Larry Fitzgerald just didn't go to the game.
Right. That doesn't happen.
No, of course not.
No. And
Devin Booker. No, didn't make it. No. Sorry.
And how about you don't even call to say you're not making it? So that's what happened last night.
Yes. The Diamondbacks are in Boston and are playing the Sox at Fenway Park. And
this is last night.
Last night. We're getting ready. Game time, right?
Yep.
And D-backs are kind of looking around the locker room, and Ketel Marte's locker sitting there. He's got his little uniform hanging up in it, right? His gloves sitting there, maybe a pair of spikes, and
never showed.
No Ketel Marte. They had to change the lineup that they were presenting and delayed it because they couldn't find him, and he wasn't responding to phone calls.
And so I think, like, a lot of people would be like, I hope he's okay. Because that sounds like a Major League Baseball player who's a star in the league.
Is what's
he
wrong?
Okay?
Right. Did something horrible happen?
No, nobody was thinking that last night because if you want to look at, I think it was 2025. It was 2025.
Mm-hmm.
He left the team without a reason.
Right.
They decided not to pay him. And there was some sort of a 3-game break after the All-Star game.
Right.
And he bailed. His teammates were furious. He bailed on the team.
He went home.
Back to the Dominican Republic.
Yeah, by home, I mean another country.
He didn't tell anybody he was leaving. And then it's like, wait a second, you can't do that.
You can't just leave.
And I think the Diamondbacks coddled him because he's a star. And guess what? He just did it again.
Because he knows.
I can get away with it.
Yeah. They'll put up with it.
I'll say this. We've been here a long time. I've been here 30 years.
Mm-hmm.
I watched all the sports.
Yeah.
There has never been a more bizarre sports story in this state than this one. We've had some weird ones.
We have.
We had there was one story where there was like a Phoenix Suns player who decided he was going to sign with another team. And then Rex Chapman and a couple other Suns, they flew out to try and stop him from signing with the other team. And the other team locked him in a room so they couldn't get to him. That was weird.
That was weird. That
was a weird one. But this is, I think his name was Antonio McDice, if you remember that. So I'm going
right.
This is the most bizarre thing. Who doesn't show up?
Well, and now it appears that either the Diamondbacks are trying to save face or they're trying to cover for Ketel Marte. Why do I say that? Because last night, when he didn't show up, he was put on the restricted list. Not something I'm used to hearing, but restricted list means you're not getting paid.
Correct. You're not injured.
No.
Right.
Today, they're saying, well, he's got a knee issue, and he needs an MRI on his knee. That's not restricted. That's the injured list.
Let me dump some water on that.
Oh, there's water dumping.
Because there was another Diamondbacks player who got an MRI in Boston.
When?
Yesterday. If this guy needed...
So it's not like we didn't know the address to the MRI place.
No, if Ketel Marte needed an MRI, he would have gotten it in Boston. Listen, he bailed on the team. He quit on his team again. It's not the first time he's done it. He's soft, he's fragile, and he's a prima donna. And that's it. And by the way, so many of you, you have that Marte jersey, right? He's your favorite player. I'm sorry, he's a bum. You don't do this. This is something you don't do. He doesn't care about his team.
They lost 11-1.
He only cares about himself. He's done this before. If this was a first-time thing, I think we'd be saying, I wonder what's going on. Yeah. I wonder if there's something wrong. No, he's just bailed before because he just didn't want to show up.
Yeah.
This isn't the first time he's done that. And that shows a lack of character.
Sure.
That tells me you don't want to be here. Well, let's make that happen. Because unfortunately for Diamondbacks fans, let me put it this way. I don't know if he's going to return. I have no idea. If he returns, and that's a big if, because I could see the Diamondbacks putting him on the 15-day, they don't call it the disabled list anymore.
Right.
They call it something else. So he can't play for 2 weeks, maybe to let it settle. If he gets back in the lineup and he shows up at Chase and you're a Diamondbacks fan and you don't stand up and boo this guy, you're not a real fan. You better boo him out of the building. If the reason is what we all think it is, he left, he bailed, he did the same thing last year, and he did it again.
Well,
if you cheer him, you're not a real fan.
But I think one of the problems, and this is the Diamondbacks problem, because
But they may have created this problem.
Right. This is their problem,
Yeah,
right?
You let them off the hook a couple times already.
But they keep spinning the story, which makes...
Don't help them.
It makes people wonder, well, what the heck's really going on? I mean, because obviously, right? We either he's injured.
He's not injured.
Okay.
I'll tell you why he's not injured, because the manager said last night he's not injured.
Okay. So...
He's physically
fine.
They
said the manager, Torey Lavello, also said there was some sort of communication issue. So they don't know how to communicate with their players?
No, he doesn't answer the phone, Bruce. He did it in 2025, and he did it last night.
Yeah.
Doesn't answer the phone, doesn't warn anybody that he's not going to be there.
Quotes
you can't just not show up. Like LeBron James shows up, right? If you're a star, you show up.
You had players last night saying things like, we hope he's okay. We're worried about the well-being of our teammate. The hell does that mean? Is that something sinister?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Well, I don't know. I mean, you should be worried, but you should be more ticked off.
Right.
Listen, let me put this very, very, very clearly. If there's something going on with Ketel Marte and he doesn't show up for that game because of a mental breakdown or whatever it could be, anxiety, it could be anything like that. Call the team. That's all you have to do. Call the team and say, I got to tell you, this is happening. But he doesn't do that. So I don't think anything is happening. I think he's a prima donna, and he just doesn't show up when he doesn't feel like showing up. That's what's happening.
Well, and to some extent, the Diamondbacks have allowed this to happen.
Yes.
Whatever the punishment or the talk or whatever, it hasn't gotten through to him.
No.
I guess you would say.
It's strange. Do you remember? Well, here's another incident with Ketel Marte.
Okay.
And we talked about this. A June game, 2025, against the Chicago White Sox.
That's right.
So you look on the field, he's bawling, he's crying in the middle of the field.
Yeah, having a breakdown.
I mean, like, okay, what's going on? Because, I don't know, have you ever seen a Major League Baseball player cry in the middle of a game?
Some crying in baseball.
I haven't. A 22-year-old fan, apparently in the game, shouted out, and the quote is, last night I sent a message to your mother. Okay. I know that Ketel Marte's mother has passed away, and that's very sad. But
it's not clear that the fan knew that.
It doesn't even matter.
Who yelled
that's
that?
not even good.
It's not even a good smack talk or whatever. Yeah.
Hey, you know what? Last night I messaged your mother.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, my mom's in heaven. Mm-hmm. Somebody comes up to me in the street and said, "Hey, I messaged your mother last night." Good for you.
Yeah.
I'm not going to sit there and cry about it.
Right.
So he's soft and he's fragile. And if there was an issue that, put it this way, people's jobs rely on this man.
Multiple people.
I don't think he gets that. When you're put in a spot and you're being paid that type of money to win baseball games, again, a very small percentage of people on the earth can do what this guy can do. Mm-hmm. And that's why they pay him a ton of money. And you decide that you're better than everybody else, that you don't need to show up because, well, you're a diva.
Yeah. How do you not know where your star player is?
How does your star player not let the team know?
Yeah.
Again, I'm glad I don't have to make these decisions. I think it's really bad timing. The Diamondbacks are exciting. They put a good product on the field. I mean, from their front office to the general manager to their manager, they've done a good job. And now they face a mess. Their best player doesn't feel like he has to show up every game. And so what do you do when you're in a playoff race?
Mm-hmm.
We're heading into September. Do you bench him for the rest of the year? I mean, does he need a nanny? Does he need a whoopee? What does he need? Does somebody need to actually go and follow this guy around and drive him to the games so he shows up? It's ridiculous.
Well, and I mean, is there more going on? Does he have a genuine problem of some sort?
Yeah,
I don't know.
Problem. He can't show up for games.
Well, but I'm just saying, does he have a problem with substance? Is he a substance abuse? Is he have a mental health issue? I have no idea, but you can't. the Diamondbacks cannot allow a player to upend their team the way that Ketel Marte is doing.
So how do you punish him? You sit him on the bench for the rest of the year? Because I'll tell you, that's what I would do. It's an awful situation. Like, there's no good answer here. If you put him back in, and I'll reiterate, if you put him back in at Chase Field, I'll tell you this. I will go to that game and I will boo him like he's never been booed before, and the fans should do the same. You've let us down. If there's a reason, you should open your big mouth. But I don't think there's a reason. I think this guy's a diva, and he's shown it over the last few years. This is not new. Mm-hmm. There's not any new problem. He's the same old Ketel Marte. I don't show up, and I do show up when I want to. And when I don't want to, I don't show up. And I let my teammates down. That's who he is.
I guess we know now why maybe they were trying to trade him.
Yeah, and
maybe why they didn't find any takers. Maybe the rest of the league already knows.
I got to tell you, I like the Diamondbacks, but I've been a Yankees fan my whole life. If the Diamondbacks wanted to trade him to my team for a bag of baseballs, I'd say no. As good as he is, I don't want that headache.
You don't want it in the locker room.
He's an absolute cancer.
Yeah. Checking the headlines, Becky Lynn will do that for us. And up next, how much would you pay to find your soulmate? Is this a trick question? We're talking about it next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Someone had a birthday.
Yep, 50. Can't believe it.
50 years of wisdom.
Great segue. We have a health reminder from the CDC.
Pneumococcal vaccination is recommended for adults 50 or older. Says here, we're over 6 times more likely to be hospitalized with pneumococcal pneumonia than adults under 50.
I don't love those odds.
Same. Look what I found. Pfizer's Prevnar 20 is proven to help protect adults against pneumococcal pneumonia and invasive pneumococcal disease in just 1 dose. And millions have already gotten it.
Continued approval may depend on a supportive study. Don't get Prevnar 20 if you have a severe allergy to its ingredients. A weakened immune system may lower your response. Common side effects include injection site pain and swelling, fatigue, headache, muscle, and joint pain. For full prescribing information, please call 1-855-213-2138. Visit Prevnar20.com or talk to your doctor or pharmacist.
I'm on Prevnar20.com now, scheduling my appointment.
Good idea. And happy 50th.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 4:19. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. How far can your dollar go? According to new analysis from Kelley Blue Book and Edmunds, the idea of an affordable used car is going the way of the Studebaker. Here's ABC's Jim Ryan.
Buying a new car isn't much easier than buying a house. Edmunds and Kelley Blue Book both have the average used vehicle going for more than $27,000. Dealers anticipate even higher prices if new tariffs take effect.
All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. And for more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic with Enrique Garcia, live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Mesa with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstation Freeway westbound near Ellsworth Road. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the right-hand lane. I-17 southbound near Indian School Road. This report is brought to you by Your Valley Chevy Dealers. Chevrolet, the heartbeat of America. See Your Valley Chevy Dealers today and get great offers going on now. Find your next vehicle today at Earnhardt Chevrolet in Chandler. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Hey, thanks for spending time with us. We do appreciate it. I'm Bruce. That's Gatos. We're on 2 to 6, Monday through Friday. So, how much would you pay to find the love of your life, your soulmate, if you will? Because the numbers that I'm seeing seem a little bit on the high side, Gatos, as more people are turning to, what do you want to say, professional matchmaking.
There's
right?
always been professional matchmakers.
Right.
I wonder why this is different.
Because they're charging $65,000, I think, is what's different.
That's incredible.
Isn't that amazing?
If you have $65,000 to burn,
yeah,
because you can't find somebody, you suck at dating.
I was going to say, because you can't find a date, you're doing it wrong.
You got a little bit of money, it sounds like.
Yeah.
How about you buy a coach? Open the door for her. How about let her take the first bite of food at dinner? It's the little things.
So this guy Joseph,
$65K.
He said, yeah, he's about 65 grand into this.
Yeah.
You ready for here's what's gotten him. He's gone on 40 first dates, which sounds like a movie, isn't it?
Yeah.
And he had 20 follow-up second dates. Only one led to a relationship. He's one for 40. This guy has bigger problems. This is not the how about this? It's not the matchmaker's issue.
I don't think so.
Right?
I think some people I think there are people who are good at dating and good at wooing. And others are awful. I've had some friends, man, that are just awful when they show up. It's like some people are good at job interviews, right?
Yeah, they interview well.
Yeah,
it's like in school, you tested well, right? You could take tests.
But there are some people who are really good at phone interviews.
Yeah.
And then they go in and they meet the person and then they absolutely flop. I mean, you've got to you got to have a little game when you go out. You got to, when I used to go on dates, I had brand new material. I was writing fresh material. I had some good jokes ready. I mean, at least it could have gotten me a second date.
This guy's 38 years old. He's not a child.
No, he's not.
You know what I'm saying?
Right. He's
38 years old.
Well, I mean, you can be 38 years old and single. I was single in my late 30s until I got married. But
38 years old, single, and 1 for 40 on dates.
So let's go through this. So he's paying $65,000 to matchmaker.
A matchmaking to match him with the right.
So you said it. 40 first dates. He got 20 second dates. Is that good? I don't think that's very good.
I think it's a horrible thing.
That's 50. That's no good. And one of them. How lame is this woman? Everybody at 39 people, 39 girls said, yeah, this guy's a loser. What about the one girl?
Do you know what I think the problem is? Can I tell you? Because I've seen a picture of this guy.
Does his breath stink?
Right?
Does he not dress well?
He dresses nice. Okay. He's got good clothes. He has a nice smile. He doesn't look like the Hunchback of Notre Dame, okay?
Okay.
You ready when I think what the problem is? He's 5'6". He says 5'7" in heels on a good day.
That's a killer. Unfortunately, that's tough.
He says most of the women he keeps running into are taller than him. As tall or taller.
5'6" is tough, man.
Do you think that's the root of this? Right? Did I uncover the little thing? Listen, there ain't a dating service in the world that's going to add 4 inches to you here.
Now, 5'6" is, I don't know what the percentages are or what have you. Do women like someone who is tall? The answer is most likely yes. Some of you will lie and say it doesn't matter. If he's 5'6", I think 5'6" is that's what we're talking about here. We could have solved this 5 minutes ago.
You think so?
I think so.
We got to the 5'6" part.
It's maybe you can have
a deal breaker.
You can have that leg surgery where they they make you 4 inches taller. But
what about the shoes?
Nah, because lifts, man. I mean, they'll find out eventually.
They'll figure that one out.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Yeah. You step out of them one day and you're like, oh, hey, where'd the rest of you go?
Right.
All right. Well,
it's like, the 10th date, he takes his toupee off.
Oh.
You're like, oh, man,
You should have been up front with that earlier on. Checking the headlines on the way. Becky Lynn will do that for us coming up next. Gen Z looking at the American dream and saying, how will we ever get there? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
Want to hear from all the GOP candidates for governor in the 2026 election? Want to hear from the candidates running for Arizona's wide open seats in Congress in this year's big midterm election? Well, then join me, Jim Sharp, for the AZ Political Podcast. Get it at the KTAR YouTube channel or wherever you get your podcasts. The AZ Political Podcast from KTAR News.
I'm in the grocery store this past weekend. I don't know. I'm in like the bread aisle. I don't know. But there's a dude that's all the way down, right? I'm in the front. He's in the back of and he sees me and he starts walking quickly to me. And I'm thinking, I don't know what's going on here. And he's got a massive smile on his face. But, there was only me and him in that aisle. And I'm like, he's walking towards me. And he goes, Gatos, got to show you something. I go, okay, all right. I'm thinking, do I know this guy? Maybe he listens to the show. He goes, look at my smile. And I said, looks great. And he goes, I went to ARIA. I did what you told me to do. I went to ARIA Dental Implant Center. I met Dr. Joe. I got that complimentary 3D CT scan. I got the complimentary consultation. And my teeth were broken for the last several years, missing teeth. And he called himself a mess. His name was Malcolm. And he said, "Look at my smile." And I said, "You look great, man." And his eyes were even smiling. He kicked himself for not doing it earlier. If you have broken teeth or missing teeth, go to ARIA. Go meet Dr. Joe. 602-877-0429. You could have the biggest smile on your face like Malcolm did. 602-877-0429, AriaDentalImplantCenter.com.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Living in Arizona means we get sunshine almost every day of the year. That's the good news. The bad news, your old windows feel it too. So if you turn off your AC and your home heats up faster than a microwave, call my friends at Window World. You see, Window World installs windows and patio doors with solar zone glass. That's just window nerd talk, for it helps keep the warm air outside where it belongs. These windows will even reduce the outside noise, so you don't have to listen to your neighbor's dog barking all night long. And unlike some companies, Window World makes it affordable. Never any confusing sales offers, just a guaranteed low price up front without any of the hassle. But what I love most is they back up all of their work with a true lifetime warranty. They hire military vets and they give back to the community. WindowWorldPhoenix.com. That's WindowWorldPhoenix.com. Window World. Simply the best for definitely less.
For over a century now, Ford has been part of America. In my family, it's been generations. Paul Calvisi here. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor. My first car, a classic Mustang, still have it. But going to our Desert Ford dealers today means getting more than a vehicle. We're talking a full suite of benefits like complimentary Ford mobile service, or try Ford pickup and delivery. Yes, to and from your door, and it's easy scheduling in the Ford Pass app. Tough would be built Ford tough. More than a slogan, it's an identity of the F-Series trucks, and the all-new 2026 F-150 is the best yet. With a completely redesigned interior and exterior. Adventure? How about the Ford Bronco Sport? It says, let's get it, with 5 available trims so you can forge your own path. We recently bought a new Explorer at our Desert Ford dealers. Love the flexible seating up to 7. All the cargo room, the advanced tech. Bottom line, Ford is the future at our Desert Ford dealers. Just click buyfordnow.com.
Your family's in the pool all summer. Do you know if the electrical system is safe? Most homeowners never think about it, but between summer heat and monsoon moisture, your pool's electric system takes a beating. Parker & Sons offers a pool circuit safety check for just $89. It's a full inspection of everything powering your pool. This is the one service every pool owner needs before the first cannonball of the season. Call or text 602-2REPAIR, and Parker & Sons will make sure your pool is summer ready.
The Windy City comes to the Arizona desert as the D-backs host the Chicago Cubs at Chase Field starting August 24th. Get your tickets for the matchup at dbacks.com.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
KTAR News now.
Coming up on 4:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
Looming Colorado River water cuts will make it harder for developers to obtain a 100-year assured water supply designation. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center to explain.
Catherine Sorensen with ASU's Kyle Center for Water Policy says Arizona has this policy for future development because the state holds itself to a higher standard than other states that aren't prone to drought.
Our 100-year Assured Water Supply Program requires that cities prove that they have legal, physical, and financial access to water supplies adequate to support growth before that growth happens.
The state has been preparing for the cuts by storing groundwater and investing in water reclamation plants. Reporting live in the News Center, Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
You can read more water news at KTAR.com. Arizona Diamondbacks fans were left wondering where All-Star second baseman Ketel Marte was during last night's matchup against the Boston Red Sox. Apparently, the team was wondering the same thing. Here's manager Torey Lovello after the game.
It's been a crazy day. All I know is that he's dealing with a personal issue. We're trying to figure that out, and he didn't show up today, and he was put on the restricted list. That's as much as I know right now.
Lovello was emotional during questions from reporters. He said he talked to Marte briefly during the day, but that Marte was not communicating much back. Lovello did say he believed Marte was okay physically, but that he's not sure where he is or even if he's still in Boston. The D-backs lost to the Red Sox 11-1 last night. They're a game out of a playoff spot. A county in Ohio has called for a pause on the recently installed flock cameras there. This request comes after hundreds of thousands of searches were detected in a 1-month period in the greater Toledo area. Here's ABC's Michelle Franzen.
The commissioner of Lucas County, which includes Toledo, is asking the sheriff's office to pause the use of flocks, automatic license plate readers. Those cameras scan every license plate that passes, logging the vehicle, time, and location into a database. Police can search, no warrant needed. Commissioner Pete Gerken says an audit of Lucas County data found between June 20th and July 20th there were more than 900,000 searches, with around 3,200 law enforcement agencies making those requests.
Let's take a look at the road home this afternoon. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash off right on the Durango curve / I-17 northbound just past Van Buren Street. Mesa with a crash on the left-hand shoulder. US 60 Superstation Freeway westbound near Ellsworth Road. In Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the right-hand lane. I-17 southbound near Indian School Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Extreme heat warning continues through Friday night. 91 overnight for a low, 111 tomorrow. We're at 113 degrees in Tolleson. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. It's Give-a-thon week for Phoenix Children's. Become a champion of hope today by texting GIVE to 620-620. Your donation can make a big difference because kids can't wait. Text GIVE to 620-620. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
It's Give-a-thon week. Become a champion of hope. Listen to our stories of hope starting tomorrow morning on the Mike Broomhead Show. It starts at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Yeah, pretty excited, right? We've got a wonderful week, an exciting week. It's Give-a-thon week, presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi. Listen, the kids at Phoenix Children's, they get the finest care in the world.
Best doctors, best nurses, you got the best technology. And
world-class facility.
You bring your kid there.
Yeah, and we're raising money to make sure that no needs go unmet. You can text the word GIVE to 620-620. That's GIVE to 620-620. Or right now, you could even call the Train phone bank, 602-933-4567. You become a champion of hope. And a teddy bear with your name goes up to a kid inside the hospital right now.
Champion of Hope, $20 a month. That's all it is, $20 a month.
Pretty cool.
And a little teddy bear goes up to a child who may have not had the best day.
Yeah.
And they get to hold that little teddy bear and squeeze it, and they don't feel alone anymore.
Yeah, it's awesome. And you can be a part of that. Pretty simple. Again, text GIVE to 620-620. So, if I say the American dream, how would you define the American dream, Gatos?
Own your own house.
Okay, you're a homeowner.
Get married, have some kids, own your own house, have some money in the bank. Pretty good job. That's the American dream.
Can I throw this in there?
Comfort,
I think the American dream, away from some of the tangible things, is also the idea that no matter who you are or where you start or where you were born, you can succeed. If you can make it here, you can make it anywhere.
You can have what I just said.
Yeah, hard work, determination, initiative. You can reach the top. America is like that. That we do it. Well, apparently the younger generation not only doesn't believe that, but they're kind of redefining what the dream looks like for them. We're finding there's a new study out there from people that do studies that a surprisingly low number of Gen Zs still believe in that version of the American dream. And so maybe it's not a bad thing that it's evolving, it's changing as the times change. And Gen Z is now, instead of home ownership and family and things like that, they're prioritizing freedom, flexibility.
What does that mean? Personal freedom and independence?
Yeah,
What
my
does that
dad
mean?
always said money buys freedom. I say, yeah, money buys freedom.
They're placing a high value on personal freedom and independence. I don't know what that means.
Yeah.
Do you?
Not exactly, although a large number of them, 77%, define success as not living paycheck to paycheck.
It's a low bar.
They also prioritize remote work and being able to set their own schedule over working up the corporate ladder. They also say, 71%, healthy work-life balance is a top priority.
Now, that I get.
Mm-hmm.
And I think that they've done a very good job with that. I think that a lot of young Americans have watched their parents stress out over jobs.
Sure.
Worry all the time. It has affected their parents' health. And they look at this and they say, I'm not going to do that. And I think the younger generation has that right. I don't want to sweat the small things, but, a job is a big thing. But I'll tell you, they will go without a job if they think that job is hurting them, whether it's physical or mental.
Also, can I throw this in there? Because we talked about homeownership. A majority of Gen Z says long-term renting is no longer viewed as a failure.
Okay. Long-term
renting. It is a
renting.
strategic choice that allows for mobility and avoiding high interest rates that are going on right now. Because if you're renting, you can pick up and go whenever you want.
I think that's an excuse. I don't think they want to rent.
Could be.
I think that they'd much rather have a house, and they wouldn't want to pick up and go someplace
I don't
else.
know. I know plenty of them in that age bracket.
You can sell yourself that. You can sell that
Okay,
to
so maybe they've convinced themselves that's what they want because they can't own a house.
Right.
But yeah, the idea that they could leave when they want is seen as desirable. Not tied down to something like a building, a house.
Yeah, I think they'd like to be tied down to a house.
Really?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't want to. I don't like home ownership.
You don't?
No.
You're weird.
Yeah, I moved on. I've owned houses, and if I never own another one, I'll be fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't.
Is there a reason?
I don't care.
You like the freedom of it?
I
be able
literally
to
want to leave whenever the hell I want to go.
Yes, I don't like that. I like to set. Let's get some roots going.
Oh yeah, I'm not a roots person.
No, you're not.
No.
No, that's the way you've been.
Yeah, and so the houses to me feel like an anchor.
Houses
and I don't
to
like
me
that.
Feel like home.
Yeah.
I think a lot of people in Gen Z would like that feeling, and they don't have it because they're not making enough money. Money is flying out of their bank account on groceries and gas and the other thing.
Everything,
right? They buy some frivolous stuff. I mean, you've got go to Starbucks and look at the line. You got a ton of Gen Zs. Here's a $9 coffee. That's stupid. Or you go to lunch. Why are you spending $30 on lunch? I used to have a game. Could I buy lunch for $5 or less? And I know that doesn't happen anymore.
Well, you think I sound old? That sounds
Just
old.
saying, like $5 or $10, right? Now something like that.
So my dad reminded me, movies used to be a nickel.
But like even now, it's like going out to lunch. Do I want to spend $35 on that? Not really.
No, it feels silly.
Can I afford it? Yeah, I can afford it.
Still feels silly to do.
Do I want to do that? No, I don't.
Yeah. Got to prioritize.
It's like I was moaning and complaining about the steakhouse we went to.
Oh my goodness!
A couple of weeks ago for a friend's birthday. And I'm looking at the menu and I'm like, "That's the petite fillet, and that's the price." I don't think so. I'm gonna have the fish that I probably won't like, but it's $20 cheaper. And so I got the fish that I really didn't like that much.
Yeah,
it was $20 cheaper, and I'm like, I made a good move.
Yeah, solid choice on your part.
Yeah.
Good financial decision if it wasn't a culinary one.
Can I afford the petite filet?
Yeah.
Yes. Did I want to buy it at that price? No.
Hey, we've got a check of the headlines. I'll let Becky Lynn get you up to speed on that. And up next, forget ending the war. Iran says they have a plan to escalate the war.
Yeah, let's jack this up. Forget about winding it down.
Yeah, this is going to be awesome. I'm sure gas prices will react positively to that. We'll dig into it next up. Outspoken on KTAR.
You can help Arizona kids and families get the critical care they need from doctors, nurses, and people who are really good at making kids feel better.
You can make a difference for Arizona kids when you listen today. The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y Refi.
Give-a-thon.
Well, howdy, folks. Vince Murata again. You ever walk into a place and just relax? That's the exact vibe at Earnhardt Lexus right now during their Invitation to Lexus Summer Sales event. My buddy and general manager, Bull Earnhardt, and his crew at Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback are all about creating an amazing purchase experience, ready to help you find the Lexus you'll love. And when you're talking Lexus, that kind of care makes all the difference. Walk through those doors and you'll feel it instantly. A showroom that feels first class, a lineup of gorgeous Lexus vehicles, a team that's attentive to your needs and ready to help, and straight up honesty from hello to the handshake. And that's not new. That's 75 years of the Earnhardt way, earning the Valley's trust since 1951. So if you're shopping for your next ride, start where it just feels amazing. Stop by Earnhardt Lexus and experience amazing. Experience the no bull Earnhardt difference at 8th Street in Camelback or shop online at earnhardtlexus.com.
Every year, summer ends and the kids go back to school. This year, I'm going back too, at My Computer Career. They helped me get financial aid, and I got to choose online or on-campus classes that fit my needs. Now I'm on a fast track to a high-demand IT career where the rewards can finally match my value. Visit mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation today. That's mycomputercareer.edu. It's never too late to go back to school.
Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
On BritBox, your next hidden gem is right around the corner.
If you're going to be bold, here is the place to do it.
Get ready for Britain's most anticipated series, streaming exclusively on BritBox. Catch new seasons of favourites, including Ludwig, starring David Mitchell.
You want someone to get murdered?
And the eagerly awaited new adaptation of Agatha Christie's iconic detective duo, Tommy and Tuppence.
Do you think we're actually really good at this?
Stream the best of British TV on BritBox. Watch with a free trial.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. GLP start for free at Red Mountain Weight Loss. For a limited time, they're going to waive the startup fee on all of their programs. With Red Mountain, you get lower prices than the big telehealth companies, no hidden fees, specialized diet plans to help you succeed, and expert care from real doctors. So why pay more for less? Get the care you deserve at a price you can afford. See them in person or do it with telemed. They'll ship your medication to your door. RedMountainWeightLoss.com. That's RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
Every student deserves choices in their education. This fall, choose the way you learn. Choose flexibility and personalized support. Choose a cutting-edge, award-winning curriculum. Choose Primavera Online, and you'll be choosing a school that's 25 years strong and can give you a high-quality online education. We're tuition-free, accredited, and now enrolling grades K to 12. Enroll at ChoosePrimavera.com. That's ChoosePrimavera.com.
KTAR News Flash.
At 4:45, I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. Phoenix Children's is helping the next generation of healthcare workers improve and learn before treating patients. The hospital's simulation center has 5 labs with fake patients, models that can move and breathe just like the real patients the learners will treat. Each room has cameras and microphones so educators can control the models or communicate with students from a control center during the simulation. And of course, this is Give-a-thon week. We invite you to become a champion of hope. Your $20 a month donation or a one-time $240 gift will send a bear in your name to a child in a hospital room right now. Text GIVE to 620-620 to donate today. That's GIVE to 620-620. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Checking on traffic, it's Enrique Garcia, Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash off right on the Durango curve / I-17 northbound just past Van Buren Street. Mesa with a crash off right on the US 60 Superstition Freeway westbound near Ellsworth Road. This report is brought to you by Southwest Blinds and Shutters. Still yanking on a cord to open your shade? Smarten up Arizona. Connect your window shades to your phone or smart device with motorized shades from Southwest Blinds. Go to southwestblinds.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
It's time for A Little Laugh, brought to you by Sonic.
Knock, knock. Who's there? Radio. Radio who? Radio not. Here I come.
Keep listening for more little laughs during the Give-a-thon, brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Hi, I'm Tim Hall, senior partner at Morris Hall. My mom, Wanda, was a fantastic cook, and she taught me that every great recipe needs the right ingredients. Leave one out, it's just not the same. In honor of her legacy, her kids and grandkids started a cooking club called Wanda's Pantry. Each time we use her recipes, we're reminded that the things that we leave behind can continue to bring people together. Estate planning is the same. A trust, a will, powers of attorney, and healthcare directives all play an important role in helping protect the people you love and give your family peace of mind. For over 55 years, Morris Hall has had the honor of helping over 40,000 Arizona families create plans that protect what matters most. In honor of Mom, I'd love to share one of our family's favorite chocolate chip cookie recipes. Text cookie to 620-620 and we'll send it your way. Then, when you're ready, schedule your complimentary consultation with Morris Hall, where you're likely to find a fresh baked cookie.
Morris Hall, Premier Estate Planning. Visit us at morrishall.com.
At the UPS store, we get it. Being a small biz owner requires grit and hustle, but you don't have to do it alone. We've got your back. You put your heart and soul into your biz, we put ours into packing and shipping. While you're keeping track of your custom-made orders, our mailboxes are keeping your packages safe. Because we're here to help you be unstoppable with shredding, printing, notary, and more. Most locations are independently owned. Product, services, pricing, and hours of operation may vary. See Center for details. The UPS store. Be unstoppable. Come into your local store today.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end September 8th. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
LaDonna here, and we are raising money during Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's. You can learn more about Phoenix Children's and the way it reaches all of Arizona tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. Be sure to catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
I got to tell you, Gatos, I'm getting a sneaking suspicion that this war with Iran isn't going to end anytime soon.
Oh, I had that months ago, my man.
Yeah.
Iran is going to want to keep this war going, at least until the midterms, to punish the president and his party. And I think it's going to go far beyond that. And I've even said this, the only way out is after Trump leaves. That's the only way wars end in this country. We have a president who goes into a war, whether it is the right move or the wrong move. Here it's the wrong move. And then they hand it off to somebody else. So get ready for the next few years of this crap.
Trump said today that there are no planned peace talks or talks of, I guess, of any sort with Iran. Iran, and again, I don't know the timing of these, who said what first. Iran said they are preparing to go on the offensive and not just play defense anymore. Don't know what that means. I would make the inference if Iran goes on the offensive, it'll be against other Gulf states. It'll be against...
Or they can hit our barracks again.
Which are based in these Gulf states.
Sure.
They're going to go after Jordan. They're going to go after UAE. They're going to go after who knows what, Saudi Arabia. We're finding, a commercial ship was hit by what was called an unknown projectile while trying to transit the strait. Heavy damage to the ship's engine room reported. And unlike the 130 to 150 ships a day that would normally transit the Strait of Hormuz, right now the average, and I'm looking at the last average, between 5 and 10 ships a day, not counting for ships that might have turned off, they have like a little transponder on the ship, and they tried to sneak through. There's a possibility you could have more because of that, but not like 100 more.
I don't trust anything that Trump does anymore. I just don't feel like that was part of his first term. He was new. America wanted to change. They wanted a businessman. Some of the things he did was good. We had the 2019 economy, fantastic. Unfortunately, for everyone, COVID hit. But he wasn't rotten in his first term. There were some rotten things he did, but it just wasn't all bad. This is all bad. And he got us into a war with no plan at the beginning and at the middle and how to get out. I mean, I'll give you a quick one. When we went into Iraq, I think everybody was like, yeah, we're going into Afghanistan. Let's go. That was an easy one. That's where the terrorists were.
Oh, okay. Right? Post 9/11. Sorry.
Yeah,
okay,
yeah,
I'm with you. I'm with you.
Then we went into Iraq, and it was like, okay, you think they have weapons of mass destruction and all that stuff? That was not clear. But at least during that war, I felt like the president, George Bush, at least he had a plan with General Petraeus.
Okay.
And it was the surge. And at least I felt like, me as being an American, I felt like, yeah, we know what we're doing over there. It's rough. We kind of created this ISIS thing. But I think it's going to end okay. Mm-hmm. And you had a little bit of hope. I don't have any hope in Pete Hegseth or Donald Trump. They don't know what the hell they're doing. And they got in a war that they don't know how to get out of. And, we have soldiers throwing themselves off ships because they've been at sea.
Horrible, for goodness sakes.
We have deplorable conditions on not one, but now 2 vessels in the Navy. You got to treat our soldiers like Trump is treated at Mar-a-Lago. And that is not happening.
Well, and we basically now, I mean, if you're just watching this from the outside, it's a battle of trolling comments. Trump says the United States is going to take control. The Strait of Hormuz will be a U.S. territory.
It's laughable.
Not going to happen.
It's laughable.
And Iran, you ready for this?
Yeah.
Iran said that the strait will remain closed until the United States lifts the blockade,
right,
gets rid of sanctions, and releases frozen Iranian assets.
Yeah, I think that'll probably happen.
They said that's what they're negotiating.
It's a horrible deal for the United States.
Well, it's giving them everything they want, and what do you get? You get to go back to what you used to have.
We won't go back to what we used to have. We'll go back to an open strait with tolls. And we're going to just...
It feels like that.
And we're going to say, okay, let's go home. And I'm to the point where just do it. Just get out of there.
Well, other reports say that Trump has told allies that they're preparing to ramp up
Who's ramping
attacks. The United States is planning on ramping up new attacks on Iran.
I think Iran is ramping up the attacks.
I think that they're, you could have it going both ways. Checking the headlines on the way. We'll get Becky Lynn on top of that for you. And coming up next, why you won't be able to vote for any guardrails on Arizona's school voucher program this November. We'll give you the latest up next, Outspoken on KTAR.
Summer's almost over, but with a new Toyota from Toyota's National Sales Event, you can turn your end-of-summer scaries into end-of-summer woes. In the mood for some elevated dining? Pack a picnic into a 4Runner and hit up a stunning mountain vista.
Whoa!
Haul a bouncy castle in a Tundra and get crowned the coolest dad at the park.
Whoa! I'm king of the castle!
Drive a Tacoma to the lake to go wakeboarding.
Whoa! That was awesome air. Let's go again.
Or take a BZ to an amusement park with friends. Keep your woes going this summer in a new Toyota.
Event ends August 31st. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Phoenix, do you want to enjoy your summer or do you want to paint year after year? Do what your neighbors did. They called Rhino Shield.
Looked at what it was costing me to have my house painted and realized that while it costs more initially for Rhino Shield, over the life of the product, it's a lot less.
Rhino Shield's not paint, it's a ceramic coating that's formulated for our specific climate right here in Phoenix.
We chose Rhino Shield because of the durability of the product. Paints are mostly water. Less water gives you a more resilient product.
The warranty, 25 years, is something I just don't think you can beat.
We're very excited that we don't ever have to paint again.
Great news, Phoenix. You can now get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
Really would like to say thank you to their entire staff. Everybody all did exactly what they said they were going to do, exactly the way I wanted it done.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
It's time for A Little Laugh, brought to you by Sonic.
Why did the tomato turn red? It's on the salad dressing.
Keep listening for more little laughs during the Give-a-thon, brought to you by Sonic. Live free, eat Sonic.
Summer in Phoenix. It's no time to gamble on an aging AC system. Found that out the hard way a few years ago at Casa VC. But if your air conditioner is struggling to keep up or driving up your energy bills, now is the perfect time to upgrade with day and night air conditioning, heating, and plumbing. Yep, because for a limited time, save $1,776, $1,776 on a brand new energy-efficient cooling system. Plus, you can pay over time with 0% financing for up to 18 months or low monthly payments starting at just $99 per month. More good news, this new AC has lowered our monthly energy costs big time. Plus, it's so much quieter and you get improved reliability. And what else we appreciated, Day and Night will help you find the right system for your home and budget. No pressure recommendations and a free in-home estimate. Schedule online at dayandnightair.com. Conditions apply. Limited time offer. That difference is Day and Night at dayandnightair.com.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I've been talking about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center for years. When it comes to your vision, you want experience, precision, and a team that's done this 1,000 times. They're also the official team eye doctor of the Arizona Diamondbacks and Phoenix Suns, trusted by the pros to keep their vision game ready. Schedule your free consultation and see how Dr. Schwartz can clear things up. Visit teamidoc.com or call 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center, trusted for over 25 years.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. KTAR News now.
It's 5 o'clock. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
Eyes on Education.
Another education initiative will no longer appear on the November ballot.
A ruling from the Arizona Supreme Court today effectively killed Proposition 212, an ESA accountability initiative. Among other things, the prop wanted to add an income eligibility cap to the universal voucher system. The court pushed the ruling back to a lower court to verify that the committee turned in more than 421,000 signatures in July. The methodology used by the trial court would likely make the initiative fall under the number of signatures needed to appear on the ballot. The group Arizona Free Enterprise Club had challenged the legality of the signatures, citing error rates and specific cases involving double signatures or incorrect addresses. Shira Tanzer, KTAR News.
You can read more Education Solutions stories at KTAR.com/education. Opponents of Prop 212 reacting to news that the initiative won't be on the ballot. The CEO for the American Federation for Children is celebrating the ruling, saying Arizona ESA families can breathe a sigh of relief. He adds now's the time to shore up Arizona's ESA program with practical solutions to bring it in line with similar programs across the country. KTAR Eyes on the Economy. The U.S. is set to impose new 50% tariffs on $20 billion worth of Canadian imports. Glenn Williamson, founder and CEO of the Canada-Arizona Business Council, worries what this would mean for Arizona's agriculture and construction sectors. He's also worried about potential retaliation and tells Arizona's Morning News.
I am very, very concerned about what Canada may do once this, if hypothetically it goes past tomorrow. I am extraordinarily hopeful that the Prime Minister and the President and both their negotiating teams will do something today.
Williamson says the future home buyers would be especially impacted, considering much of the lumber we use for home construction comes from Canada.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
Looming Colorado River water cuts will make it harder for developers to obtain 100-year assured water supply designations. Catherine Swanson with ASU's Kyle Center for Water Policy says Arizona has this policy for future development because the state holds itself to a higher standard than other states that aren't as prone to drought.
Our 100-year assured water supply program requires that cities prove that they have legal, physical, and financial access to water supplies adequate to support growth before that growth happens.
The state's been preparing for the cuts by storing groundwater and investing in water reclamation plants. You can read more water news at KTAR.com. We're learning about the night actress Hayden Panettiere was found dead inside a South Carolina apartment over the weekend. A new police report obtained by ABC News reveals some key details about the death of the 36-year-old, including who was there with her. ABC's Stephanie Ramos reports.
The actress's on and off again boyfriend, Brian Hickerson, and his brother, Zach, were inside the Greenville, South Carolina apartment when police arrived after they called 911. Police reporting that the boyfriend's brother, Zach, was very emotional while EMS were working on Hayden. The longtime boyfriend, Brian, did not become emotional until EMS declared her officially deceased, showing the officer the bag of medication Hayden is currently on.
Panettiere's preliminary autopsy found no signs of trauma. Longtime ZZ Top drummer Frank Beard has died. Beard was a founding member of the band, behind hits like Tush and the 1983 hit Gimme All Your Lovin', among others. An announcement from his representative said Beard died under hospice care at his ranch in Richmond, Texas, surrounded by his family. The band announcing it's canceling this week's concerts in Salt Lake City and Colorado Springs. Beard was 77 years old. Time for a traffic check now. Let's go to the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center. Here's Enrique Garcia.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. New crash in Phoenix blocking the left-hand lanes on the Durango curve / I-17 eastbound at Central Avenue. Phoenix with debris blocking the right-hand lane. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 83rd Avenue, and Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the right-hand lane. I-17 southbound near Indian School Road. This report is brought to you by Asset Preservation, Wealth and Tax. Join Stuart Willis for the Asset Preservation Hour each week as he empowers and educates those in or near retirement. Sundays at 2 p.m. right here on KTAR. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
91 overnight, 111 tomorrow, 112 on Thursday. We are under an extreme heat warning through Friday night at 8 o'clock. It's 111 in Phoenix at Sky Harbor. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. It's Give-a-thon week. Join us in helping Phoenix Children's provide life-saving medical care to kids who need it most. Text GIVE to 620-620 and become a champion of hope. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
Outspoken.
You're acting strange today.
Speaking up for Arizona.
Well, first of all, I'm not acting.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
It's Arizona's reigning, defending, undisputed #1 talk show. 2 till 6. Welcome to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos. Hour number 4.
Oh, so many people call hour number 4 the best of the hour.
Just so you all know, we show up to work.
there is that.
They pay us money to show up, just like you at your job. And
Monday through Friday.
We still don't know where Cattell Marte is.
No, he's MIA.
Goodness gracious. Yeah. What a scandal. I'm not kidding. What a scandal that's turned into. Yeah. We're going to talk about that at 5:30.
November was shaping up to not only be, obviously, an election for officials, and we've got a lot of, obviously, every member of Congress and governor and all these things going on in Arizona, but we were going to have competing propositions on the ESA school voucher program. One looking to prevent any changes from ever being made to it.
Right, let people buy extra large black lingerie and watches and jewelry and all that.
And not ever be able to change it. And another trying to put guardrails on it in some way, shape, or form, limits, etc. Okay?
Well, guardrails seem like a decent idea for me.
It doesn't sound that crazy.
I don't think it's crazy.
But the Arizona Supreme Court ruled today neither of those are going to be on the ballot, both for different reasons. And we wanted to kind of focus on the guardrails version of the ballot initiative that will not be on the ballot and why it got kicked off.
Yeah, I mean, what happened? We talked to Barry Markson, our legal expert here at KTAR, and we started talking about you got to get signatures, right? That's the first part of it.
That's the whole thing, right? There's a certain number, right?
So what are the numbers with signatures and why was it thrown out? Take a listen. So 255,000 signatures were needed.
To get on the ballot.
They got a total of 421. Then it went to the Secretary of State's office, and they said, well, 421, there's some bad signatures here. But out of that, 380 were real signatures. Mm-hmm. And you only needed 255, and it was thrown out. I don't understand.
It's a very technical issue here. So the county recorder does a scan, first of all, to determine the percentage of valid signatures. So they look at they don't look at every signature, but they do kind of a test of it and a sample, and they determined that the number of valid signatures was 75.2%. And that, if you take that from the total of signatures that were gathered, it puts them kind of right on the line about whether it was going to be enough to survive. And then on top of that, there were some issues with some of the collectors, some of the people that were gathering the signatures, the organizations that were gathering it, and they removed some of the signatures that were gathered by those organizations as well. The group that put this forward, that tried to get Prop 212 on the ballot, says that was in essence double counting, that you were removing signatures twice. You removed some because it was a bad collector, and you removed some based on the overall validity. They think about 24,000 signatures should have survived that analysis, which would have been enough to put them over the top. The Arizona Supreme Court disagreed, and based on the analysis, found that those signatures should also be removed, and that puts them below the number necessary to keep this on the ballot.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think there should be some guidelines. We've had people buy frivolous crap with this money. It's ridiculous. I don't think that the program should be gone. But it's like, when you do your job and you go out and you find all these signatures and you get, almost twice what you really need. And then it's like, well, the judge throws it away or the Supreme Court throws it away. I think some people out there are like, this, I don't know, it sounds rigged.
Well, and can I ask a follow-up to that, Barry? How common is this?
Well, there are challenges to ballot initiatives and a number of signatures all the time. There's challenges to people just running for office and challenging those petition signatures. So we've had multiple times where somebody runs for office, submits a bunch of signatures, they go through the analysis and they don't have enough, and they're removed before they even get started. Okay. And this happens with ballot initiatives all the time. There was another initiative also on the school voucher program, the ESAs, that the Republican legislature wrote, and a lower court rejected that, saying it had two issues in it instead of the single issue, which is required to put something on the ballot. So these challenges occur all the time. This one was backed, you have to remember, ESAs and these school vouchers was backed by Turning Point. It's backed by the Goldwater Institute. It has a lot of money and a lot of power behind it, and they were the ones fighting this initiative. So they were bringing out everything they could bear to try to keep this off the ballot. Most likely because I think they were concerned with what Arizona voters would do.
Is there any recourse, or is this it? Is it now off the ballot, end of discussion, come November, you won't have a chance?
Yeah, it's off the ballot. This was the Arizona Supreme Court ruling. So unless there's some sort of new evidence that were to come forward or something that somehow you could ask the Supreme Court to reconsider it, and nobody on the the folks who are pushing this ballot initiative are coming forward with anything like that. The answer to your question is, yeah, it's over. This is off the ballot. We won't be voting on it this year.
I mean, Barry Markson is joining us. We're talking about the Arizona Supreme Court decision earlier today on the ESAs. Like, could you come up with another ballot initiative and go and find signatures? Or is it, I mean, we're in August. Is it too late?
It's too late this year. You could do it again for 2028. Put it on that one and start again. You could also, depending on how the legislature ends up this year, and it could theoretically be something that could be voted on and changed by the legislature. It doesn't have to be an initiative here. But you probably need the Democrats to keep the governor's office with Governor Hobbs and take over both legislative branches, which is unlikely. So at least it's been unlikely for many years. Who knows what might happen this year? So, but anyway, yeah, this is dead this year.
And as I understand it, the Arizona Supreme Court also ruled today that I'm going to use the term competing ballot initiative, the one that was talked about military families and puppies or something that was going to be prevent any changes in the ESA program, that was also struck down.
Right, and I mentioned that earlier. That's the one the lower court, and today the Arizona Supreme Court affirmed the lower court's decision, saying that ballot initiative written by the Republican legislature had basically two issues on it. You can't do that. Our law requires that if you're going to write a ballot initiative, it can only have one. What's important to see here is that the initiative that was being pushed by the schools folks was basically saying, hey, we're not trying to get rid of these vouchers. We're not trying to get rid of ESAs or money that can go to private schools. We're saying it should go to people, is how it was sold to us, that this should go to people who are families making less than $150,000 a year. We should have some auditing in there to make sure the money is going where it's supposed to go and not being used for lingerie and jewelry. It was limited things like that. And we've seen now with the results of the CSA program that the vast majority of the money is going to the richest zip codes in Arizona. It's going in many, many cases, the majority of cases, to provide rebates in essence to wealthy families who are already sending their kids to private schools. So that's not everybody. There's definitely some poor families that are using it, and it can be a real panacea for them. But that's what this was trying to protect, to make sure it was being used by poor families in need, and that's what people who are opposing this initiative kicked that off the ballot as a result.
Well, some parents are banking it for college, and this is how they're paying for college. And I don't think that's what this was meant to do.
Never intended for that.
And listen, I don't know why Republicans don't want some guardrails. I don't know why that's such a bad
follow
thing.
the money.
I don't really understand that either, Gatos. Let's face it, that's what brought Tom Horn a primary challenge this year in the primary is that he was saying, hey, we should have some guardrails out here. We should at least look at it and find the fraud. And there are many folks who support ESAs who don't want any guardrails at all.
And I'm assuming it's because they are benefiting from it in some way, shape, or form. And that's why you would be opposed to anybody looking under the hood. We can't have that. No. Barry, appreciate your time today. Thank you so much.
Thanks, guys.
All right, Barry Markson, our legal analyst, telling us what happened at the Supreme Court, Arizona Supreme Court, earlier today.
So basically, it came down to a technical issue about how you calculate disqualifying signatures.
Right. I think we learned something because I didn't really know about that. I knew that you throw some bad signatures out.
Right.
I get that all day long.
But there's a mathematic formula to do it, and basically the argument was over the math, for lack of better terms, right?
It doesn't look right to me. I'm not saying that there's a conspiracy. It just, to me, I don't know. It seems like they got the signatures, and I'm still not really sure why it was tossed out. But I mean, Arizona and education, right? The ESAs, okay, we're not going to get rid of them. We shouldn't get rid of them, but we should have some guardrails. Also, Prop 123, which increased, annual funding for K through 12, not renewed. I mean, it's messy when it comes to Arizona education.
Losing teachers left and right.
Of course. We just did a whole series on it last week.
Mm-hmm.
Thousands of openings.
Yeah. Remains a challenge. Check the headlines. On top of it, Becky Lynn will do that for you. And up next, is the American consumer just running out of money? Some Fortune 500 CEOs are weighing in on this. We'll tell you what they have to say next. Outspoken on KTAR.
All right, let's talk about your, where you live, your rental, okay? And we'll do some math for you. Maybe you're spending about $2,200 a month on rent, All right, that's $26,000 a year that is going straight to your landlord. If you do that for 5 years, $132K. You could have put $132,000 into your own home. Okay, so what do? You call the One Mortgage team, 623-875-9940. Again, is it super easy today to go and purchase a home? No. Is it doable? Of course it's doable. Is it as easy as it used to be? No, it's not. But the Lund Mortgage team, they can help you. And you go and get pre-qualified, and that's free. One of the other things the Lund team can do for you is they'll tell you with just a few hours whether buying is even on the table for you. They will say yes or no. Or they'll say, here's what it'll take. LundMortgage.com, 623-875-9940. Let's see what your $2,200 a month could actually be buying you. LundMortgage.com, tell them Gato sent you.
KTAR News Flash.
It's 5:16. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. A Penn State graduate, Agostino Abatiello, and a former student, Thomas Robinson, of the renowned college are now facing felony drug charges for running a major cocaine operation, turning frat houses into doing their dirty work. Here's ABC's Matt Rivers.
Officials say Delta Upsilon and Sigma Chi frat houses, both off campus, were used to package the drugs, part of what authorities called a hazing ritual.
In fact, we found a pattern of events that showed cutting and bagging cocaine was, for some pledges, an indoctrination into the Delta Upsilon and Sigma Chi fraternities.
13 current and former students charged in total, 5 with felony counts of corrupt organizations and conspiracy, the rest with misdemeanors.
A 14th person also charged with interfering with the investigation, Pittsburgh-based attorney Paul Robinson, the father of the other alleged co-drug ringleader, Thomas Robinson. All of our top stories are only 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. Let's check traffic. Enrique Garcia is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left-hand lane on the Durango curve / I-17 eastbound near Central Avenue. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the right-hand lane, I-17 southbound near Indian School Road. And a quick look into our surface streets. Peoria with a crash on 87th Avenue and Cactus Road. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Lexus. The team at Earnhardt Lexus on Camelback is ready to help you find a Lexus you'll love. Relax and experience amazing in-store or online at EarnhardtLexus.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News, and now back to Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
Yeah. Hey, don't forget it's Give-a-thon week. It's going on right now, presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi. We are going to, as we do every year, remind the kids and the families that are served by Phoenix Children that this is a community that cares about them. All right? You can help. And you can do it right now. Text the word GIVE to 620-620 or call the train phone bank at 602-933-4567, 933-4567. Every donation counts.
Yeah, be a part of it. Be a part of, trying to get to a couple $1 million to Phoenix Children's. I know, so many of you, like this is like religion for you. You're like, okay, time to donate. Yeah. It's to the kids. It's Give-a-thon week. We've been doing this for a number of years, and you always step up. If you're new to the program and to the station, or you're new to Arizona, we've got this wonderful institution right in our backyard that we need to continue to fund to save children. It's really that's the pitch. It's really very simple. Yeah. Your money is going to go to save children. So just text GIVE to 620-620 and just be a part of it. It's a really great week.
Really is. And looking forward to just all week long having some fun with this. And we got a chance to meet with some kids and some families, and we're going to be able to tell you those stories a little later. Are the American consumers running out of money? Well, 3 CEOs of what I would call some pretty big companies, Gatos, people who would know, are sounding a new alarm. So the CEOs of McDonald's,
by the way, McDonald's always knows what's going on in the economy. Well, they can predict a recession if they have to. And like
Walmart, like these huge companies, they have to know.
They do know.
Their entire business model is based on knowing what you're going to buy and when you're going to buy it. So McDonald's, how about this? Kraft Heinz, CEO of Kraft Heinz, and the head of Whirlpool, the make appliances, are all singing the same hymn. And they didn't do it all together. This wasn't a coordinated thing. But they're basically saying that the American consumer, especially on the lower end of the economic spectrum, are just running out of money. Yeah. McDonald's is trying promotions and things to bring people in. Sales were flat. You have Heinz, Kraft Heinz, saying people are switching from their brand name products to store brand products, and that they're making smaller units so that people can afford the smaller units. And the guy over at Whirlpool is like, yeah, people are not really excited about buying a refrigerator right now. They have put off these large purchases.
Listen, you want to know about the economy? You look at McDonald's. They've in 2008, didn't they put out the dollar menu in 2008?
Remember the dollar? Who doesn't remember the dollar menu?
Look at St. Mary's Food Bank. You want to know about the economy? Look at St. Mary's Food Bank. Lines are as long as they've ever been. Are you looking for another job, or are you white-knuckling your current job?
Mm-hmm.
You're white-knuckling your current job. We know what the economy's doing. Some of you you can handle it. You can handle the high gas prices and the high groceries, and that's great for you.
Good for you.
But for a lot of Americans, it's not working out well. This economy's not working out well. So when you see these three businesses coming forward and saying, "Hey, we're seeing some red flags."
Well, and keep in mind, these companies don't compete with each other. They don't share a supply chain. They're not on the same aisle in the store. Like, they aren't like in cahoots. They're just telling you from their experience and what they're seeing with sales, that the American consumer is pulling back. Part of it might be record credit card debt.
Yep, they're also seeing negative cash flows in the lower income brackets, where they're dipping into savings.
Or, as we learned, they're using these buy now, pay later apps for necessities.
Right. That's because food's 33% higher than it was a year ago or 2 years ago. It's expensive out there. And a large portion of this country, they're feeling it. And, does that mean we're going into a recession? I don't know. I don't know. Even economists can't predict this stuff really well. We should have been in a recession once over the last 5 years. From everybody that we talked to, and we've kind of skirted it. We've missed it. We've avoided it.
Can I give you a pretty stunning statistic? Okay? And I'm not a math nerd, so I have to rely on the Federal Reserve Bank to explain this.
Mm-hmm.
And it basically has to do with purchasing power. So think about $100.
Like consumer spending?
Yeah, $100.
Uh-huh.
You got $100 today. It's about the same. You go back to 1970, right? Yeah. It's roughly the same purchasing power as $11.74 in 1970.
So in 1970, if you had $12, that's $100 today.
That's basically $100 today. Mm. So the way that they calculated, they said wages went up, but costs went up a heck of a lot more.
Yeah.
Yes, you make more than you did in 1970. We all do, right?
Mm-hmm.
But your money doesn't go nearly as far as it used to. And so, those of us that, you say, kids of the 80s or the 90s, yeah, it was easier. It definitely was. Prices weren't what they were. Money did go farther.
Yeah, we're living in Jimmy Carter's second term. He had one in the 70s, and now he's got one now. We're in Iran again. Interest rates are high. Gas prices are ridiculous. Grocery prices are ridiculous. Trump is Jimmy Carter, part 2. Something he never wanted to be and didn't have to be, but he shot himself in the foot over and over again. And a lot of this can be blamed on the president. I don't blame everything on the president. I don't think that's fair. But the economy is where it is because tariffs, because war.
Yeah.
Stupid stuff we never should have done.
Self-inflicted.
Yes.
Self-inflicted. All right. Hey, we've got a quick check of the headlines on the way up next. The most bizarre sports story in Arizona, the Cattell-Marte soap opera.
They still don't know where he is.
We got to do like the Santa tracker and try to figure out where he is, right? We'll talk about it next. Outspoken on KTAR.
When you hear something live on air from Arizona's Morning News, Mike Broomhead, Outspoken, or Arizona's Evening News that you have to hear again, find the clip anytime with archived audio and video content when you've got the app. The KTAR News app is presented by America Roofing.
Hey, if you've been injured in an accident, like I always say, call Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. Why Sweet James over everybody else? You know, I know you hear a lot of different commercials about lawyers, and, well, this is a law firm that's got 25 years of experience. No one else can say that they've won 98% of their cases. Only Sweet James can say that. They've been trusted by thousands of injured accident victims across Arizona. They're the official attorney partner of the Phoenix Suns. They get results. They have a tremendous reputation. And I'll tell you who respects them, the insurance companies. The insurance companies who want to screw you. The insurance companies who want to take advantage of you and pay you as little as possible. Well, those insurance companies, they don't like going up against Sweet James. And that means one thing for you. You got a good attorney. If you get hurt, you get bit by a dog, you fall on somebody's property, motorcycle accident, whatever it is, 1-800-9-MILLION, sweetjames.com. Tell them Gato sent you.
Pump up the volume.
Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. Every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/Ground Advantage to learn more.
Sleep Number's new collections are designed to adapt to the changing nature of your life and your sleep needs. Whether it's the personalized comfort of the Comfort Mode mattress, the targeted pressure relief of the Comfort Next mattress, or the Climate Collection that actively cools or warms to help you fall asleep and stay asleep.
And now, all beds are on sale during our biggest sale of the year. Save 25% on the new Comfort Next Luxe, plus free delivery on any mattress. Ends Monday, only at a Sleep Number store or sleepnumber.com.
Hey, it's Bodie and Victoria, owners of NewACUnit.com.
In Arizona, it hits 100 degrees and suddenly AC prices magically go up.
We don't play that game at NewACUnit.com.
Even with manufacturers raising prices this year, we've used our buying power to keep your costs down.
And the price you see online, that includes everything. Unit, install, delivery, no surprises.
Just a smarter, more affordable way to stay cool at NewACUnit.com.
Save thousands, save time, buy online, NewACUnit.com.
The big box testosterone franchises want to squeeze you in on their schedule. Vital for Men is different. We're Arizona's original men's health clinic, open 5 days a week, Monday through Friday, and we accept most insurance. Personalized care, by men, for men. And right now, your first testosterone test is completely free. Stop settling. Call Vital for Men or visit vitalformen.com today. Vital for Men, where Arizona men go to get their edge back.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-292-4541 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-292-4541. That's 800-292-4541. What do you have to lose? Call 800-292-4541. Again, 800-292-4541.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
KTAR News now.
It's 5:31. Good afternoon. I'm Becky Lynn.
KTAR News. Water Watch.
Looming Colorado River water cuts will have an impact on Arizona's economy, but the state's been preparing for this shortage for decades. KTAR's Heidi Hummel is live in the news center with the details.
Arizona is still waiting to find out how much less water we'll be getting from the Colorado River. Catherine Sorensen with ASU's Kyle Center for Water Policy explains the cuts will make it harder for developers to obtain a 100-year assured water supply designation for future growth.
In the face of Colorado River shortages, it will be more difficult and certainly more expensive to prove up our 100-year assured water supplies. But we have to hold to this standard so that investors continue to have confidence in our economy.
Sorensen adds the state has been preparing for the cuts by storing groundwater and investing in water reclamation plants. Reporting live in the news center, Heidi Hummel, KTAR News.
You can read more water news at KTAR.com. It's Giveathon week and your opportunity to become a champion of hope and support the work of Phoenix Children's. Tim Harrison is with the hospital's NETW Foundation. He tells Arizona's Morning News Phoenix Children's is more than just one hospital off the 51 in Thomas.
We're opening a lot of clinics. We opened a new hospital up in Arrowhead. We're about to open a new hospital in Gilbert, our Avondale Emergency Department, medical office buildings, clinic sites. So we're about 40 sites around the city and state at the moment.
You can become a champion of hope by texting GIVE to 620-620. Your $20 a month donation or one-time $240 gift will send a teddy bear in your name to a child in a hospital room right now. Text GIVE to 620-620 or call 602-933-4567. It's our Giveathon week for Phoenix Children's, and it's presented by your Hyundai dealers and Y Refi. The Maricopa County Sheriff's Office reporting today a 13-year-old boy riding an e-bike has died after being hit by a car near 185th Avenue and Bethany Home Road. In a statement sent to KTAR, the Sheriff's Office saying the victim was transported to the hospital with life-threatening injuries and unfortunately died at the hospital. MCSO detectives continue their investigation. No additional details have been made public as of yet. Let's check on your ride home with Enrique Garcia. He is live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Phoenix with the crash blocking the left-hand lane on the Durango curve / I-17 eastbound near Central Avenue. Phoenix with the crash off right. Loop 22 South Mountain Freeway northbound near Buckeye Road. And a quick look into our surface streets. Peoria with a crash on 87th Avenue and Cactus Road. This report is brought to you by Dolphin Pools. What if your favorite vacation spot was just outside your back door? Dolphin Pools, highest rated on Google and Yelp in the Valley. Your backyard, your vacation. DolphinPools.us. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Overnight, 91 degrees, and the rest of the week going to be about there too for the overnight lows. And the highs, 111 to 112 right through Friday with an extreme heat warning in effect. Right now it's 112 in Gilbert. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com. And it is Giveathon week for Phoenix Children's. Become a champion of hope by texting GIVE to 620-620. Your donation can make a big difference because kids can't wait. I'm Becky Lynn on Arizona's news station, KTAR News.
It's Giveathon week. Become a champion of hope. Listen to our stories of hope starting tomorrow morning on the Mike Broomhead Show. It starts at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
I don't even know where to begin with this Ketel Marte story, the Diamondbacks player who has gone missing.
Utter betrayal.
Oh.
And there's no other way around it. Utter betrayal.
Okay.
Like something I've never seen in sports. A man not showing up for games. Well, you were in the music industry a lot, and you saw the biggest stars. Was there one that decided that they would have a concert and not show up?
Yes.
That's this guy.
Yeah.
But it's baseball.
I've been to those concerts before where they decided they didn't want to show up.
Top of your head off a name?
Puffy didn't want to do
Puffy didn't want to show up. Okay, no, that sounds about right.
It was
so yesterday,
challenging evening, to say the least.
Yesterday, Diamondback star Ketel Marte decided not to go to the game in Fenway.
Literally. Like, the team was warming up.
And he wasn't there.
And they're like looking around going, where's the second baseman? Didn't show up.
So if you look back at his record of betrayal, is what I'm calling it. In 2024, he asked out of the lineup in the last week of the season. Are you hurt? No. So I don't want to play. 2025, All-Star break. The Diamondbacks find out he's not on his way back. He's not even in this country. He went to the Dominican Republic.
He missed 3 games.
Yeah, and didn't tell them where he was going.
He wasn't answering his phone. They only figured out where he was because apparently he had an iPad.
Right.
And communicated with an iPad. And you know how it said, this is from the Dominican Republic.
Right.
This message is from the Dominican Republic. Wait a minute.
This is the third time. He didn't show up for last night's game. He's not in the lineup tonight. Let me make this as clear as I possibly can. This man should never play for the Diamondbacks again. I don't care how good he is, and he's really good. Down season a bit this year. This is an excellent baseball player. Forget him. He is a diva. And it's amazing how many people he's betrayed. I mean, he could get the manager fired.
Well, I was going to say, I think that
because of
he's
what's happened.
impacting other people
Everyone.
now.
Yeah.
He's past just negatively impacting his career or time with the D-backs. But you're looking at a general manager. You're looking at maybe other people.
These are people fighting for their jobs. If you don't win, guess what? You get fired. And when one of your best players decides that he's better than everybody on the team and only what he feels and what he thinks goes, he's been coddled by this organization, and now it's come to bite them in the rear end. So here's a couple of things that you're hearing. Oh, well, I heard his knee is hurt. Okay. He's supposed to be coming back for an MRI.
Allegedly, he might be back in Phoenix.
Okay.
Unclear if he's actually in Phoenix yet.
Right. He could have gotten an MRI in Boston. Because
100%.
His teammate got an MRI in Boston. They have MRIs in Boston. My guess is right at the ball field.
Well, and listen, again, you don't have to be an expert, but if you are a professional athlete and you have any sort of an injury or soreness or something, you go see the team's doctors first.
Sure.
You don't just not show up for work.
Yeah. So the Diamondbacks said, well, he's coming back here for an MRI. That, to me, that sounds bad. It sounds like the Diamondbacks are trying to squash this or cover it. And, you know, we heard the manager, Torey Lovello, yesterday say he's physically fine.
That was the first story.
Okay, and so I heard he tweaked his knee a little bit anyway. So maybe he's got a little bit of a sore knee. But yesterday, he's physically fine. We're not getting the truth from the Arizona Diamondbacks. And I got to tell you, if you're a fan of Ketel Marte, I'm not just saying this. You should burn his jersey. This guy's a zero. He is immature. He is a diva. And he doesn't give a crap about you.
Well, he's not a child.
He acts like a child.
Right.
He doesn't care. If he shows up, he shows up. I would never put him in the lineup again. And I know that's an easy thing for me to say because I'm just sitting here. But if I'm the Diamondbacks, how do you ever put him back on the field after this? This is the third incident. They're in a playoff race. They're a game or so out of a wild card. This team should be commended.
Mm-hmm.
And you're going to have one of the best players on the team sabotage everything.
Yeah.
It is utter betrayal like I've never seen before in sports. I've never seen a sports story like this. Name an athlete who doesn't show up. I can't. It's unheard of.
Well,
it's unheard of.
My bigger issue with it is how the story continues to, I'm going to use the term evolve. And it appears that, for reasons I don't understand, the Diamondbacks are trying to protect Ketel Marte by coming up with this injury story after saying he wasn't injured.
But it's bad. It's a bad decision. They're only bad decisions now. You're the Diamondbacks. You don't have a good decision here. Is it a good decision to put him right back in the lineup? I'll tell you this. Maybe it's just me. If I'm a ball player, I don't want to play next to you. I don't know if you're going to show up tomorrow, and you don't care.
Well, what is it? Yeah, your teammates are, yeah.
Like, I think the second time this happened, when it was last year, he apologized. Listen, I'm all about giving people grace. How many times do I have to do it? Right? Like, you going to apologize again? Again, we're not talking about mental health. We're not talking about a physical injury. The Diamondbacks manager said last night, he's fine.
Well,
he's fine.
Yeah.
So that tells me he just didn't want to play. He doesn't care.
I think there's, again, I have no evidence. Boom. My mind goes towards some sort of drug or alcohol issue. That's where my mind goes, where you start making really, really bad decisions. By the way,
don't they drug test you in baseball?
You would
and all
think
that
they
stuff?
do.
So I don't know if that's it. I don't know.
You Diamondbacks fans, are you ready for this? Just to remind you, Marte signed a 6-year, $116 million contract extension.
6-year what?
$116 million contract extension that runs through 2030.
They can't trade him unless he says it's okay. That's part of being on a team for so long in Major League Baseball and being in the league.
It has incentives in it that could bump it up to $149 million.
Yeah, you can't trust him anymore.
Yeah, especially if you're, like you said, you're in a playoff race.
Well, he might not show up for the game.
And every game you're looking at the front door to see if your second baseman's coming in.
Diamondbacks make the playoffs. Game 1. Are you worried he's going to show?
I think you're worried every game, right?
I think you're worried every game.
Yeah.
I know it's easy to sit here and say this, but I would never have him play a game again.
Oof.
Or, see, part of me wants to see this guy go back to Chase Field and get booed off the field. That's what he deserves. Utter betrayal. Really one of the most despicable things I've seen in sports. Just the amount of people that he let down and continues to let down.
Well,
and I don't think he cares. He's a prima donna. He's soft. He's fragile. And he just doesn't care.
What kind of a example does he set for that team? What kind of what's the standard that you're setting?
What about the example you don't have to be a role model for everybody, but how about the example he sets for the little kid who asked dad to buy him or her a Ketel Marte jersey? Because I got to tell you, I don't want my kid wearing that jersey. That guy's a quitter. You don't wear his name on your back.
Checking the headlines. Becky Lynn's got that. And coming up next, a college campus back east appears to be auditioning for the next Netflix miniseries. We'll explain what's going on at Penn State. Coming up on Outspoken, right here on KTAR.
Listen during Giveathon Week for Phoenix Children's Stories of Hope, presented by Madame Homes.
You're not qualified to fix any of it, but you know that your way that you love that child is going to get you there. You can't just stop because it gets hard. It can't stop. You don't stop. You just go.
The Giveathon for Phoenix Children's is presented by Your Valley Hyundai Dealers and Y Refi.
Why are so many car shoppers heading to Earnhardt Hyundai in North Scottsdale? Usually it's our famous no-bull pricing, friendly service, and massive inventory. But right now through Labor Day, the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event takes savings to a whole new level. Looking for flexibility? Drive home in a new 2026 Hyundai Tucson with 0% APR financing for 60 months, plus no payments for 90 days. Need more space? Shoppers may get that same offer on select Santa Fe and Santa Fe hybrid models. And every Hyundai is backed by Hyundai Assurance, America's best warranty. A 10-year, 100,000-mile powertrain warranty. Don't wait. Test drive your favorite today at Earnhardt Hyundai in North Scottsdale or visit NorthScottsdaleHyundai.com.
0% APR for 60 months is $1,667 per $1,000 financed. Deferred payment offer for 90 days
on select 2026 Tucson and Santa Fe models on approved credit through HMF, plus tax, title, license, and dealer fees. Offer ends September 8th. See dealer for details.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead for Life Changer Loan, and another reason why you should check out and see if you qualify. Imagine having 24-hour-a-day, 7-day-a-week access to your equity. If you need to make a purchase, if an emergency happens, your equity is there and available. It's just one more advantage to being a Life Changer Loan client. Find out if you qualify. Get to their website. This is going to change your life. It's not magic. It's just math. LifeChangerLoan.com. Right now, do it. LifeChangerLoan.com.
Need to feed a crowd? Let Venencia's bring the flavor to your next event. We know you have a lot of options when feeding a large group. Ordering directly from Venencia's means you get the best service and the absolute best pricing. There's no per-person fee. Just tell us how many people you need to feed, and we'll come up with the perfect plan to ensure everyone is well-fed and happy. Invite Venencia's to the table. Visit Venencias.com, and we'll take care of the rest. That's Venencias.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 25% upfront bonus? And are they promising you up to 9% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. And if you plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait, only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They aren't. That's up to $25,000 upfront or up to $9,000 per year on $100,000, guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Unlock your Trajan family office at TrajanWealth.com or call 1-855-TRAJAN-1. That's 1-855-TRAJAN-1.
Annuity guarantees are based on the claims paying ability of the issuing insurance company. DBA in most states has Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions.
KTAR News Flash.
547. I'm Becky Lynn. Here's what you need to know right now. 49 lawsuits. That's the number filed by Arizona Attorney General Chris Mays against the Trump administration. Some, including her GOP opponent Warren Peterson, are critical of her continued legal pressure against the federal government. Mays joins the AZ Political podcast with Jim Sharp and says actions the president has taken, including implementing tariffs, are hurting Arizonans.
I think tariffs are illegal, especially the way they've been done by this president. And they're a $1,500 tax on the people of Arizona. I think that's bad.
She says she'll always sue whenever any administration takes actions to hurt Arizonans. You can watch the full episode of the AZ Political Podcast at KTAR.com. All of our top stories are just 15 minutes away. For more news, go to KTAR.com or the KTAR News app. And checking the road home for you, Enrique Garcia is in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Thank you, Becky Lynn. Tempe with a new crash blocking the HOV lane, US 60 Superstition Freeway, eastbound near McClintock Drive. Phoenix with a crash off right on the Durango curve / I-17 eastbound near Central Avenue. This report is brought to you by Beatitudes Campus. One of our gorgeous patio homes is available right now. This is a rare opportunity with big savings you won't want to miss. Text patio to 620-620 to arrange a tour. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Hit 116 in Surprise today. 116 degrees. If your AC goes out, what's your plan? You need a plan. You need a company. How about a family-owned company? How about a veteran-owned company? I'm talking about my friends from Hanson Family Air Conditioning and Plumbing. Make them your first call. As I said, family-owned, veteran-owned, whether you need emergency repairs, routine maintenance, or a complete system replacement, Hanson offers honest recommendations, upfront pricing, and their technicians are highly trained. They were at my house just a couple of weeks ago. I know the monsoon has been crazy, so I wanted to make sure my AC was still doing just fine. And so they serviced it, and seriously, very good. Super good, super impressive. Don't wait for your AC to give out on the hottest day of the year. Always have a plan. HansonFamilyPlumbing.com. Yes, they do plumbing as well. HansonFamilyPlumbing.com. 602-609-7161. All you have to do is call Hanson Family Air Conditioning and Plumbing.
It's time for A Little Laugh, brought to you by Sonic.
Why did the math book look sad?
because I had way too many problems.
Keep listening for more little laughs during the Give-a-thon. Brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Here to pick up your little camper, too?
Yeah.
Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
Wow, that's a big deal.
We got a big deal, too. Right, Mom?
Honey, shh. That was our little secret.
What's that?
Okay, see that brand new Hyundai Santa Fe?
Yeah.
It feels like I got away with something. I only paid.
Whoa, nice.
Yeah.
Deal so right, it almost feels wrong. Get the Hyundai you've always wanted, plus America's best warranty at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event.
Come on, Katie. We're taking the scenic route to the dealership.
It's a great day for a new Hyundai at the Hyundai Getaway Sales Event, going on now. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end September 8th. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Outspoken with Bruce and Gatos.
You know, everyone is trying to be on reality TV, it seems, these days. But some people will go farther than others. We have to take you to Penn State, where 13 members of 2 fraternities were arrested and charged with felony drug counts. Were they in possession of drugs? Oh, no. They are charged with being the ringleaders of a drug cartel.
Wow.
That distributed cocaine on campus through their fraternities.
They were drug traffickers.
100%.
They were selling drugs like heavy-duty drugs.
Yes. And this might be part of the craziest part.
All right.
So this goes back to 2023.
They've been doing it for several years.
Been doing it for several years.
They're drug experts.
Allegedly, I love this part. Again, this is going to make the Netflix special even better. Pledges to those 2 fraternities where the drug kingpins were a part of.
Yeah.
Pledges were forced to cut and package cocaine for distribution as part of the initiation ritual to be a part of this fraternity.
I see your pledge.
Oh, yeah.
And I raise you.
Yeah.
A 14th person has been charged.
One more. Oh.
And was described as one of the students' father.
One of the dads?
A dad.
Wow.
So I dropped my kid at college. Hey, I might join this fraternity. Hey, Dad, do you want to come over and help me pack coke? Sure, let's do it. A little father-son time.
Apparently, Dad is by the way, he's a defense attorney. And he also, according to, allegedly, I have to say.
They're going to need a good defense attorney.
Offered to stash money and drugs and hide evidence.
Well, that's not a good deal. You know, and so
I mean, it's one thing to get hazed at school. It's another thing that you basically have to become a member of a drug gang.
It's crazy. I mean, we know that there's drugs on campus, and it's an issue, certainly underage drinking. But this is criminal activity.
Yes.
This is packing up drugs and selling them all across the country.
Yeah.
And maybe around the world.
You know how they got caught? Using payment apps when they were selling drugs on campus. Here, Venmo me.
Yeah,
they didn't think that all the way through.
Didn't.
Yeah. Appreciate you spending time with us today. Thank you very much. We also appreciate everyone it takes to put the show together. We look through the double pane bulletproof glass. Why?
There's
Ketel
Marte. He's producing the show today.
He's not here. He's nowhere to be found.
There's Ketel
First
Marte,
Lady of Outspoken, Miss Jules, of course, with all your news and information. We got Becky Lynn.
Ketel Marte.
Don't forget all of your traffic.
No?
We've got Enrique. Okay. Don't call me Iglesias. Thanks, guys.
Bruce. Arizona's Evening News is next. You're lucky to have me.
Gatos, you're lucky I put up with you.
All right, it's officially the most wonderful time of the year at Staples. They've got back-to-school supplies as low as 25 cents, up to 40% off select tech, 20% off for teachers, and more. Check out all the deals at staples.com/back-to-school. Staples, that was easy.
Arizona, your summer upgrade starts now during the Sanderson Ford Summer Sales Event. Get 0% financing for 36 months, 0 payments for 90 days, 0 maintenance fees for 2 years, and $1,000 towards your down payment on select Ford models. Summer won't last forever, and neither will these deals. So hurry in today and choose no hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. Choose Sanderson Ford.
Must be financed through Ford Motor Credit OAC. Not applicable on specialty models. See dealer for select vehicles that qualify. All offers expire 8/31/26.
Hi, folks. Jody Jackson here. My friends at Y-Refi are humbled to be this year's co-presenting sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. And at Y-Refi, they understand college didn't turn out how a lot of us hoped. The degree? Check. But the debt and detours, not what anyone planned. That's why Y-Refi helps struggling borrowers refinance private student loans with a plan that actually works. Visit YRefi.com today. That's YREFY.com. Y-Refi is not available in all states.
Phoenix, do you want to enjoy your summer or do you want to paint year after year? Do what your neighbors did. They called Rhino Shield.
Looked at what it was costing me to have my house painted and realized that while it costs more initially for Rhino Shield, over the life of the product, it's a lot less.
Rhino Shield's not paint, it's a ceramic coating that's formulated for our specific climate right here in Phoenix.
We chose Rhino Shield because of the durability of the product. Paints are mostly water. Less water gives you a more resilient product.
The warranty, 25 years, is something that I just don't think you can beat.
We're very excited that we don't ever have to paint again.
Great news, Phoenix. You can now get the guaranteed protection of Rhino Shield for 10% off the regular price.
Really would like to say thank you to their entire staff. Everybody all did exactly what they said they were going to do, exactly the way I wanted it done.
Here's owner Jim Williams.
This offer is limited, so call me at 855-4U-RHINO. That's 855-4, the letter U, Rhino.
Go Rhino!
Never paint your house again. Rhino Shield.
Sonic Drive-In is a proud partner of the Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's. Become a champion of hope for our local children and families in need. Dine at any of the Arizona Sonic locations from now through August 31st, and Sonic will donate $1 from every Wacky Pack Kids meal sold to Phoenix Children's. That's $1 for every Wacky Pack meal sold. Feed your kids and help the kids at Phoenix Children's. With your support, we can continue to improve specialized children's care in Arizona. Live free, eat Sonic.
Jan on the street. Hi, it's Jan from Toyota. Summer's not over at the National Sales Event, so I'm taking to the streets to see how people are keeping summer fun going with a new Toyota. Excuse me, sir. How are you making summer last longer with your Toyota?
Oh, going mudding in my Tundra.
Everybody loves a mud bath. Player with the jump shot. What about you?
Taking my RAV4 downtown to a rooftop restaurant to shoot my shot with Stacy.
Stacy's a lucky lady. Mom with the twins. Your turn.
Starting a true crime podcast in my Grand Highlander while the kids are at day camp.
Oh, I know the one. It's juicy. Man with the ball. And you?
Dropping my BZ to the park to play kickball with friends. Kickball is life.
I want that to be my life, too. Well, those are some great ways to extend summer. See you next time. Jan on the street.
Event ends August 31st. Dealer inventory may vary. See your participating Toyota dealer for details. Toyota, let's go places.
When your joints hurt every day and you've been told you need surgery, it can feel like there's only one option. But remember, once a joint is replaced, there's no going back. Before you schedule surgery, get a second opinion from QC Kinetics. Whether it's bone-on-bone arthritis, a torn meniscus, or years of wear and tear, surgery isn't the only conversation you should have. Talk to QC Kinetics about how they use regenerative treatments to deliver relief to patients like you here in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. They concentrate tiny healing tools within your body right in the spot that's actually causing the pain. The whole idea is to give you a real shot at holding off on surgery, or in some cases, avoiding it altogether. Don't just accept surgery is your only choice. Call QC Kinetics today for a second opinion. The consultation is totally free. Clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Faye Fredericks. ABC 15 is the only station with dedicated reporters in your community, listening to what matters to you, finding solutions, and getting results. Join us weeknights at 6 on ABC 15.
KTAR-FM, Glendale, Phoenix. This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Tuesday evening. It's 6 o'clock, and I'm Joe Huizenga.
I'm Jackie Lynn. Tonight, some new rules for Flock and their license plate reading cameras. Also, the Arizona Attorney General defends her lawsuits against the president and his administration. We'll have these stories coming up, but first, let's go to the roads. Here's Enrique Garcia live in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Joe, thank you so much. Tempe with a crash blocking the HOV lane, US 60 Superstition Freeway, eastbound near McClintock Drive. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder on the Durango curve / I-17 eastbound at Central Avenue. And a quick look into our surface streets. Chandler with a crash on Germain Road and Price Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight, it'll be mostly clear with a low around 90 degrees. Tomorrow, sunny, hot with a high near 110. And then tomorrow night, there's going to be a slight 10% chance of showers that has slipped into the forecast, but it's going to be partly cloudy, low around 91 degrees, and right now in Fountain Hills, 108 degrees. Weather is brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
Flock, the company that's behind more than 120,000 automatic license plate readers nationwide, has instituted some new rules after reports of misuse.
The Washington Post reports at least 50 officers around the country have been accused of misusing plate readers to allegedly spy on their wives, their girlfriends, and their exes. Flock said it will now automatically lock out officers whose activity looks abnormal, delete data after 7 days instead of 30, let cities choose which type of offense other agencies can access, and require a criminal case number for every database search. Michelle Franzen, ABC News, New York.
Arizona votes 2026.
GOP candidate for Arizona Attorney General Warren Peterson is among those critical of incumbent Chris Mays and her 49 lawsuits against the Trump administration, saying the AG's office should be focused on fighting crime. Mays joins the AZ Political podcast with Jim Sharp and says she's continued to sue the federal government because they're trying to harm Arizonans.
Whenever the federal government, whoever is leading the federal government at the time, harms Arizona or violates the Constitution, I have to file that lawsuit as the Attorney General. Why wouldn't I?
Mays calls tariffs the Trump administration has been adamant to apply an illegal $1,500 tax on Arizonans. And to watch that full episode of the AZ Political Podcast, go to KTAR.com.
An Arizona food bank has received more than 180,000 eggs as part of a price-fixing settlement with major egg producers, according to officials. 17 pallets of eggs from Cal-Maine Foods were delivered to the Yuma Community Food Bank, and those will be distributed to food banks, food pantries, and other partners throughout Yuma and La Paz counties. The delivery comes after a joint investigation found Cal-Maine Foods, Versova Centrum, and Hickman's Egg Ranch illegally worked together to drive up egg prices.
A Penn State graduate, Agostino Abetiello, and a former student, Thomas Robinson, of the renowned college, are facing felony drug charges for running a major cocaine operation by making frat houses do their dirty work. Matt Rivers explains.
Officials say Delta Upsilon and Sigma Chi frat houses, both off campus, were used to package the drugs, part of what authorities called a hazing ritual.
In fact, we found a pattern of events that showed cutting and bagging cocaine was, for some pledges, an indoctrination into the Delta Upsilon and Sigma Chi fraternities.
13 current and former students charged in total, 5 with felony counts of corrupt organizations and conspiracy, the rest with misdemeanors.
A 14th person is also charged with interfering with the investigation. Pittsburgh-based attorney Paul Robinson, the father of the other alleged co-drug ringleader, Thomas Robinson.
Police in Philadelphia are searching for a suspect seen on video wearing a Chucky-style Halloween mask and chasing men and women around City Hall in the early morning hours. One of those people the suspect chased is a woman named Jamaica. And she says she saw the man approach a woman who was walking nearby and then a man trying to get into a building before he turned on her.
That's whenever I saw a figure, it was starting to accelerate, like close to a woman. And I didn't think that she could see him. She had earphones in. So I started to wave at her across from the intersection and say, hey, there's someone behind you. Look back behind you. And then she heard me and then she started to run away.
They're still looking for the Chucky mask-wearing person, whatever that's all about.
I bet they are. People need to get a hobby or something.
I guess that is his hobby.
Oh, they need a better hobby then. How about like Wall Street? On Wall Street today, there was a sharp sell-off in semiconductor and tech shares that drove the U.S. markets down for a third straight day. The Dow down 116 points, closed at 53,343. The NASDAQ down 355 to close at 26,289. And the S&P was off 53, closed at 7,691. For more money news, visit the Business Center at KTAR.com.
A bevy of cyber attacks on U.S. water infrastructure over the past few weeks begs the question, could something like that happen here in Arizona? Well, keeping an eye on your water with the answer is KTAR News reporter Heidi Hummel. Heidi, thanks for joining us. So, yeah, this story was out. It's kind of started on the East Coast, and they hit some on the West Coast. Is our water not just safe to drink, but safe from hackers here in Arizona?
Becky, that's exactly what the hackers are trying to do. They're trying to make the water not safe to drink or even take these water systems online. So there was about 10 or 15 different wastewater treatment plants that suffered from these cyber attacks. No real damage was done. I think a boil water advisory came out for one of them. But basically what they're trying to do is they go after the programmable logic controllers, the PLCs, which is like the brain of the computer, and that's connected to pumps, valves, pressure systems. So it's a wastewater treatment plant. Not all the water's clean yet. So if you take some of the pressure down, mess with a valve a little bit, that's not supposed to be, some of that not treated water can get mixed in with the clean water, and then the whole thing's contaminated. So you could really do some damage by going after, water infrastructure should be seen as a critical asset.
So how safe is our water here in Arizona, Heidi? Are we susceptible to having something like you just described happen here?
Great question, Joe. And I spoke with Oscar Osman. He's with ASU School of Computing and Augmented Intelligence. And we were looking at where these cyber attacks happened. Minnesota, Wisconsin, Michigan, Georgia, South Dakota. And I kind of realized, if you wanted to, they're trying to do damage, so they're going after water. But why don't you go after Los Angeles or New York or a bigger city like Phoenix? These were all smaller municipalities. And what Oscar told me is that these cyber hackers can basically scan these systems, especially if it's connected to the internet, and look for vulnerabilities and find vulnerabilities in the system. And that's how they are able to get in and cause damage. So he said that these smaller municipalities probably don't have as many resources to keep up with the best cybersecurity practices, and that's why they're going after those ones. Also, our water systems are decentralized. Each municipality manages its own water infrastructure. It's not all interconnected. So that's also why we think it's easier for them to go after some of these smaller municipalities' water systems.
Now, that makes sense. I was trying to figure out why, and I was kind of questioning maybe they were practicing on some of these smaller ones too, like to see if they could make it happen, what damage they could do before they took on something bigger. And maybe that's still part of their plan. But this was scary, but nothing really happened, right?
No, nothing too serious happened besides a boil water advisory. They were able to catch it quickly and get into it. And so, yeah, when something like this happens, basically there's not always people on the ground at these treatment plants, so they have to send someone in manually to, do whatever to stop the hackers. Or he said they can use AI. So these hackers might be using AI to find the vulnerabilities. You can counter that by using cybersecurity, can use AI to also find the vulnerabilities and patch them before the attackers get to them.
So you used fancy water language when you opened this segment, Heidi. My brain's working at half speed today. So let's say that an individual or a group of individuals is trying to hack a water municipality or a company. What does that look like? How do they do that? Because they're not in person, right? They're doing this over the internet. So how do you contaminate a water supply through the internet? What exactly do they do again?
The system has to be connected to the internet. That's how they're getting in. If you're connected to the internet, anyone else connected to the internet can hack into your system.
And then they say, release the sludge.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what they're doing, right?
I mean, they have to understand the system. I myself don't even understand the interworkings of these wastewater treatment systems, the softwares that run them. But these hackers are learning it, and passwords. I know we hear this all the time, like, get a stronger password, two-factor authentication.
1, 2, 3.
Yes.
Or the pass key that they're telling everybody to get now, which I still don't understand, but supposedly it's safer than a password.
Oscar said this too, that they were using default or weak passwords at a lot of these things. So if you have a similar or same password on a lot of different users or different softwares within the system, they were easily able to hack in using that.
I wonder. Okay, so this is water. They're hacking into these water.
CISA, the organization we talked about
yes.
yesterday, yes, they were aware of these attacks on these smaller municipalities, and they can't say for sure who it is. They think it's an Iran-backed hacker group.
Yeah, that was what they were saying all along, and I didn't know if that was.
That's not confirmed.
Yeah, I didn't know if they were just saying that because
similar.
We're in the war. It would make
Yes.
sense. Blah blah blah. But it could be somebody right here in America.
Yeah.
Theoretically, yeah.
Yeah, it could be anybody. Well, of course, we're going to keep an eye on that. So, thank
yeah,
you.
I mean, it involves we got water, we got power. You really don't get more critical than that.
I was going to say, it could be power, it could be anything.
Yeah, we talked about power too. They could absolutely go after power systems the same way they're going after water systems.
All right.
Lovely.
Thanks, Heidi.
Great.
Appreciate it.
Coming up in just a few minutes. Did I steal that from you
go
there?
right ahead.
Okay. It's one of the few things that brings us all together. Food.
Yes.
We're going to find out what new offerings the Cardinals will have on Sundays in just a few minutes.
Give-a-thon week for Phoenix Children's this year, so tune in starting tomorrow for Stories of Hope brought to you by Mattamy Homes and discover why these kids need champions like you. And actually, you can help right now. Text GIVE to 620-620, or you can call the Train Phone Bank, and that number is 602-933-4567. Become a champion of hope today. KTAR News Time is 6:11.
I did just say food a
I know
minute
you
ago,
did.
Becky Lynn. It
Made me
always
hungry.
makes me perk up. It's dinner time. I'm on soda. It's state of the art diet and nutrition. And with soda, I get to eat delicious chicken and steak. And we just had Heidi on with us. She told me last night she was going home to make some soda chicken for herself. Heidi, can you give me a progress report? Just scream it out. Was it any good?
It was great.
It was great, Heidi says. See, the food tastes great. And it's not styrofoam. It's not awful tasting. It fills you up. It's chickens, steaks, dips, the food you want to eat. Delicious, amazing stuff you can make for yourself right at the grocery store. 1-866-800-SODA is the number for you to call right now to get started. 1-866-800-SODA. I lost 25 pounds in a matter of months with soda, and I feel great. I look great. There's no shots. There's no pills. Their approach is super straightforward. You work with a nutritionist. They create a plan all around you. You get their expert guidance. You check in with them. Oh, it really couldn't get any better. We're coming up on wedding season, too. So whether you want to impress your boyfriend, your girlfriend, your loved one, maybe your spouse, maybe you just want to feel amazing as we head towards the holidays, 866-800-SODA. Ask them about their end of summer offers right now. And soda is, say it with me, state of the art.
Start smart with Arizona's morning news.
The flip side of that is to do as the governor suggested, which is to be out on the radio every day and to be answering hard questions.
Arizona's morning news, weekday mornings 5 to 8 on Arizona's news station, KTAR News 92.3 and the KTAR News app.
Meet Morgan Jones. Morgan is about to step into a world unknown to most, thanks to Progressive's Renters Insurance, a place of fresh linens and turn-down service. You see, Morgan temporarily vacated her apartment and has gone to a hotel because a pipe burst in her apartment. A pipe that made her sense of reality and apartment ceiling all come crashing down. Luckily, Morgan checked into Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates and third-party insurers.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. It's Gatos, and if you've been injured in an accident, you need a law firm that insurance companies take seriously. That's why so many Arizonans turn to Sweet James. For more than 25 years, Sweet James has fought for injured accident victims, and they fight to win. With experience in over 500 trials and a 98% winning record, they've built a reputation that demands attention. Insurance companies know Sweet James won't back down, and that kind of reputation matters when your case is on the line. They take every case seriously. Every client's voice is heard. Every detail matters. Because when the law firm representing you is taken seriously, you're taken seriously. Sweet James is trusted by thousands of injured accident victims across Arizona and is the official attorney partner of the Phoenix Suns. results, reputation, respect. If you've been hurt, call Sweet James. 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-9-MILLION. Or visit sweetjames.com. Sweet James, winning for you.
Hey, Arizona, Vince Marotta here, and the Honda Summer Event is still burning bright at Earnhardt Honda in Avondale, and right now is your moment to move on their sizzling deals. Everything you thought you knew about Earnhardt Honda, throw it out the window. You'll feel the difference before you even reach the showroom floor. The savings are that real. Right now, drive home a brand new Honda with rates as low as 0% APR financing for 60 months on select models. Or buy now with 0 payments for 90 days. Plus, it's your last chance to win a Moto Compacto during their Ridgeline Rally. A legacy built over 75 years, now refreshed for a new generation of Arizona drivers. Don't let another summer pass you by. The Valley's hottest Honda deals are calling your name right now. Local, trusted, and no bull since 1951. Or check out more amazing offers at EarnhardtHonda.com.
Annual percentage rate is $16.67 per month per 1,000 finance. Available on 2026 Honda Prologue models with approved credit. Dealer reserves the right to buy down interest rate from 0.099%. Finance charges will accrue during payment deferment. Offers in 9/8/26. Moto Compacto entries with test drive. No purchase necessary. Odds of winning depend on number of entrants. See dealer for full qualifications. Promotion valid on new ground stock of Honda Ridgelines until 9/6/26. Drawing to be held 9/7/26.
I'm LaDonna Harvey. It's Give-a-thon week for Phoenix Children's. Learn more about this phenomenal organization from the people it helps. Tomorrow morning from 5 to 8 on Arizona's Morning News. Be sure to catch us on the KTAR YouTube channel.
It's 6:16. Thank you for joining us tonight on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Becky Lynn, here with Joe Huizinga.
Traditional sports food. It's burgers, hot dogs, chicken wings, pizza maybe. We're going to find out if that's on the menu this year at State Farm Stadium next. But first, we're going to get you home safe. We're going to check traffic right now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you so much. Phoenix with a disabled vehicle blocking the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near 7th Avenue. Tempe with a crash blocking the HOV lane. US 60 Superstation Freeway eastbound near McClintock Drive. And a quick look into our surface streets. Chandler with a crash on Germain Road and Price Road. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Tonight and the rest of the week, our overnight lows are going to be right around 90 degrees. Tomorrow, hot and sunny, near 110, and then pretty much the same kind of 111, 112 the rest of the week. We are under an extreme heat warning through Friday night. Right now in Gilbert, it's 109. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days. Pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
We live in contentious times, Becky Lynn, in our country. Virtually every Democrat is an imbecile. Just ask the Republicans. Just about every Republican, totally clueless. Just ask the Democrats. One thing we can agree on, though, almost unanimously, is food and how delicious it is.
And it's dinner time.
Oh, it is. Our reporter, Bowen Overstolz, drew the short straw today, and he had to go out and cover a very hard-hitting event. Nothing so strenuous have I ever seen as going out to the Cardinals and their craft culinary concepts where they debuted their new concession offerings, Becky Lynn.
Oh, can't wait. Ballin.
It was tough.
Ballin, what did you sample out there? What was the tastiest thing that you got to try today?
Yeah. There is quite a selection of things available to us. Some of the new options this year include pizza from Tarbell's, and there's street corn, Copper State cheesecakes, as they say, Indian fry bread dogs, just a whole litany of different items available at the stadium they had available for us today. I have to say, though, I'm a pretty simple man. For me, the best thing I had today was the chopped cheese machete, which is really just a really massive, oversized quesadilla, and it's got all the typical fixings in there, cheese and meat, and I mean, that was my favorite. It was good. It can't go wrong with that. I also tried something called chicken and waffle wings, which for the most part were just really solid, normal wings, but they were sort of coated in what they called waffle dust.
Okay.
I guess they make waffles and then they cook them to where they're pretty hard and they smash them up and make a sort of, I guess almost like a seasoning out of it, and they put that over the wings. So that was pretty good. It actually had a really unique flavor.
Wow. I mean, honestly.
I wrote it all down.
Good for you.
I wish, Ballin, why didn't you bring any back for us?
I know. I should have stuffed my pockets.
That's what they used to do. They used to come in and bring all the food and we could all try it. You could, even if you don't like football, you could go to a Cardinals game and just
100%.
do a tour of the concession stands and try all these new things. So let's see. I'm looking here. Wetzel's Pretzels, Cold Stone Creamery, the Yard Ice Cream Bar. They're all going to be at State Farm Stadium this year. So I guess that's new. Tarbell's Pizza. That's pretty. I mean, Tarbell's. That's a nice restaurant.
That is. Yeah.
That's some pretty good stuff there. And everything sounds great, but was there anything you didn't like?
Yeah, I mean, this is an easy one for me to answer. I wasn't a fan of the lobster roll sliders, but that's because I don't really like lobster. So, every time I see a lobster roll, I try it. I think this is going to be the one because, I mean, everyone says they're great, they're fancy, and this one wasn't the one. But if you like lobster and you like lobster rolls, I'm sure you'll like this one as well. That was a Tarbell item, too.
It doesn't seem like football food to me, though.
No.
You know, some of these things, they get way out there. A little bit hard to juggle at your seat, I would think. And what a mess in some instances, you know?
Well, Bowen, did the Cardinals explain too? I guess some of these food items are only going to be available also on the club level out there.
That applies to Tarbell's, I believe.
And that gets into a little bit more of the bougier selection as well.
And the less mess making. Because if you're up there on the club level, you probably got a tray or a table.
You might have a little bit of room in front of you too. So the Tarbell's pizza, did you get to try it? You said you tried something from Tarbell's today. Did they have any pizza out there for you to try?
They did have some of their pizzas out there. That lobster roll was from Tarbell's as well. Again, I don't want to tarnish their name. I'm sure it was a totally fine lobster roll.
What about the pizza? Did you think it was pretty good pizza?
The pizza was good. I had tried a sopressata pizza, which I was told is basically just pepperoni, but got to have a fancier name on that one.
There you go.
And it was good. I mean, I like pizza, so
who doesn't like pizza?
Exactly.
I'm very suspicious of someone who doesn't like pizza. It's like, what is wrong with you?
Exactly.
What was the most unique thing that you saw out there? I mean, you've named a lot of things, but what would you?
It has to be the crispy chicken sushi roll, which I did try, and it was good. So it really was like a normal sushi roll, but it had chicken on the inside instead of obviously fish and the celery and all that. And I heard Mark Tarbell, who is the owner of Tarbell's, you know, he said this is basically a good item for people who don't like seafood, which we do have a lot of in Arizona. I love sushi, and I can say the crispy chicken sushi roll was solid. It was not a disgrace to sushi.
Oh, wait a minute. So you've got fried chicken inside it.
Yeah.
Does it have seaweed around it?
I don't know. I did try it, and I don't think there was. There was the rice and the chicken, and I didn't see that layer between.
Okay, so it was just kind of rolled up tightly. I was going to say that seems like it would defeat the purpose of steering clear of the seafood.
Yeah.
So.
And Mark Tarbell didn't know it's not legit sushi,
Of
but
course not,
it's in the shape and it's close enough. So.
All right.
Was there anything else, Bowen, that either you saw out there or that you sampled that you're like, wow, this is a unique combination, or this is a little different, or this was really, really good? Anything else that, Cardinals, either season ticket holders or just people who are going to go maybe check out one game at the State Farm Stadium that you think they should know about?
Yeah, the don't miss.
Yeah, I mean, honestly, I would go back to those chicken and waffle wings. They're a bit unique, but also it's a really normal item. You know, they're pretty much wings. It's not that out of the ordinary. So definitely recommend those. I think it's also worth mentioning for season ticket holders or people who want to jump on in the earlier part of the season or even an upcoming preseason game. They have certain rivalry items. So these are items only available against specific opponents.
I saw a Sonoran dog for one game.
A Sonoran style Seattle dog. So you got a little bit of both. And that is, lo and behold, for a game against the Seahawks on September 20th. Also on the 22nd against the Dallas Cowboys, you can get a barbecue brisket burger, bringing in some Texas for that too.
So like 1 week only on those items.
Okay. Yeah, and actually I think it's only the day of the specific game. So I mean, obviously if you're there for the game, you can only get those items at that time. So definitely look out if you happen to be there the 22nd or September 20th.
So the Sonoran-style Seattle dog, only when the Seahawks are in town.
Yeah.
It's always amazing to me how it's come to this now. We go to the sports team, come out, and we've got these great new concession stands. I'm paying attention to that team down there on the field.
I think they probably make as much money on the food in some cases as they do on the ticket. I mean,
they probably do.
You hear some of these offerings, and you don't see them every day. You're combining certain foods. It's not just a chicken wing or a slice of pizza.
The prices ain't low.
They are not low. We did not get insight into that today. There were no price tags out on the items, but anyone who goes to these games you want to bring some extra money.
I think it's worth it too, and it's oftentimes it's not just a little morsel. You're getting a lot of food usually too.
You can sometimes split things. So all right, thanks, Ballard.
Thank you guys.
Coming up, more tariffs on the way. What effect are they going to have on the U.S. economy? We're less than 5 minutes from that story and another traffic check. KTAR News Time is 6:24.
When we feel divided, we look to something that can bring us together. It's time to do something powerful and meaningful for kids who need your help.
The scariest part was I had a low blood sugar seizure. And so all of my muscles started tightening and constricting.
Keep listening to hear how you can make a difference for Arizona kids and families. The Give-a-thon is presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Y-Refi.
I'm not one to say I told you so, but I switched to Pure Talk over a year ago, and ever since, I've been telling people there's no better wireless company out there. Well, a few months ago, a massive survey was conducted. 123,000 people were asked to rate their wireless carrier in 4 categories: coverage, support, data, and overall value. Well, the results are in. Guess which wireless company was the only wireless company to get 5 stars in every category? Yeah, Pure Talk. 5 stars, every category. To celebrate, Pure Talk is offering the first 3 months of any plan for just $15 a month, including their top-tier unlimited plan. No contract, no commitment, just a very inexpensive way to test drive the only American wireless company with 5 stars in every category. Just dial pound 250, say micro, and Pure Talk's U.S. customer service will take it from there. Again, pound 250 micro. And yes, I told you so.
Hair Volume from New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Available as a tablet or a delicious gummy, Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and NewNordicUSA.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Thinking about senior living? I'm Jamie West, and here's the best advice you'll get. Talk to people who already live there. Beatitudes campus in North Central Phoenix has a resident panel coming up soon. You can talk to residents, ask questions, hear real experiences, and enjoy a complimentary brunch. Find out why Beatitudes campus is a senior community like no other. Reserve your seat by texting RSVP to 620-620 or go to beatitudescampus.org. Live brightly, age boldly at Beatitudes Campus.
Message and data rates may apply.
Every home tells a story. Sometimes it's the story of the family who lived there before. Their kitchen, their bathroom, how they cooked, entertained, and lived. Maybe they wanted walls where you'd rather have light, or a giant tub instead of a spa-like shower. They built for another life. Different priorities, different tastes. Then one day, it hits you. You're living with someone else's decisions. That's where Trevec Remodeling and Roofing comes in. You may already live exactly where you want. The neighborhood, views, and memories are yours. So why leave? Because the inside no longer reflects you? At Trevec, your home should tell your story, your style, your family, your life, your dreams. If you're thinking, I love where I live, I just don't love my home, it's time to call Trevec. Visit Trevec.com. That's TRAVEK.com. Trevec Remodeling and Roofing. Together building dreams for 25 years.
Got a stubborn clog slowing things down? Introducing Parker & Son's $89 drain clearing special. If you've got a ground level, easy access drain, Parker & Son's plumbers will clear it for just $89. Plus, you'll get a free camera inspection and free standard water heater maintenance. That's today's clog gone and future problems prevented. Call Parker & Sons at 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons. Standard water heaters only, no tankless.
I talk a lot about Moving Team 6 and their attention to veterans. Let's talk to one. Brian, you've been with them for how long?
4 years now, Mike.
What motivated you to call them in the first place?
It was a little after I got out of the Navy, was doing something else, just wanted to start doing something that actually helped people out again. Heard about these guys on the radio and gave them a shot. I'm still here 4 years later now. Take pride in your work, get it done the right way.
For your next move across town or across the country, MovingTeam6.com. Spell out the word 6 to get to the right website. MovingTeam6.com.
Seeking top-notch quality vitamins and supplements at always affordable prices? Look no further than Natural Grocers brand supplements. Amidst the online haze of quality, Natural Grocers shines through with potent ingredients and the best manufacturing standards. Their name stands for trust, proven through time and generations. So enjoy your food and supplements the rest with Natural Grocers brand vitamins and supplements. Visit naturalgrocers.com to find a store near you.
This is Arizona's Evening News.
Good Tuesday evening. It is 6:29. I'm Becky Lynn.
And I'm Joe Huizenga. Tonight, will Arizona's construction sector struggle as a result of new tariffs on Canadian goods? And could a strait in the Middle East soon become a U.S. territory? We're going to talk about those stories, but first, we're going to make sure you get home safe. We're going to check the roads. Here's Enrique Garcia live from the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky Joe, thank you so much. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left-hand lane. I-17 northbound approaching Indian School Road. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near the State Route 51 northbound transition. This report is brought to you by Earnhardt Honda. The Honda Summer Event is burning bright at Earnhardt Honda in Avondale. Get 0% APR or 90 days payment free on select models in-store or online at earnhardthonda.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
Low tonight, 90 degrees, mostly clear. Then tomorrow we're going to shoot up to about 110, 111, and we're going to be there most of the week because we're under an extreme heat warning through Friday night. Very slight chance of some rain or thunderstorms tomorrow night. In Phoenix, it's 108 degrees. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
KTAR Eyes on the Economy. The U.S. is set to impose new 50% tariffs on $20 billion worth of Canadian imports. While Glenn Williamson, founder and CEO of the Canada-Arizona Business Council, worries what this could mean for Arizona's agriculture and construction sectors, he's also worried about potential retaliation. He tells Arizona's Morning News,
I am very, very concerned about what Canada may do once this, if hypothetically it goes past tomorrow. I am extraordinarily hopeful that the Prime Minister and the President and both their negotiating teams will do something today.
Williamson says the future homebuyers would be especially impacted considering much of the lumber we use for home construction comes from Canada.
Maricopa County Sheriff's Office reporting today a 13-year-old boy riding an e-bike has died after being hit by a car near 185th Avenue and Bethany Home Road. In a statement sent to KTAR, the Sheriff's Office saying the victim was transported to the hospital with life-threatening injuries and unfortunately died at the hospital. MCSO detectives continue the investigation. No additional details have been made public yet.
Liberia has agreed to accept up to 1,200 deportees from the United States. According to authorities in the West African country, the deportees will be received within a year, with the first group of 20 expected on Thursday. Liberia's information minister says the deportees will include Africans as well as nationals from North America, South America, and the Caribbean. This arrangement is part of a broader U.S. policy under the Trump administration aimed at deterring illegal migration. Liberia will receive support from the U.S. to manage the program and strengthen its migration system.
President Trump says the U.S. has no planned talks with Iran, but says the Strait of Hormuz is open and operating. In a social media post, the president also says the U.S. blockade there remains in full force and effect, and that he could make the strait a U.S. territory. ABC News White House correspondent Karen Travers.
Every time the president has brought this up, Iran has pushed back very strongly. This has been the sticking point going back to June when they tried to reach that deal to reopen the strait, and they continue to haggle over this. And we heard a very forceful response from the Iranians just about the state of negotiations. They say the Strait of Hormuz will not open until the U.S. blockade is lifted, until the frozen assets are released, until they're able to sell oil again, and also they say until the threats and military options are off the table.
Longtime ZZ Top drummer Frank Beard has passed away. Beard was a founding member of the band behind hits like Tush and the 1983 hit Gimme All Your Lovin', among others. An announcement from his representatives said Beard died under hospice care at his ranch in Richmond, Texas, surrounded by his family. The band announced it's canceling this week's concerts in Salt Lake City and Colorado Springs. Beard was 77 years old.
Also, the only member of the band without a beard.
How about that?
Just saying. D-backs taking on the Red Sox right now in Boston. It's the bottom of the seventh. Red Sox are up again, 9-4. You can hear the game on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM. D-backs second baseman Ketel Marte has been sent back to Phoenix to undergo an MRI on his knee after he didn't show up to the club's game at Fenway Park yesterday. AZCentral.com's Nick Pecoro and MLB.com's Steve Gilbert reported this today. And as for why he didn't tell the team he wasn't going to be at yesterday's game, don't know. It's unclear. Sports brought to you by Parker & Sons, Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical.
Major school voucher reforms will no longer go to Arizona voters this November. To find out why and what this means moving forward, we turn to our Education Solutions reporter, Shira Tanzer. And Shira, good evening. What can you tell us about Prop 212 and what happened with it today. Why is it not going to be appearing on the ballot?
Yeah, like you said, there was a ruling today that determined that Proposition 212 will not be appearing on the November ballot. Just for kind of a refresher, that is the ESA Accountability Initiative. So it would have placed an $150,000 income cap on the ESA program. It also would have required that all funding not used in the program be returned to the state's general fund at the end of the year. And this has kind of been a highly contested proposition for quite a while. You have people on either sides of the aisle really, really pro or anti this proposition, both sides being very loud about what they think about it and if they support it or not. And today we saw a court rule it has to do with the signatures. So when a proposition gets to the ballot without the legislators' involvement, they have to have a certain amount of signatures to get it on the ballot. In this case, it was around 255,000 signatures that were required to get this proposition on the ballot. And the Protect Education Act Committee did get more than that amount of signatures. They actually got 421,000 signatures, quite a lot more, back in July. And they turned those in. And then when they turned those signatures in, Secretary of State Adrian Fontes, his office, reviews those signatures and looks at which ones are valid or not. So his office found that the amount of valid signatures out of those 421,000 was about 389,000 of those signatures were found to be valid. Now, this ruling specifically deals with concerns that both sides, so the Protect Education Act Committee and the Arizona Federation for Children, which is a conservative nonprofit that opposed the proposition, and this really has to do with both sides arguing that either more signatures should have been valid or less should have been counted when it came to how many signatures were valid to put this on the ballot. So the judge looked at many different aspects that were mentioned in both appeals from both sides, specifically focusing on cases where the address may have been incorrect or double signatures were used. And really the ruling almost focuses on double signatures because that's kind of what determined this case, honestly. So when there are double signatures, obviously one has to be removed. So only one individual's signature can count. They can't sign more than once. Even if they have different addresses on there, it only counts once. So this appeal from the Protect Education Act Committee was asking the judge to make sure that when a signature was removed as a double signature, so it was created into one, that those signatures not be included in the validity rate. Now, I have to explain what the validity rate is. This is quite complicated. It's a lot, I know. But a validity rate is when a sample of the signatures that are turned in are taken and studied to see if they are valid. And instead of looking through all 421,000 signatures individually, you take a look at that random selection, and the percentage of signatures that are valid is then used as the validity rate. And that validity rate is used against all of the signatures turned in to determine how many count and how many are valid in general. So you don't have to go through every single one. Now, for double signatures, when you have two signatures, that obviously can mess with the validity rate. So the Protect Education Act Committee was asking the judge that when they are combined into one, when a double signature only counts as one, that it not be counted towards the validity rate. Because they say that means that the signature is being removed twice. So it's being removed once when it's the double signature and again in the validity rate. The judge disagreed with that, and that is where this ruling comes in. So he ruled that double signatures, once they are stricken and it becomes one signature, are still subject to the validity rate, meaning that a lot more of them can be cut. And because of this ruling, it actually shrunk the amount of valid signatures that the group had to less than the 255,000 that were necessary by around 10 to 12,000 signatures. So it no longer has enough valid signatures to be on the ballot. That was a lot. Wow. But that is basically the breakdown.
So one of the things I also heard was that some of the people who were gathering signatures were kind of stretching the truth about what the proposition was supposed to do. And so they were, and I guess that got back and it was like, no, you can't tell people one thing and have them sign this petition if it's not true.
So there was nothing about that in the ruling or the appeal. If that is true, we haven't seen it in legal court documents. But like I said, both sides were heavily invested in this. We have seen arguments about it. We have seen other ballot measures trying to block this initiative, trying to mess with the ESA program in other areas over the past few months. And we've seen those measures, being formed really fast at the end of the session to try to get it in. And really this whole thing has kind of happened. This initiative was filed in February. And really everything that followed kind of came really fast after it. And it was a very fast conclusion as well today. And I think we're seeing so many people who are so passionate either for or against this ESA reform initiative that we're seeing a really, really strong pushback from both sides. The Federation for Children put out a statement celebrating this ruling, saying that the next steps forward are expanding the ESA program, expanding school choice in Arizona. And we heard from Save Our Schools, who basically said it was a devastating blow to people who want to change the ESA program and make it better in the state. So we're seeing really strong reactions from both sides.
KTAR News Education Solutions reporter Shira Tanzer joins us on the news that Prop 212, the ESA Accountability Initiative, will not be appearing on the ballot. So what now, Shira? Any word if this group plans to get on the ballot a couple of years from now? Is this them giving up? What's next?
I think at the moment they're probably trying to regroup a little bit. This did come down pretty fast. As I said, it was a pretty quick turnaround in terms of the appeal and the ruling. So maybe getting their footing a little bit. We saw in Save Our Schools, Arizona's statement that they said in the weeks, in the months leading up to the election, they were really trying to support pro-public school candidates for the election, and they may be turning their focus to that and supporting people who want to put more funding into public schools. That kind of seems that that's where they're going to put their focus towards. Like I said, the AFC is really going to put their focus towards the opposite, supporting those candidates that are very, very pro-school voucher and want to expand that program in Arizona.
Originally, Shira, there were two ESA propositions that were going to be on the ballot, yes. And they kind of had a beef with each other, and now both of them are gone, so there's nothing about ESAs on the November ballot.
Yeah, and the second initiative that you just mentioned that dropped out a while ago was by a group called Fortify AZ, which was actually backed by the Federation for Children. So they were directly involved in this as well.
Okay, all right. Shira Tanzer, our KTAR News Education Solutions story and reporter. Thank you, Shira.
Thanks.
Coming up this week, you can change a child's life. Give-a-thon week for Phoenix Children's, presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers, and Why Refi is here. Text GIVE to 620-620, that's 620-620, or call the Train phone bank, 602-933-4567, 602-933-4567. Do it now to become a champion of hope, and we'll talk more about Give-a-thon Week coming up in just a few moments. We're less than 5 minutes away from that, and another check on traffic. KTAR News Time is 6:42.
When someone you love has a life-limiting illness, it can be hard to make that call to hospice. Believe me, I know. My mom passed earlier this year from stage 4 cancer, and after careful consideration, conversation, and plenty of tears, we agreed that it was time. Well, we called Uplift Hospice after first trying a different one and finding out that it just wasn't quite the right fit for Mom. You do have choices in hospice providers. There are hundreds of them in Arizona. They're not all the same. You want personal care and comfort, and that's what we found with Uplift Hospice. They got to know Mom, what she needed. See, their mission statement is live every day of your life. And hospice isn't about giving up. It's making every remaining day count. They always treated Mom with respect and kindness, and that's so important. Questions answered, quick response. Uplift provides hospice care where you need them, and that can be at home. Also, hospice is covered under Medicare. Did you know that? Here's their website. Go check them out. Online first, uplifthospice.com, and then give them a call. I'm recommending them to you just like a friend recommended them to me. Uplift Hospice, uplifthospice.com.
It's time for A Little Laugh, brought to you by Sonic.
How do you make a Kleenex dance? How? Put a little boogie in it.
Keep listening for more little laughs during the Give-a-thon, brought to you by Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
We're chatting with our guest, always safety first, 811 Megaphone Man.
Call 811 before you dig.
You never stray from your mission of letting homeowners, landscapers, and excavators know you should always call 811 before you dig.
Call 811.
Call for both small and big jobs. And 2 working days in advance?
811.
Any parting words? And I'm guessing they will be...
Call 811 before you dig.
Brought to you by Southwest Gas.
811.
What if your favorite vacation spot was just outside your back door? Dolphin Pools has spent 43 years helping Arizona families do exactly that. Building beautiful pools that turn ordinary backyards into the place everyone wants to be. Highest rated on Google and Yelp in the Valley. No flights, no hotels, no suitcases. Just your backyard done right. Visit dolphinpools.us. Dolphin Pools, your backyard, your vacation.
Oh, hey, Sarah. Did you hear my daughter Katie got Camper of the Week?
That's a big deal.
We got a big deal too, right, Mom?
Honey, shh.
What's that?
Okay, that Hyundai Santa Fe, I only paid...
Nice.
Deal's so right, it almost feels wrong. The Hyundai Getaway Sales Event. Get 0% APR plus 0 payments for 90 days on the Tucson, Santa Fe, or Santa Fe Hybrid. See your Valley Hyundai dealer. Offers end September 8th. Call 714-568-7676 for details.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. Let's be honest, the Arizona summers are brutal, but local crime numbers can be even scarier, especially when it comes to protecting your home. If you think that doorbell camera or expensive alarm system is going to keep burglars out, think again. Professional thieves use Wi-Fi jammers, glass cutters to get in and out long before the police are notified. But you know what Wi-Fi jammers and glass cutters can't do? They can't get through Bulldog security screens. Just ask me. I went to Bulldog Security Screens factory in Tucson, where I attacked those screens with everything from a bowling ball to a sledgehammer, and the only thing I broke was a sweat and a baseball bat. Oh, and there's another added benefit. These screens block the scorching UV rays out of your house, and they look terrific because they look and act just like shade screens. You want real protection for your home? Get Bulldog Security Screens for your windows, patio doors, and entry doors. BulldogSecurityScreens.com. That's BulldogSecurityScreens.com. Bulldog Security Screens. They're tough.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Becky Lynn.
And I'm Joe Huizinga.
Every year we hear too many heartbreaking stories involving children and water.
Please take just 2 seconds to help prevent these tragedies.
For life-saving water safety tips, go to Fulton2seconds.com or text SWIM to 620-620.
And remember, 2 seconds is too long to take your eyes off kids near water.
This is Doug Fulton of Fulton Homes, proud to partner with KTAR to keep your kids safe around water.
The Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's on Arizona's Evening News.
Presented by your Valley Hyundai dealers and Wi-Fi.
It is 6:47. Thanks for joining us on Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizinga here with Becky Lynn, and it is Give-a-thon week benefiting Phoenix Children's. You can help support the best hospital system for kids in the Southwest by texting GIVE to 620-620. Donating by texting GIVE right now. 620-620 is that number to text.
And it's so easy. You know, we're kind of gearing up to really kick things off big time tomorrow. We're going to have stories of hope. We're going to be, you're going to be doing a show tomorrow.
12:15 till 2.
Right, and you're going to have people from the hospital and some of the different hosts from here who are all going to be down there because Friday is the big day.
Some of the people from Arizona Sports as well will be joining us, and that's one of the most exciting things for us too is we see them every day in the halls, but we get to raise money for the kids with our sister station as well from Arizona Sports.
It's a chance to do something together.
We come together.
Right. Yep. And so tomorrow's the big kickoff for that, but we're still doing it now, and we were yesterday as well. So you don't even have to wait. If you know that you want to become a champion of hope, you can text GIVE to 620-620 right now.
Yep. And Tim Harrison with the Phoenix Children's Foundation told Arizona's Morning News this morning, your donation, it makes a huge impact because no child is turned away.
Doesn't matter where you show up from. It doesn't matter what your socioeconomic status is, or it's really taking care of that child. So we're making sure that every child is taken care of no matter what.
And Phoenix Children's has 40 sites across the state, from clinics to hospitals, and their iconic main campus off the 51 freeway and Thomas Road. And become a champion of hope by donating $20 a month or a one-time $240 gift, a teddy bear in your name. And Becky Lynn and I just did this,
we did.
Last week or 2 weeks ago?
I think it was I can't remember now, but it was on a Wednesday. I remember we went and we visited quite a few kids, and I will say for the first time ever, we always take a little wagon full of teddy bears. We gave out every single bear.
Yeah, probably, what was it, 20 or 30
20 or
bears?
30
It
bears.
was, that wagon was packed when we started. And first time I remember, too, completely empty. So you become a champion of hope, and a teddy bear in your name goes to a child in a hospital room. Becky Lynn and I, time and time again, said, hey, this bill was donated on behalf of this person or this person.
It's on a little card, and so when they get the bear, they get the card that says, you donated the bear. So they know who cared enough to make that call or to make that text.
Phoenix Children's really is an oasis here in the desert, in the Valley of the Sun. And I grew up with a pretty dang nice children's hospital in my backyard. But the special thing about Phoenix Children's, too, is when we would get to go into these rooms and enter these people's lives, you ask them, hey, are you from around here? Are you from the Valley? And sometimes you hear, sure, Mesa or Scottsdale, but you also hear an awful lot of, we're from up in Flagstaff, or we're from New Mexico,
or
we're
another
from
country,
Nevada, or exactly another country, because they are specialists right here, not just for Arizona, but really for children everywhere.
Absolutely.
They see some of the most rare, unique, awful conditions, and the smiles that you see on these kids' faces, it's really unlike any other to see that, the hospital, so often it can be a scary or frightening place.
Right.
Phoenix Children's is not like that.
It is not like that at all. And they offer so much because some of the children are there for so long.
Yeah.
They have school. Yeah. I mean, literal school. And at the end of the year, if they have kids who are there like they're in high school, they have a prom for them.
It's pretty special.
It is absolutely unbelievable. And they have movies they pipe into the rooms, and things are colorful, and they have playrooms. And it's just, and for the parents, they have resource rooms and reading rooms. It's just unbelievable. All the things. And the animal therapy. They bring the animals around.
You and I both big animal lovers.
Oh, yes, and I've gone
a
down
number
there.
of dogs, and I believe they have a therapy cat as well, right?
Oh, I haven't seen the cat. Maybe that's new.
I know a number of dogs, and I think they last year, or maybe the year before, they mentioned a therapy cat as well.
Awesome. That's a special cat.
So they certainly need your help as well, though. They can't do it on their own. Text GIVE to 620-620. Donate right now. Text GIVE to 620-620, and you'll be hearing a whole lot more about this tomorrow all the way through Friday when our Give-a-thon culminates with Arizona's Morning News kicks it off at 5 in the morning on Friday, and we go all the way up through 6 in the afternoon, and you'll hear Becky Lynn and I that day as well, though there will not be an Arizona's Evening News. We'll be on a little bit earlier in the day.
Yeah, we will be. Everybody will be down there, and you know what? If you want to stop by and take a look at the hospital, you are welcome to come by.
Let's get a check on traffic right now. Here's Enrique Garcia in the Valley Chevy Dealers Traffic Center.
Becky, Joe, thank you so much. Phoenix with a crash blocking the left-hand lane. I-17 northbound approaching Indian School Road. Phoenix with a crash on the right-hand shoulder. I-10 Papago Freeway eastbound near the State Route 51 northbound transition. This report is brought to you by K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts. Schedule your free Zoom consultation today at k2visionrle.com. Enrique Garcia, KTAR News.
90 for our overnight low. Tomorrow's high 110, 111, 112 the rest of the week. And surprise, it's 109 right now. Weather brought to you by 72 Sold. Forget the traditional way. Sell your home in 3 days and pocket thousands more at 72sold.com.
Coming up.
Here's how water cuts could impact the economy. I'm Heidi Hommel.
Less than 5 minutes away from more on that story.
And once again, very quickly, you can change a child's life this week as Give-a-thon for Phoenix Children's kicks off, presented by the Valley Hyundai Dealers and Y Refi. Text GIVE to 620-620, or you can call the Train Phone Bank and become a champion of hope, 602-933-4567. KTAR News Time is 6:53.
Lanny went to college and racked up huge debt.
A little bit over $100,000.
For a degree he couldn't use? Now what?
I had a friend that went to my computer career.
They even helped him get hired immediately after graduation.
One of the things I love about IT is that you can work from anywhere you want.
You could become an IT pro in just months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI with zero experience at mycomputercareer.edu. My Computer Career, an elite CompTIA certification partner.
It worked for me. me, and I know it can work for you.
This is one student's experience. Individual results vary.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance engineer at a beverage manufacturing plant, he starts his day knowing every line is ready to run because Grainger delivers the industrial-grade products he needs to keep mixers, conveyors, and packaging equipment moving. With Grainger's vast selection of bearings, belts, and motors, he keeps operations running smoothly, so nothing grinds to a halt. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Hi, I'm Alyssa Rivera, Senior Marketing Manager with Mattamy Homes. We're proud to be the Stories of Hope sponsor of the Phoenix Children's Hospital Give-a-thon. In my own family, my son was diagnosed with leukemia. He's now doing great, all thanks to the wonderful medical care of PCH. Call 602-933-4567. You can also text GIVE to 620-620. The children at PCH need our help now more than ever.
Liberty Mutual customizes your car and home insurance. And now we're customizing this ad for your morning commute to wake you up, which could help your driving. Science says that stimulating the brain increases alertness. So here's a pop quiz. How many months have 28 days? What gets wetter as it dries? What has keys but can't open locks? If you don't want to hear the answers, turn off this Liberty Mutual ad now. 12 months, a towel, piano. Enjoy being fully alert.
Liberty, 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 liberty.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hi, Matt Allen here for Bumper to Bumper Radio. Summer's back, and so is Bumper to Bumper Radio's Summer of Love for Phoenix Children's Hospital. Keep yourself and your car running cool this summer with trusted service, repairs, and expert advice at any Bumper to Bumper Radio approved shop. Now through Labor Day, pass along the love to Phoenix Children's Hospital. Just donate $1 and we'll match it for the kids. Find participating shop locations and learn more at bumpertobumperradio.com.
Hey Arizona, Vince Marotta here. Start your engines. It's time to rev up the summer savings at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa, and these truck deals are racing out the door. Get behind the wheel of a 2026 GMC Sierra 1500 with 0% financing or up to $15,000 off MSRP. And for drivers who want serious muscle, the 2026 GMC Sierra 2500 offers 4.9% APR, an extra $2,000, and 0 payments for 90 days, or save up to $11,000 off MSRP. Plus, the 2026 GMC Canyon delivers 3.9% APR, $3,000 more for eligible trade-ins, and you guessed it, 90 days payment free. Discover the truck of your dreams at Earnhardt Buick GMC in Mesa today, and don't get left in the dust, or shop online at EarnhardtBuickGMC.com. We are professional grade.
After all applicable incentives on select models, all offers with approved credit through GM Financial. See dealer for details. Offers end August 31st, 2026.
It's Give-a-thon week. Become a champion of hope. Listen to our stories of hope starting tomorrow morning on the Mike Broomhead Show. It starts at 8:15. You can watch on the KTAR YouTube channel, listen on air, online, or on the app.
Welcome back to Arizona's Evening News. I'm Joe Huizenga.
I'm Becky Lynn. Looming Colorado River water cuts will have an impact on Arizona's economy, but the state's been preparing for this shortage for decades.
Arizona is still waiting to find out how much less water we'll be getting from the Colorado River. Catherine Sorensen with ASU's Kyle Center for Water Policy explains the cuts will make it harder for developers to obtain a 100-year assured water supply designation for future growth.
In the face of Colorado River shortages, it will be more difficult and certainly more expensive to prove up our 100-year assured water supplies. But we have to hold to this standard so that investors continue to have confidence in our economy.
Sorensen adds the state has been preparing for the cuts by storing groundwater and investing in water reclamation plants. Heidi Hommel, KTAR News.
More water news for you at KTAR.com.
Coming up tomorrow on Arizona's Morning News, former Undersecretary for Intelligence at the Department of Homeland Security, John Cohen, will join Jim Sharp and LaDonna Harvey at 5:44 to talk about crime heading down nationally. So what's driving that positive change? Make sure to check out Arizona's Morning News on the KTAR YouTube feed starting at 5.
Good news story for tonight. Who says construction doesn't pay? In Belgium, a construction worker was digging under an old brewery in the city of Dendermonde, which is about 20 miles outside of Brussels. And that's when the jackhammer and some literal money just started flying out. At first, some of the workers thought they were euros until they discovered on the end of the jackhammer was stuck a solid gold bar. So, of course, they promptly dug up 40 gold bars and more than 4,000 gold coins worth about $10 million. The workers called the property owner, the brewery owner, who called police, and lo and behold, several people have already come forward with proof of ownership documentation. Imagine that. And investigations underway.
Oh, how about that? The Chad Benson Show is up next after the latest national headlines, a check of those with Enrique Garcia. More news always on KTAR.com.